deal with React.js, the basic prerequisites for React.js. So you need knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That is the prior knowledge we expect from the people who are coming to learn React.js. I hope everyone have a good decent idea on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Am I right? Yeah. So because you cannot handle React.js without these three. So you need to have a good knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's mandatory, right? So in order to deal with React, you need to have good knowledge of these three things. I hope everyone have awareness on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Everyone knows about all these three now, right? You are clear with these three, right? Good, right? So because to become a React developer, to become a React developer, you cannot attend these sessions, or you cannot understand without the knowledge of HTML and JavaScript, right? It's mandatory knowledge. Here we don't teach any JavaScript language or HTML. We directly use it. So make sure that you have good knowledge of JavaScript and HTML and you are attending these sessions, because this is not the place where you learn JavaScript. I hope it is clear to everyone, right? So because once we start programming in React, we cannot tell basics of JavaScript here, programming and all. We will just use them. And when we are using them, so we will understand how to handle them in our real world applications. So without the basics of HTML, JavaScript, it's difficult to handle React like technologies. Make sure that you have that knowledge, right? So, and what actually React is, and why we need this React. In order to understand just a basic flow, you need to know about it. Actually, what is React, how it works, we will discuss. But how React came and what we need to know about React, we will see that. To understand that, generally, you should know that client side, we have the basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, all these we are regularly using. The evolution I will tell you. In this complete concept, what we need to know, contents, what we are going to learn, all the contents and topic related details, our admin will send you a soft copy. You can go through that. And the demo sessions related videos will be sent to you to your email. You can watch those videos again. So if you missed anything, right? Once the registered sessions start, we will have a private repository where we will share all the documentation and discussions. Okay. So the demo sessions related contents, demo session and the session related contents, course contents, all these will be sent to you by our admin. You can go through them, right? They will be sent to your email, right? And if you have any doubts, we can discuss about those towards the end of the session, right? So you can contact our admin. He will send you the information, right? Now, first thing, let's directly go into the concept to understand what exactly we are dealing with generally. Actually, client side, so we have a HTML for presentation. And generally, the key point is you need to have JavaScript. So means complete JavaScript, right? If we talk about technology, then complete, right? Now there is nothing like basic JavaScript, intermediate JavaScript, advanced JavaScript. I hope many of you know that there are no divisions like intermediate, basic, and advanced JavaScript. You know JavaScript means you should know everything in JavaScript. That is important, okay? As a developer especially. Don't divide them as basic, intermediate, advanced, like that. JavaScript, entire, complete, everything, end to end, right? So now the point, HTML, we know that client-side presentations. And actually, it is presentation of DOM, document object model. It is the presentation of DOM, document object model, presentation of DOM. Technically, it is the presentation of DOM. I hope everyone knows about DOM. What is DOM? Anyone? I hope everyone knows the DOM, document object model, right? What is a DOM? Can you tell anything about that DOM? What is document object model? So what is document object model? That means what is DOM? Actually, I hope many of you know that DOM is a hierarchy of how elements are presented and they are manipulated. HTML presents DOM. I hope majority of you know that HTML presents elements in a hierarchy, in an order, in a structural tree structure. So we call this as DOM. Am I right? right? So I hope many of you know about the DOM. So this is actually the DOM, the document object model, and BOM. Here we have two things. So here we have two things. So one is the document object model. This is the document object model. This is the document object model. And its a higher hierarchy is called BOM, browser object model. So HTML presents the DOM in a hierarchy. Means HTML presents elements in a hierarchy. This is the hierarchy of elements, the parent and child hierarchies. And this is called DOM. This is called DOM. And HTML just presents the DOM. HTML just presents the DOM. To make the DOM more interactive, making the static DOM to interact with the DOM, we use JavaScript. So JavaScript is a language. JavaScript is a language, and it is used for DOM manipulations. It is used for DOM manipulations. Now the problem with JavaScript is it is a language. A lot of references, a lot of functions we need to write, a lot of coding we have to do. So a lot of references are required for DOM manipulations. Manipulating the DOM is done with this language. And compatibility issues are there. To overcome the issues, so we have a library, jQuery. jQuery is a library. jQuery is a library. This jQuery library also handles DOM manipulations. It also handles DOM manipulations. And it works with the DOM manipulations. Technically, jQuery handles the DOM manipulations. But advantage of library is it contains predefined functions which you can use and you can implement in your applications. So you can write less and you can do more. It reduces the compatibility issues. And all. Now, jQuery is a JavaScript library. Actually, jQuery is a JavaScript library, so which is used for handling DOM manipulations and all. Now, actually, React.js is also a JavaScript library like jQuery. React.js is also a JavaScript library. So technically, if anyone asks, like, so what is React.js? What is React.js? What is the concept of React.js actually? What is React.js? Technically, React.js is a JavaScript library. It is a JavaScript library just like jQuery. It is a JavaScript library for building interactive user interfaces. So which are suitable for single page applications and mobile applications. That means React.js is also same like a jQuery. So then what are the features, drawbacks? We will see them. We will discuss about that. React is a library. So it is not a language or it is not a framework. So it is a library for building interactive user interfaces and for building the UI components. So what are UI components? We will discuss in a short while. So especially for single page applications and mobile applications. What actually the point single page applications I will tell you. Actually, we are developing applications. Before that React, I will tell you. We are developing applications with HTML, JavaScript, and jQuery. jQuery is widely used for DOM manipulations everywhere. Now, what the point is, the modern web development. So modern web development. So have some challenges. We have some challenges in modern web development. Modern web development means in the modern generation of web development and mobile developments, some more challenges are there for developers when compared to the previous, because we are developing applications for web. We started developing applications for web from early 1990s. Because web was introduced in 1990. From the early 1990s, we are developing web applications. And we are using HTML, JavaScript, and jQuery simultaneously. So from various versions, we are dealing with them. But in the modern web development, some important problems are there, challenges are there. What are the main challenges in the modern web development is, first, the challenge is, so majority of modern web users are using from smart devices like mobiles, tabs like devices. Majority of internet users are using everything from smart devices like mobiles and all these devices, smart tabs and all. Majority of internet users are doing that. Due to that, what happens is our websites should able to reach the mobile like devices. That means mobile have low bandwidth. They need to reach mobile like devices, low bandwidth devices. That means we need a good user experience. So good unified user experience. We need a good unified user experience. Unified user experience means our application should work across any device in the same way. That means from a mobile to a general browser on laptop or desktop, application should have same experience, should have same type of features, same functionalities, a good unified experience. And we need a good fluid experience, fluid user experience. Fluid user experience means it should not be like pages, next page, previous page, first page, last page. Everything should come onto one page. User must stay on one page and he must browse everything on that page, everything on that page. Now, very important here is when you are dealing with such things, that means these are the challenges in modern development. That means your user interface must have a good experience, unified experience and fluid experience. It should have a good unified and fluid experience. Then can we build good unified experience and fluid experience with JavaScript and jQuery? Actually, we can do that. We can do with JavaScript and jQuery, but the problem is JavaScript, jQuery directly deal with the DOM manipulations. Directly, that means JavaScript and the jQuery, JavaScript and the jQuery. These two actually directly interact and manipulate the DOM. They directly interact and manipulate with the DOM. They directly interact with the DOM. So this was the problem. Because if it has to directly interact with the DOM, then what happens is user performs some interactions client side, which need to be affected on this DOM, which need to be affected on the DOM. And the interaction and the original DOM, one of the main problem is the original DOM is very heavy. The original DOM is very heavy. So it is slow. It is slow. It needs a lot of interactions. So interactions, it needs a lot of interactions. That means you can say that it needs a lot of events. So jQuery like library, so requires a lot of DOM manipulations directly on the DOM. And the original DOM is very heavy on applications, Original DOM is very heavy on applications. So to overcome this issue, so what happened is, so Facebook, to overcome this type of issue, what happened is Facebook thought of designing something which will not directly interact with the original DOM, and it improves the performance. So, but it should finally affect the DOM, but it should not directly interact with the DOM. So Facebook, what they have done, so in the Facebook, so Jordan Walke, so he's a software engineer in Facebook. He thought about developing a virtual DOM. He thought about developing a virtual DOM, so which will be used in the place of original DOM, That means actually, what was his idea? So the idea was nothing but, so actually the original DOM is present here. The original DOM. I will give you the basic structure of the original DOM here. Better, I will give you this. Already I showed you, and you know the DOM hierarchy. And this is the original DOM actually. So that means we have an original DOM. This is the original DOM. So let me keep this here. This is the original DOM. The original document object model. This is the actual DOM. And what happening here is actually jQuery or JavaScript. They directly interact with this DOM. They directly handle the manipulations with the DOM. This actual DOM is very heavy. It is very heavy. So it is very slow in rendering. It will take a little while to load all the DOM contents. And so to interact with the DOM, you need a lot of events, browser events to interact with the DOM. And very important with the actual DOM is every time entire DOM is updated. That means even you do a small modification, entire DOM is updated. Entire DOM has to load. You can observe that. Currently, don't worry what I am doing programming wise. You don't worry about what I am doing programming wise. Just observe the concept. That is enough as of now. Later in the programming wise, we will see that. For example, suppose here I'm having some HTML. So here I'm having some HTML. So say doc type. So HTML. Yeah, HTML. So and we have the head. Okay. And just keep some title. Yeah, title. So fine. And so some DOM. Okay. And here say body. And we are adding some paragraph. So some body. And we have some heading. So welcome. Okay. So that's it. Just I designed something and I will launch in a browser. Means I will open this HTML page. I will access and open this HTML page. So let's go to the debugger. So I will open the debugger. In the debugger, so you can observe here, these are the elements. Go to network. In the network, once refresh and see that. So, and you can see that at the bottom, you can see at the bottom you can see DOM content loaded, and a DOM content loaded, and you can see it took 63 milliseconds to load the DOM content. That means the HTML DOM content, it loaded and it handled this. And very important is, so you can observe that currently here, so the resources loaded by the page, so 1.6 KB resources loaded by this page. The resources loaded by the page, 1.6 KB resources loaded by the page. And the bytes transferred over network is the response, how much it happened. So our important point to observe here is the resources, 1.6 KB, and the DOM content loaded. Suppose I'm adding some interaction here. That means I added some interaction here, button click. And here we return on click is equal to, so just I will put an alert. So, or yeah, on click is equal to, suppose click. So yeah, click me, that is the function. We will write simple JavaScript function and click me. And here we will put a message. So document.write and hello, something like this we define. Now you can see that. So this time, so the DOM content loaded 87 milliseconds. And this time the resources, 180 KB resources loaded. Okay. When I click on this, what happens is it is displaying hello. It is displaying hello. And when it is displaying hello or some content it is showing, it is displaying, you can see that the resources loaded by the page is still the same 1.8 KB resources loaded by the page. 1.8 KB resources loaded, and the entire DOM content is loaded with this. That means what is happening here is, even to display this message, it has to load all the resources of your page and update all the resources every time. And it is taking the same time. Observe here, this is the option. And it is 1.8 KB resources loaded. And on click, it is showing only hello. And this number of resources is same. That means the JavaScript jQuery will have to update the DOM, and the entire DOM is the same. Do you think to display this hello message that 1.8 KB resources all are required? What do you say? That means to just display that simple hello, right? All these resources are required. So all the resources are not required. Don't you think this will affect the performance of the page? Don't you think it will be slow a little bit when compared to the entire content rendering? Am I right? Right. So this is the problem. And to overcome this issue, what happened is, in the market, to overcome the issue in the market, several frameworks were designed. Like so Knockout.js, like AngularJS. So we have like Angular. So like Vue.js, like Ember.js, like Backbone.js. To overcome this issue, these all are frameworks were designed. Do you know these all frameworks intention is nothing but these all frameworks are decoupled from DOM manipulations. They are all decoupled from the DOM manipulations. That means they don't use the DOM manipulations. They are completely decoupled from the DOM manipulations. All these frameworks are completely decoupled from the DOM manipulations. The frameworks are decoupled from the DOM manipulations. When they are decoupled from the DOM manipulations, again, so few DOM related issues will come. So that means they are decoupled from DOM manipulations. That is good. But at certain applications which needs very faster updating by affecting the DOM, which needs DOM, because DOM manipulations are good. So decoupling from DOM manipulations is also good. Decoupling of DOM manipulations is nothing but it will give you very less code to handle. Very less number of references you need. But you may not have great user interface. You may not have a great user interface to handle complex interactions. That means they are not having great user interactions. Because they cannot directly manipulate the DOM. That means there is an advantage and there is a drawback of frameworks. Advantage of framework, it is decoupled from DOM. So that means they are very faster in interacting and faster in data manipulations. But they don't have very great user interface. They have to again depend on Bootstrap, jQuery, JavaScript. They have to depend on all these for creating the good user interfaces. They will not directly manipulate the DOM, but they need a library which manipulates the DOM. That means they will not directly manipulate the DOM. They need a library that manipulates the DOM. However, finally DOM manipulation should happen, but these frameworks are decoupled from the DOM. But a library is used by them which is used to manipulate the DOM. For developers, it may be less code, but it cannot give a great interaction. It cannot give a great user interface for application. For that, again, they have to depend on several libraries. I hope you understood the problem of framework. I hope you understood the problem of framework. What is advantage of the framework? The advantage of the framework is it is decoupled from the DOM. That is great. That is very good. It is decoupled from the DOM, and the frameworks can control the entire application flow. But one of the problem is, so they cannot have a great user interface. They cannot have a great user interactions. So cannot have a good interactions, right? So the point here is, the key point here is one of the important point here is, now you need something which can manipulate the DOM. You need something which can manipulate the DOM. That means you need something which can manipulate the DOM, but it will not directly manipulate the DOM. It need a lightweight replication of the DOM. So to handle this issue, the Facebook developers, to handle the issue, the Facebook developers, right? Don't get to a conclusion with your guessworks. I hope you know that, right? I'm saying about user interactions. I hope you know what is meant by interactions. You should not talk about CSS frameworks. I hope you have a basic idea of what is meant by user interactions. Am I right? I'm not writing user interface. I'm not talking about only user interface. Have you seen it? I hope you are clear. I'm not talking about only user interface. I'm talking about user interactions. I hope you know what is meant by interactions. Right, yeah, that is important. So here the key point here is, now we need something which can handle this kind of issue. That means I don't want to directly manipulate the DOM, actual DOM, but I need DOM manipulations. That is the main idea of Jordan Walke. The main idea of Jordan Walke is the Facebook developer is, the main idea of Jordan Walke is, so his idea is nothing but, what he done is simple. What he done is he thought of better, we will use a virtual DOM. We will use a virtual DOM for this actual DOM. So we will use a virtual DOM for this actual DOM. This virtual DOM is a replica of actual DOM, but it is a lightweight. DOM. It is just a replica of this. But it is lightweight DOM. It is a very lightweight DOM. Now, Facebook developers designed a library called React. So they designed a library called React. This library will interact with the virtual DOM, and this virtual DOM will immediately react with this user interactions. Immediately with the user interactions. That means it reacts immediately to the user interactions when compared to the actual DOM. How much time it takes to react and render the output? It immediately reacts to the user interactions. That is the reason they given the name called React. Understood? They given the name called React. That means it reacts immediately. It reacts fastly. It is all about how much time it will take to react. Understood? It is all about how much time it is taking to react. That means you had done some interactions. Then jQuery, JavaScript, they take some time for reacting to your interactions. The main intention of this is to handle the interactions very fast, easy. That means it immediately reacts. And what happens here is it will update. So that means some modifications happened in this area, in the virtual DOM. I'm just giving here. Some modifications happened in this area, left side in this virtual DOM. I marked it in red, right? Some modifications happened. These will be immediately reacted. That means these are immediately reflected. So into this user interface. And after that, this is updated. So after that, this is updated. Remember, this is updated. After that, this is updated. After that, it is updated to the actual DOM. That means immediately it reflects to the user interface, but it will take a little while to update into the backend. So into the backend actual DOM. That means actually user sees the interaction immediate, reaction immediate, but it will take a little while to update in the actual DOM. It identifies what is the previous value, what is the current value. It identifies what is the previous value, current value. It checks, so is there any modification in the previous value and the current value, and it will update the current value to the previous value. This mechanism of verifying the previous and the current value and updating the previous value with the current value after verifying the previous and current value. This mechanism is called, in software technologies, we call this as single source of truth. We call this mechanism as single source of truth. So this architecturally, I will explain later. Detailedly, we will discuss about that later. Detailedly, we will discuss about that later. This is single source of truth. This mechanism is single source of truth. The main intention of is to develop a virtual DOM, and handle this virtual DOM to interact with the actual DOM. It improves the performance of your interfaces. It improves the performance of your user interfaces. It's a performance of your user interfaces. It improves the performance in user interactions. So the faster interactions, the faster reactions. So that is the main intention. And for that, Facebook developed a library. So what is React? React is same like a jQuery library. But one of the main advantages of React is it is not directly handled. So it is not directly handling the actual DOM. It is working on the virtual DOM. It is working on the virtual DOM. So technically, it is an open source front end library. And another important is it is component based. What is the component based? I will tell you. So what is the component based? What is the component based environment? We will see that. Technically, what is component based? Actually, the component based is nothing but technically to understand that component based. I hope everyone understood the concept of virtual DOM. Everyone understood the concept of virtual DOM. Am I right? Right. That means React uses the virtual DOM to handle the user interactions. So what is single source of truth, how it works, we will discuss all these points. All these points we are going to understand step by step. We are going to learn about them. So that is one point. Second important is React is component based. So everything is component based. Actually, what happens is, so that means I will give you a basic overview. That means what happens is, so it is built, suppose every component, suppose I will show you an example, like the best example, we have Twitter, Instagram, these are all designed, Twitter, Instagram, these are all designed by using React only. Instagram is on React, so Twitter is on React, it is designed with React. So generally what happens is when, and you know that Twitter is the world's first single page application. Actually, it is the world's popular single page application, interaction of the single page application, right? So the point here is, the key concept here is, the point here is, so the main concept is, this is what actually component based. Suppose I will show you, suppose we say Instagram, so some Naresh Technologies. Yeah. So this is the Instagram of some Naresh I Technologies. This is the Instagram of Naresh I Technologies. And you can see a lot of contents are there. So a lot of contents are there inside this. So it comprises of a lot of contents. I will take here a snipping for this to make you understand about that. Right. Yeah, I will take a simple screenshot for that to make you understand about it. For example, you can see, so you can see this is, yeah. This is the Instagram and of Naresh Technologies. I take a screen here. See, so in this Instagram, this is completely designed with, it is completely designed with React. And in this React, you can observe, that means you can see that what is happening here is, there is a, here we have a search. You see, there is a search. This is one component. And this is another component. And the post is another component. So that means here you can observe that these are a group of posts, or these are individual posts that you are watching here. Now, very important is just basically, now this is one component, search component. This is another component, and this is another component. Now, what is the advantage of this is a developer can build every component independently, individually, isolated from the application. So that means here, generally what happens is, suppose we have Naresh IT Instagram, right? We have Naresh IT Instagram. So we have Naresh IT Instagram. Now what happened here is in this Instagram, so suppose there is a search component. That means we have a search component. So we have some feeds component. That means the main banner component. So banner component. We have the main banner component, and we have the feeds component. That means posts component. Now, what is the key point here is all these components are independently designed. They are independently designed. That means independently designed. They are independently designed. So search is independently designed. The main bar is independently designed. Posts are independently designed. And all these together are combined. Are together combined into one application. And everything is a component. Understood? Right? So here, no need to worry much, Mr. Hitesh, whoever you are, I don't know. You know little bit HTML. HTML? Mr. Hitesh, you know HTML? You know basics of HTML? Little bit JavaScript? Because if you don't have knowledge of HTML, JavaScript, this will not fit for you, right? This will not fit for you. So that is the reason. It's fine. I will individually discuss about that. So, but here the point here is, here the key point here is, now here every component is independent. Every component is independent. Every component is independent, and we can bring it together and build into an application. Build into an application. Can you tell me what is the advantage? What may be the advantage of doing so? What may be the advantage of doing so? What may be the advantage of doing so? If you can build the component independently, what is the advantage of doing so? What may be the advantage of doing so? Actually, the main advantage of doing so is loosely coupled, and easily extensible. Understood? It is loosely coupled and easily extensible. Understood? That means it is loosely coupled and easily extensible. That means you can easily extend your application without affecting the entire application. Understood? You can easy extensibility. Loosely coupled and extensible architecture means you can add new features to your application without completely affecting your application. So you can add new features into the application without completely affecting your application. That makes loosely coupled and extensible architecture. And very important is, this is what actually the advantage of component-based environment. So React, three important key features you have seen. The three basic important key features you have seen. The key important basic features is, React is, first point what you know is React is a JavaScript library. So it will not directly interact with the actual DOM. It uses a virtual DOM. Another point is it is component based. So if it is component based, then one component based, it is easily extendable. And not only that, one more important point is it is modular. Modular means is nothing but a modular environment loads only what is needed for that particular situation. It will not load everything. It will load only what is needed for the situation. That means it will not update everything. It will update only what is changed in that entire DOM. That means it is going to load only what is needed for the situation. This is called modularity. So that means React applications have loosely coupled, extensible, and modular architecture with component-based environment. They are component-based environment. So one of the key feature of React.js is virtual DOM. Second one is component-based. Due to the component-based, third is loosely coupled and extensible architecture, and modular. What is modularity? Modularity means, so the modularity will improve the performance of application by loading only what is required for that particular situation. That is another important feature of React. And one more important point here is, the key point about the React you need to understand here is basically, so along with the loosely coupled, extensible, modular, it supports one-way binding. It supports one-way binding. I will detailedly explain what is one-way binding in architecture concept. We will learn about that. In the next levels, we will discuss about that. One-way binding is one advantage and drawback. Some concerns are there. Some problems are also there with React. We will discuss about them. So one-way binding is nothing but, so that means you have made some changes. So changes in the application. These changes are updated. So that means these changes are updated and they are rendered into the view user interface. Updated and rendered into the view. So whatever the changes you made, they are updated and they are rendered immediately into the view. And actually, I told you that it uses a virtual DOM. Generally, we have a two-way binding approach. In the two-way binding approach, what happens is any change in the view, again, update the changes. That means you make the changes in the view. That means you make the changes in the user interface view. You make the changes into that. These changes are updated again into the data. That means the changes are updated into the data. Two-way techniques are there. One-way binding is there. Two-way binding is there. Now React completely depends on this one-way binding technique. That means it is completely concentrating on how to render output to the user. That means it is completely concentrating on only one concept. What is that concept? UI. It is completely concentrating on UI. So UI, good user interfaces and good user interactions. So it is completely concentrating on user interface and user interactions. Due to this, some problems also will be there. That means React is very good for the projects which are looking for good user interactions and user interfaces, and less type of backend manipulations. So this is very good for the applications which have a lot of user interfaces and interactions. Because React also have some concerns. Some problems are there. Detailed features we are going to learn. Detailed features we are going to learn. Actually, the main advantage of the React, as I already told you, it uses the virtual DOM. Few things already we discussed. Virtual DOM. It will improve the performance. It will improve the performance. It have one-way binding technique. One-way binding technique. It has modular approach. Modular approach. I hope everyone is clear about these 3 points, right? Understood these 3 points? So what is virtual DOM and how it affects the performance, and what is one-way binding, and what is the modular approach? What is the modular approach? React has all this. React has all this. And React provides several extensions that makes your applications suitable for across any type of device, any type of device, from a browser to mobile, anywhere it will work. But remember, React also has some limitations. Some issues are there in React. That is the reason you cannot say that React is best, Angular is best, or Vue is best. Every technology has its own limitations, and this is suitable only for the projects or applications that need good user interface and interactions. So, and the need and manipulations of them. So, little bit of backend. One of the main problem with React is actually some issues are also there with React. Every technology has some problems. That is the reason projects are selected according to the requirement of that particular application. So that means which one, whether to use React, whether to use Angular, whether to use Vue, we decide based on this. Actually, one of the problem with React is, do you know React started actually in 2013. So Facebook started the React in 2013. And actually it started in 2013. That is, React started in 2013. And actually Angular also started in the same time, 2013 and 14, they started. Do you know Angular version is now, latest version is 10, and the next coming version is 11. The latest stable version is 10. React is 17. React is 17. What do you think about it? 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 That means 17 versions released. 17 versions released. 17 versions released. This may look like an advantage, but it is also a drawback. That means one of the main problem for the React is, one of the main problem with the React is very fastly updating with features, very fastly upgraded. Do you think developer have time to update to versions every year, 10 versions at a time, 4 or 5 versions at a time? What do you say? That means developer keep on tracking the version changes every 1 month. Do you think from developer side, is it great? Is it great? It is great because several extensions, several changes are happening according to the modern requirements. But as a developer point of view, sometimes for few developers, it is like, what, every month I need to know new things here. What do you say? That means, see, this is not a drawback, but this is one issue. Understood, right? Understood. I hope everyone got an idea, right? That means you are a React developer. That means continuously keep tracking what is happening. And another major issue is, so that is one problem. That is one concern about React. So that means by the time you finish learning one version, another version is ready for you. Understood? Immediately, another version may be ready for you, right? And of course, you can upgrade to that with the new features what are added into it. Another one problem and another concern with React is React don't have everything. Don't have everything. It prefers external libraries. React don't have everything. It prefers external libraries. This is also one good and bad. Both are there. So for the developers who feel this, that means the point is you can integrate. What is the point about external library? That means React is having a limited. So, and very less set of libraries. Suppose in React, I want to use routing. I need a special library. In React, I want to use state management. I need a special library. I want to make it cross-platform. I need a special library. So don't you think it is a problem that for everything you need an external library? What do you say? What do you say? Don't you think that for every interaction you need an external library? All right. Okay. It may look like a drawback for you, but for few developers, it is a good advantage. Why it is a good advantage? Because you can easily integrate with your technology and use your libraries into that. Understood? Understood? That means it is easily integrated with your technologies and it can easily implement your libraries into it. Understood? That means, see, for few people, it may look like what every purpose I need a library. For some people will think like this. Some people think that, oh, it's great, so that I can use my own libraries into it and integrate into it, and it is more compatible with my application. Am I right? That means for few people, React is not great. For few people, React is great. Understood? I hope you got that idea. Right? That is the reason you cannot say that this Angular is best, React is best. For certain situations, certain occasions. Now, where React related so many problems, and one more major problem is so fast releasing of versions. So it has a poor documentation. That That means, so version tracking issues are there. Version tracking issues are there. That means whenever a new version comes, so the developers need to be tracking the changes happening, what is deprecated, what is added. You need to track by yourself, because nobody have a time to prepare. It is an open source. Somebody has to prepare a good documentation to say that this is what you can use, this is what you cannot use, this is gone, this is not there. By the time he's exploring one version, another one is there. That means there is no proper good documentation for React. This is one headache for React developers, but that is not any big issue for a developer who can upgrade to the new things immediately. Am I right? That's not a big thing, but it is technically not great, not technically great, right? These type of issues are there, but these issues are not issues for the people so who think that these are an advantage for them. Understood? That is the reason. That is the reason. React and Angular, there is nothing like which one is better. React, Angular, and Vue all have their own issues. So then for whom will you prefer React? For whom will you prefer React? That means for whom will you prefer React? The main point is people already have a lot of server-side interactions. They have server-side APIs. So majority of their work is already happening in the server side. That means in the business, everything is happening. They are looking for a very good user interactions and user interfaces. They are looking for only good user interactions and user interfaces with faster interactions and better performance. Then React is very good for such people. Understood? React is very good for such people. So React is very good for such people. But because already I told you, if React needs to interact with a server-side API, it needs an external library. If React need to make mobile compatible, it again needs another external library. That is a drawback and an advantage according to different situations. But technologies like Angular, Angular is like a framework. And Angular have a framework. And Angular have dedicated library to interact with API. Every time they have to use only the dedicated library to interact with API. But React can use various libraries to interact with the API, depending on what technology where they are implementing. Understood? That means now a developer have a wide range of choices of using his own libraries. Understood? So using his own libraries, that is good at certain occasions, but at certain occasions that may not look great for my type of application, right? So some applications don't want like that. They want a dedicated library because their main interactions, everything happening through server-side APIs and everything, they want a dedicated. That is the reason both have their own demands. Don't ever compare everything, right? Because it depends on the application requirements. And majority where your all interactions are happening on the server side and only you are looking for a good user interaction UI client side, then 100% React is the best option available. But your application is looking for a dedicated framework to integrate with it and use and work with all the interactions in the backend, then you need to go with other frameworks. So it depends on the requirements. So, but very important is that is the reason. You already know that. So both have their own demands, both have their own advantages, and so depending on the requirements, jobs are there. So many companies are asking for React, many companies are asking for Angular or Vue. Depends. Later we are going to explore all the features of React. Detailedly we are going to understand about them. Initially, I just given you an overview. What is React and what are the features of React and what are the drawbacks of React and what kind of applications can use React. Architecturally, how React works, what is the basic architecture, how it is designed, how it is used, and what it contains. These are all basic things we will learn one by one. That we will discuss in the next session, right? Tomorrow we will see about that, right? Tomorrow we will discuss about how React actually works. Architectural point of view, we will see how React actually works. Then you will get a clarity of all these features and the drawbacks of React and advantages. How do we work with the React? Actually, the concept of so what is React? What is React.js? I given you an overview. So first, in order to understand what is React.js, first you need to also know about the concept of. You need to know about the concept of what is difference between language, library, and framework. In order to understand what is React, you should know difference between language, library, and framework. So generally, what is a language? Technically, what is a programming language, right? Can you tell what is a language? What is a language? Usually, what is a language? What is the concept of language? We will discuss about virtual DOM and all once we start the concepts, right? I just given you an overview. Even this is your first class. I hope you can tell what is difference between language, library, and framework, right? These are just demos going on. You don't need to worry about that, right? Demos going on, right? Yes. Okay. Language is syntax and semantics. Good. you can simply say that language acts as a medium for handling communication between the user and the application. Am I right? Am I right? Language works as a medium to handle communication between the user and the application. What do you say? Right? That means that's why it is called language. Na? Language means the medium of communication, right? Language is medium of communication, right? So that means technically, we have client side, JavaScript, client side JavaScript. So it is a language. It is a language. So it is a language. Now, one of the problem with the language is JavaScript language. Lot of issues are there. The problem with the languages, you need a lot of references. You need a lot of logic and functionality to write in order to handle the communication. Then we have library. So we have library. So client side language, we have JavaScript. JavaScript is a language. TypeScript is a language. So CoffeeScript. So CoffeeScript is a language. Script is a language. You might have heard. So these are languages actually. Different types of languages. We have VBScript. All these. Actually, client side, these are languages. What is a library? What is a library? Technically, what is a library? What do you say? What is a library? A library, what do you can say about a library? So a library, you can simply say that it provides a predefined business logic. A library provides a predefined business logic, so which allows you to reuse the logic without rewriting the logic. That means we can simply use the logic without writing the logic. That means we can easily implement the functionality without actually writing the complete functionality. So a library is having a predefined functionality. It is provided with a predefined business logic, which you can inject and use in your applications. Understood? Can we say that library is a predefined set of functions, classes? Good. We can say that it is a set of functions and classes, right? Which you can implement in your application. It reduces the effort. So generally what you do in a lengthy way that you can easily handle by using the library, For example, I will show you the difference. So we have client-side library, like we have jQuery is a library. We have RxJS is a library. So we have React.js is a library. So the React.js that you are learning, is actually a library. It is a library. So the difference between library, it provides predefined functions. I will show you one simple example. So you don't need to worry what I am doing here. Just observe the concept. To learn React.js, the prerequisite, you have to first have good knowledge of HTML and JavaScript. It is mandatory. Without HTML, JavaScript, you cannot handle React.js. So suppose I'm creating a page here. So I'm just showing you difference between library. So here we have some document, and here we have title, some depth. In the body section, so we have a button, so a div, and here we have a button, so show, and here we have another div, and we have an image. Source is equal to images / some shoe.jpg. So some width 100 and height 100. Now by default, this image is having an ID as pic, and by default, this image is having style or display as none. That means now actually, so below the show button, we have an image, and I need to show that image when I click on show button. Then usually how language handles. So language uses here on click, JavaScript, on click, show click. On show click, we need to write a script here, and function is show click. On show click, we need to collect this image, document.getElement by ID, pic dot style dot display is equal to block. That's how we need to manage. That means we need to write style and its attribute and its value. We need to write all this functionality manually. Now, when I click on this show button, it should display that. Suppose if I'm clicking on the button again, it should hide. If I'm clicking on the button again, it should hide. Then we need to write another functionality. We need to configure another functionality. The functionality is nothing but we have to write a condition that if so document get element by ID. So here we can use the options like this, element by pick. So if the pick style dot yeah. So if you say that yes, right. Now you say that it is blocked, then what we'll do is, so it will change it to again none. We have to write a lengthy logic. If you have learned already JavaScript and the jQuery, you might have observed that you need to write this kind of lengthy logic to handle the interactions. We need to write this lengthy logic to handle the interactions. So I hope screen is available, visible. It is shared now. Screen. Is it clear to everyone? Okay, so now is it clear? Is it to everyone? Is it clear to everyone? Now is it okay? Screen visible? Is it okay now to everyone? Right. So okay, good. Right. Yes, fine. Right. So now here, so yeah, right. Now generally, when you are dealing with the language and we are interacting with the language and you are handling any interaction with the language, lot of logic need to be written. Lot of logic need to be written. Now, technically, if it is a library, generally, if you are dealing with a library, then how a library can manage this functionality? Let's see here. We don't need to write much logic. So because all the functionalities are ready-made written, just what we have to do is we need to import the library. So we need to import the library. Suppose I have the library. So jQuery is one library, and I imported this library. I invoked this library, and here we are just defining. So on button click. So here we have button click. On button click, we are defining a functionality. So that is nothing but, so the image pick, we have to just use a toggle. And here I defined show hide. And usually what happens is this toggle is a function which is built in with a functionality which can show the image if it is hidden. It can hide the image if it is shown. That means library provides functions. These predefined functions we can implement and we can easily build the application. We can implement and easily build the application. Now when I click on this show, it will display. And when I click on hide, it will hide. That means it is going to handle the functionality easily. That means a language, usually a language requires to be written with a lot of functionality. Library contains predefined functions. We need to just implement that. Predefined. It is just predefined. We need to implement that. So technically, React.js. What is React.js? Actually, React.js is a JavaScript library. Technically, React.js is a JavaScript library. So that means by understanding this point, so React.js is a JavaScript library. That means I hope everyone now have a clarity that React.js is going to provide a set of predefined functions which you can use to build applications. That means it provides predefined functions. So predefined functions, right? Yeah, you will get to know about that. What is an API? I will tell you, right? So we will learn about that. Initially, so technically, even React people will say that React is a library. So don't say that it is an API, right? So what is API? Generally, technically, what is API? If you know little bit anything basics about API, then you will not ask the question difference between API and a library. Because generally API is a service. Am I right? API is a service. You know service, right? API is a service. And basically whoever knows the meaning of service, so he will not ask question like what is difference between a service and a library. Actually, service and a library difference is library users generally, if you don't know, right? Because So if you don't know, I will tell you. Actually, difference between API and a library. Library uses a single call mechanism. Library uses a single call mechanism, and API is a service. API is a service which uses singleton mechanism. If you know computer programming, because people who are talking about the word API, I hope without having a common knowledge of general knowledge of that API is a service, I think you haven't asked that question, right? I hope you know that API is a service, at least, Mr. Sudhir. You know, Mr. Sudhir, you know API is a service. You know API is service, right? Basically, then if you know API is a service, then obviously you will never ask a question that it is also a library, right? Because I think you don't have a proper idea of a library. So because library uses a single call mechanism. Do you know what is a single call mechanism? Single call mechanism means every time when we want a function, we need to create an object to access that function. Understood? Every time when you want a function, you need to create an object for that function. Through that object, you need to access the function. If you want to access a function 10 times, you need to create 10 objects to access 10 times. Understood? Single call mechanism means if I want to access a function 10 times, I need to create 10 objects to access the function 10 times. Understood? Technically, service uses a singleton pattern. Do you know what is a singleton mechanism in computer programming? Singleton means, ever heard about singleton? You heard about singleton? You heard about singleton pattern? You heard about singleton pattern? What is a singleton pattern? Singleton pattern? Yeah, singleton pattern means it will create only one object, and through that object, it can access to all the functions. Understood? Understood? Now, what do you think? Is there any difference between library and service? Which is better? A library is better or a service is better? That means it depends on the situation. If you want a library, then every time you need to create a function and configure the function. If you want a service, then you need to inject the service, and an object is created. Through that one object, you can access the functions any number of times. Understood? That is the basic difference between library and API. So you cannot say library and API both are same, right? Actually, library is technically called as factory. Library is also called as factory. Have you heard about this word any time? A library is also called as a factory. Factory is a collection of functions. So we cannot use these functions every time. So we cannot use the factory in our application. So we need services. Services will improve the performance of your application. That is actually difference between a library and language. So technically, what is React.js? So technically, React.js is a JavaScript library. So JavaScript library. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose of React.js? What is the purpose of React.js? What is the intention of React.js? Why this library is introduced? Do you know the purpose of jQuery? What is the purpose of jQuery? Can you tell? What is the purpose of jQuery? You heard anywhere about the purpose of jQuery? jQuery is a JavaScript library, and jQuery is nothing but good. Okay, actually jQuery is used for DOM manipulations, right? jQuery is used for DOM manipulations. It is more better than JavaScript because you write less and do more, right? You can write less and do more. It will not have lot of references. It provides predefined functions that reduce the compatibility issues. Am I right? It reduces the compatibility issues, right? That is what actually jQuery library is. Yes. Have you heard about RxJS? Yes. Have you heard about RxJS? Actually, RxJS is also a JavaScript library, so which is used for creating asynchronous requests. RxJS is also a JavaScript library, which is used for creating asynchronous requests. That means non-blocking techniques. So that means it will improve the performance more better. Generally, asynchronous request is nothing but, for example, suppose we have a collection. In this collection, so we have some data. That means in the collection, we have some data. So in the collection, we have some data. That means we have A, we have B, and we have C, like this. Now what happens is, now we want to read all A, B, C. Then first request go to A. After making the request to A, so it will wait until the response comes from A. After the response finished from A, then it will go to B. It will not go to B until A is finished. Understood? Generally, asynchronous is a very common thing. You might have heard about that asynchronous also. Even in HTML also it is there. Actually in HTML, so we have a image. We have an image. Do you know image have an attribute? Image have an attribute. So the attribute is decoding. Have you heard about decoding attribute for image? Have you heard about that? Decoding attribute for image? No, you might have never heard about decoding, but it is an attribute of HTML image actually. Do you know decoding? Decoding can use the attributes like sync. You can use sync or you can use async. Decoding can be defined as synchronous and asynchronous. Do you know what is meant by asynchronous? Means, do you know what is the purpose of this attribute? The purpose of attribute is nothing but it tells how the image is loaded along with other content. For example, so beside the image we have some paragraph. Now tell me paragraph. Now tell me, will paragraph and image both will load at a time? Will paragraph and image both will load at a time? First image is there, after that paragraph is there. Will both at a time? Actually, it depends on how you define the decoding. If I define decoding synchronous, then what happens is paragraph will not be loaded until image is finished. Understood? Right? So if I use this asynchronous, then it will allow it to load along with it. Understood? These are there in HTML also, right? Now RxJS is a JavaScript library which is used for creating asynchronous requests. That means at a time multiple tasks can be handled. That improves the performance of application. It will not wait for handling the tasks. For example, one simple example I will tell you. Suppose you are offline and some of your friend on WhatsApp sent you 3 messages. First he sent a picture message, then he sent a text message. That means first he sent picture message, then he sent text message, then he sent video message. He sent all the messages to you, but you are offline. And suddenly when you came online, now tell me which message will be shown to you first. Which message will load onto your WhatsApp? Which will load onto WhatsApp? Do you know all the 3 messages are loaded at a time? That means all the 3 messages are sent to you at a time. Understood? All the 3 messages are sent to you at a time, but text is lightweight. That is the reason you can see that. Understood? Text is lightweight. That is the reason you can see that. Picture take a little while to load. So a little while to load. Video will take more time to load. While loading the picture, will it stop video? While loading the picture, will it stop load video? No. That means it is using asynchronous. Understood? Right? Asynchronous means simultaneously it is performing all the tasks at a time. That is what actually the concept of asynchronous. So that is what actually the concept, of asynchronous. So the technical concept of asynchronous, what is actually asynchronous and how we can deal with this asynchronous. Yeah, that is the concept. That is the option about the asynchronous techniques. That is the key point. I hope everyone understood. Everyone understood that, right? So that means JavaScript libraries are so many. And very important, you need to understand that the React.js you are learning is also a JavaScript library. Now, what is the purpose of React.js is it will provide the functions. Functions that allow you to handle so virtual DOM manipulations. That is the specialty of React.js. So virtual DOM manipulations. Actually, JavaScript and jQuery, what happens is, I hope if you have learned HTML, yesterday already I told you. So generally, if you know that JavaScript and jQuery, if you know that, and if you have handled it technically, JavaScript and jQuery. So this is the JavaScript and HTML. This is DOM actually. I hope everyone knows about the DOM. This is DOM. Generally, what happens is JavaScript and the jQuery are the libraries that will directly handle this DOM. And to handle interaction with directly this DOM, that means manipulating the images, forms, everything directly, it will take more time to respond. What React.js can do is it will create a duplicate of this DOM. So, and this duplicate DOM is more lightweight than the actual DOM. This is the actual DOM. And this is the virtual DOM. But it replicates everything same. But it is more lightweight. And what React will do is, React will not directly interact with the actual DOM. It will interact with the virtual DOM. This makes the interactions more faster and easier. After it handling the interaction, finally it will update into the real DOM. But the user interaction, that means the application immediately reacts to your interactions. Very fastly it reacts to your interactions when compared to JavaScript and jQuery. That is the reason I told you yesterday that is the reason this technology named as React, this technology, this library named as React, because it has instant reaction. It will immediately react to your interactions. It will not take much time in handling the reactions. Understood? What is virtual DOM and what is virtual DOM? All we will see. But I hope you know HTML. You know what is a DOM. This is the key point of React. That means React is all about interacting with the virtual DOM. Virtual DOM. Now, what React contains and what are the features of React? What are the drawbacks of React? How React works detailedly? We have to understand about that point. Step by step, we need to explore and know about them. That means we have to learn the features, the drawbacks, and the contents of React. How React application works, how it is built, and how it is handled. We have to discuss about that. You will not create any virtual DOM. DOM is not a concept that you create. DOM is a concept which HTML designs. Understood? In this React.js sessions, what we are going to learn, I will give you an overview. So what topics we are going to discuss and all. And if you have any doubts, we can discuss about that. First important is, remember, is the basic prerequisites for learning React.js. The basic prerequisites for learning React.js. So you must have knowledge of HTML and the basic of HTML and CSS and JavaScript. So remember, here I am not going to discuss any JavaScript again. We are not going to learn any JavaScript here. JavaScript means you must have good knowledge of ES6, means whatever latest available in JavaScript, you must be aware of that. Functions and generate functions and OOP related certain features. So JavaScript knowledge is mandatory for React. So you must have JavaScript knowledge. So we are not learning any JavaScript or CSS or HTML here. We will directly use JavaScript here. I'm not even going to give you basics of JavaScript here. This is only React. So we will directly stick to the React and we will not waste time in again JavaScript here. This is strictly for the people who know JavaScript. So because many times people ask, will you teach basics of JavaScript? It is wasting the time here. Our concept is React, then we will stick to only that React. We will not learn any JavaScript again, basics and all. You must have JavaScript knowledge to start this course. This is strictly for JavaScript and HTML, people who already have knowledge of that. If you have any problem in certain options to understand, when we are dealing with that, we can learn, right? First, you listen to the concept, you will understand. Okay, right. I told you ES6 means, I hope you know that. ES6 means, so the latest only, right? Right, means all at new things in JavaScript. If there are certain issues in understanding any certain point, then when we are discussing about it, I will explain, no problem. But without basics of JavaScript, you can't handle this. Better come with knowledge of JavaScript, huh? Right? Now here we are, these are the basic prerequisites. I hope everyone have a good idea on HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Everyone have good idea now? Already you have idea on JavaScript now, right? If there are certain points that you don't know and we are using in JavaScript, no need to worry. At that moment, what we are discussing, that I will explain you and we will implement. Then you will get a clarity on that, but this is mandatory. Okay. And what we are going to discuss here, so what we are going to learn, the contents. So that means the topics that we are going to discuss in this React session. I will give a clarity on that also. So we will start from the basics of understanding what is React. So what is React and why we need React, and what is difference between React and Angular, React, difference between React, Angular, Vue, so etc. like that, which are very much trending, which are very much used. So many people have a difficulty in understanding what is difference between them and what is the advantage, drawbacks. So we are going to discuss about the features and limitations. So what are the limitations and what are the issues? Also, we are going to discuss about that. And we will discuss about, I'm giving key points, right? What are the key topics? I'm giving an overview of those topics. We will discuss about the concept of setting up environment and deploying. These are basic things. That means, so understanding the React application, how it works. So architecture, how it handles everything. And the key points only I'm telling. Inside them, so many will come. We will discuss about the components and properties and state-like concepts. So we will discuss about components, properties, and states. We will learn about styling with material UI also we will discuss here. And we will learn how to debug React applications. So we will learn about the life cycles. So generally we say React hooks. We will discuss about these React hooks. No need to worry what they are. We are going to learn. And we are going to see how we can use Ajax calls. So with the HTTP requests. I will show you integration with the server side. Server side, I will give you an overview of MERN stack. MERN. So Mongo, Express, React, and Node. We will also learn about another one. I will give you an overview of that also. We will discuss about routing. We will discuss about the forms and validations, how we can manage them. We will discuss about deploying of applications. So inside so many are there. We will discuss about Redux. So we will discuss about the Redux, what is Redux and how we can handle. And we will learn about error handling, and we will learn about unit testing. So how unit testing framework is done. We will discuss about Webpacks. So and I will give you an overview on React Native. I will give you an overview of React Native. React Native is separate actually. So I will give you an overview of React Native. React Native is for building applications for mobile, right? Applications for mobile framework, right? So I will give an overview of what it is and how it is used. We will discuss the overview of that. Yeah, Redux means the concept of working with Redux means, I hope you know, Redux means saga. You know this one? Or without knowing, simply you know some words and you are sending them. Because people without complete knowledge, they know just 1-2 words and they send that. Will you teach this also? Because so when I said Redux, that means it comes with all this. Okay. So I hope you don't know it properly. So Saga is a part of Redux, right? Yeah. You may not be aware of that, but you just know the words, because people just know the words, but they don't know what they belong to. Because generally people browse so much before learning a technology, and they don't have a base idea of everything. But still, some points they know here and there. So that is the reason you will get a clarity on that. No problem, right? So we are going to deal with these things in all our sessions. So that means we are going to understand and we are going to deal with all these, right? So our React is all about learning this. A detailed course content will be sent to you by our admin. Our admin will send you the detailed course content, and I will upload that into a GitHub repository also. I will upload into a GitHub repository, and during the demo sessions, whatever the topics are happening, those topics I will give to you. I'm creating a link for us, right? Yeah. So I will create a repository for us. React demo. Okay. And here I will upload the daily discussions here only until demo. Once, yeah, he will share, right? Today only we are starting all the session. So the course contents, everything will be shared to you by our admin. You don't need to worry about that, right? So here the point is, so here the key point here is, here we are not having any project here. So we will learn finally to build an application. Right? We will learn finally to build an application, right? So, but separate project sessions will not be here. Finally, we are learning a technology means we will learn how to build an application, right? Right. Now, generally, one more point is, what is the concept here? What do you mean by tools, Mr. Vyomkesh? What do you mean by tools? What do you mean by tools, Mr. Bromkesh? No idea. Right. So generally, when you are developing we are learning a technology for developing applications usually. Yeah. So when you are developing an application, right? Any other doubts, I will get back to you towards the end. Okay. Usually in development process, there will be tools. In every development process, in any technology, we have to use certain tools and extensions which are not completely supported by our technology. Our technology may not have all the necessity things which we implement through third parties, and we handle them, right? Additional libraries. Now, some people so generally think that those are some separate concepts, right? Usually, many tools are integrated and used, and they are part of any general development process. You don't need to list them, right? That are general discussions, general things that are very casual things. You will learn. So here, the key point, these are all the concepts we are going to cover in this React session. These are the concepts we are going to discuss and cover in the React session. Finally, I will show you end-to-end integration, right? End-to-end integration with the server-side technologies, how to create a complete end-to-end application. One sample application we will create with React. That gives you a complete idea on how we can use this React, right, in a real-world development process. In every concept, we are going to work on certain applications that will give you clarity on implementations and everything, right? So these are the basic topics, and detailed content our admin will send you. Okay, right. Now, in our session, first we need to start with, so we need to understand with the basics of, so up to this point, I hope everyone is clear. Do you have any doubts? Yes, Maheder, you have any doubts? Any doubts? No? Right. Yeah, this is the first class, and you are not going to miss anything, because from today we are freshly starting, and I will give you everything detailedly, no problem, right? All this takes, so maximum 50 sessions, right? 45 to 50 sessions, right? So 50 sessions, so it will take to complete all these, 45 to 50 sessions it will take, right? 45 to 50 sessions, 45 to 50 sessions, right? That means every day, yeah, every day we will have minimum 1 hour session, okay, right? So until we finish all the concepts, it will be between 45 to 60, okay? Yeah, you already, I told you, obviously you have to learn on designing small applications only. No recorded videos are sent to you. So if you regularly miss the class, we will not send it, right? 1, 2, they will send you. You say that 2 weeks I will not come send all the videos. It can't happen. Huh? Every 2 days, 1 day you miss the class and say, right, I want the videos, then it can't happen. All right, yeah. I don't know what is the meaning of yours hands-on, because you people have something like hands-on. What do you mean by hands-on? Yeah, no problem, right? No problem. Already I given you end-to-end integration. I given you here end-to-end integration. I told you that we will learn integration with server side with a Merge stack, right? Yeah. So yes, of course. Yes, Lakshmi, what is your doubt? Yes.
Yeah, I saw the option now. So I would like to know if there's a hands-on, like, you're teaching us some concept and we're trying it side by side in our system.
It's not side by side. It will take more time actually. So what we do is we will give you tasks. We will explain the concept, and we will keep on touch with you when you are doing the tasks. If you have any issues, we will have a private group. There you can post your doubt. We can connect immediately, and we can resolve your doubt. Okay.
So is that only during the sessions, or even after that we can
during
contact?
the sessions, do you think it will be easy to do that, right? And it will consume a lot of time, don't you think?
Yeah, so you'll be helping us even after that?
We will explain the concept, we will give some examples, and we will give some tasks. Okay, you will do the tasks and you will submit me to a repository. I will verify those tasks every time, and if there are any corrections, if you are unable to resolve them, then I will show you how to handle them. I think that will be enough, right?
Okay. So it is all within the session, right? During the class session.
After the session.
I mean, during this 60 days period.
During 60 days period, our session will be 1 hour, right?
Yeah.
After the 1 hour, so the practice and other things, if you have any doubts, you can ping into the repository where we can discuss about the doubts and resolve your issues, right?
Yeah. If we need any support after 60 days, in case we do a project later.
Of course, you will have a continuous repository, right? So
Okay.
we will not end that repository. So you can access it anytime, and there you can post your issues. Then we can resolve it, no problem, right? We will not terminate that repository once we finish the sessions. We will continue, because if there are any openings happening, so if any recruitment drives are happening, we keep on posting, commenting, and everything there, right? So you will get benefited by that. That's the reason you don't need to worry that we will end after 50 sessions disconnected, right? We will be continuously connected in a group, so where we can have continued discussion. Okay.
Okay. And also you mentioned that there's no project in this course, right? So is there
Of
any
course.
other React course where there's a project included?
So see, separate project batches will happen, right? In a React project means, see, what is a project means building an application, huh?
Yeah.
In your idea.
Yeah, into an application where I get to build a whole website using React.
That's what finally we are going to do.
Okay.
Right. See, when anybody says that I will give you a project, that means he need to show you a complete end-to-end deployment integration in a separate scenario from the use cases. Like, am I right?
Yeah.
Right. He need to tell you how to write use cases, how to prepare the designs, how to create the documentations. Right.
Yeah.
That is project. No? So developing an application, it is a part of our learning. Right. Some people will call this as project. Right. Developing an application. By the end of the sessions, you will be able to build an end-to-end application. Right. So some people think that as a project. So, but that is general developing of an application. Okay. Project means a lengthy scenario, 1-2 months it will happen, right? Because a project means you have to start with the scratch and you have to do everything by your own, like from writing the use cases to prepare the designs, documentations, and everything. That is project. This is building application. I hope you got a clarity, huh? Right? By the end, we are going to build an application. Understood?
Yeah. I understand that.
Yes.
And regarding the fee structure, so
you can
should
contact
I have to
admin for
contact
that,
the person?
right? So he will get back to you. Huh? Right.
Okay, sure. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, yeah. So I hope everyone is clear with this, right? Fine. Okay. Now let's start with and let's understand actually what is React and how we are going to deal with this. Some people have a doubt. So that means they have a doubt. So which one I have to choose? This is the doubt between Angular and React. So which one I have to choose, Angular or React? So this is one regular doubt generally comes for the people who are learning. And in the beginning, we have to get a clarity on this, because now sometimes you will see that people will show you, like, why suppose we have some Google Trends. Now you go into the Google Trends here, right? Yeah. Every day, topic wise, I will give you tasks, and you have to practice, you have to submit, right? We will have a discussion, and every topic I will give you tasks regularly. Okay. Once we start practically, we will give the tasks so that you have to try them and implement them. And if you are facing problem, I will give you all the solution how to handle them. Okay. Practical is very much important. You have to practice well, right? Fine. See, many people, when they are telling you about React or Angular, they will show you the trends. Suppose I am searching for React.js. I am searching for React.js. And this is React.js, how it is trending. And say Angular. So Angular, so we are searching for Angular. So this is Angular and React. Now see, the wrong comparisons, generally what people do is, you see, here they are searching for React.js, and here the React.js, they are searching for search term React.js. And Angular, so they select web framework. And immediately here you see that. So that means this is Angular, how it is trending. And this is React.js, how it is trending. Now some people search like React as a topic. And now they will show you that React is more trending than Angular. Have you observed that? Huh? Have you seen that? Right? What do you think? What do you think? This is what generally people show you to misguide you. Right? So the point is, yeah, what do you think React means? React means it's a general word they are searching. The general word they are searching. Am I right? So is it meaning to React.js? Huh? Is it mean React means React.js? It's not React.js. They are searching for a React word, and they will show you that React is more trending than Angular, or Angular is more trending than React. So that's seriously misguiding you. And you people also say, yes, 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 I am learning a very advanced technology, which is very much trending and all, right? So that kind of misguidance should not be there. That's the reason I'm giving a good clarity before starting anything, so that we should not misguide that. So that means, suppose I search for React.js, and I'm searching for React.js and Angular, and still it is not satisfying, because here I'm just searching, search term only I'm using. So React.js, there is no library, React.js library. Actually, React.js is a library. React.js is a library. So this React.js library and Angular, so these are the basic things actually. That means many times people show you these things and they will say that this is trending, this is not trending. That means they misguide you in various occasions. So you also will not notice that, and you think that it is okay, great, it is doing great. So it is United States or worldwide, we are searching worldwide, right? The key point is now, from past 12 months or all the time, or so from past 2004 to present or something like this. So the key point here is, the main thing you need to understand is React and Angular have two different directions in development process. Actually, the projects. So I'm telling you the projects. So which are completely integrated with the projects which are completely integrated with a lot of server side interactions, and every concept is handled at server level. Every concept is handled at server level. And only they are looking for good UI. Only they are looking for good UI. So to make faster interactions, so then we can prefer React.js. That means, so which are completely integrated. That means the entire application is controlled in the background. And the control application flow, everything is managed in the background. Only we are looking for good user interface, so user interactions. So good UI to make the user interactions. Because if I talk only good UI means, people will think UI means already Bootstrap, CSS, HTML, that is all UI. So we need more faster interactions, better interactions, response from the client side. In the UI part, more interactions faster. Earlier we have to use JavaScript, jQuery. So now React is best for that. That means React is best for this kind of environment. So, and the projects, so which are also server-side integrations projects, so which need to control their application flow, So both client side and server side. If they want to control the application flow, both client side and server side. That means how a server side application is controlling on the server, the same a client side also, they want an application to control several interactions. So to handle a lot of interactions and data, that means they need to deal with a lot of data manipulations. They need to deal with a lot of interactions. So in the client side, same how they are doing on the server side. In that case, their intention is not only client side, both combinations effectively shared. In that case, so you can go with Angular. That means we have both type of applications. Both have their own scope. Both have their own areas. React has its own area. Angular has its own area. Because you cannot compare them. So we are very much surprised as developers why people are comparing React and Angular, because React.js is library and Angular is framework. How you can compare a library with framework? Generally, library is different, framework is different, library role is different, library's intention is different, framework role is different, framework intention is different. Why you are comparing both of them? That means some applications need a good library, some applications need a good framework according to the situation. That means why you are comparing these two, library and framework? So because it depends on the nature of the application, the nature of the interactions, that depends on such interactions and applications. For example, suppose, so I will give you a simple basic point. I hope everyone understood, right? So libraries are services, yes, APIs, like APIs, right? Yeah. So here the point is, here the key point is, suppose 1 million users, suppose millions of users, millions of users are accessing some content. So are accessing some content and using content. That means millions of users are accessing the content and using the content. And only few general interactions, only few interactions like messaging. So chat, that means sending a message, commenting, like chat, such options are happening. And a lot of things are involved in just accessing and viewing. And few message chat like interactions are happening. So that means it is not a complete it is not a complete ERP. ERP means enterprise resource planning. That means millions of users are not querying. So that means they are not querying like searching for products, doing transactions at a time. So in that case, not querying or handling the transactions and complex operations, if they are not dealing with such things, then for them, React is great. For such kind of applications, React is great. So for practical example, I will tell you. So Twitter uses React. Instagram uses React. Twitter is using React. Instagram is using React. Now, can you tell me what are the activities done in Twitter? Can you tell me few activities done in Twitter? What are the activities done in Twitter? What are the activities done in Twitter? Can you name some activities done in Twitter? Tweeting, reading, tweeting, reading, retweeting, reading, like, dislike. Posting is tweeting, na? Tweeting, retweeting, all these are under comments only, na? Right? Anything complicated more than this? Anything complicated more than this done there? Anything complicated more than this done there? Of course, those are all simple things. Na? Every day you will not create. Na? Every day you will not create account. Na? Account is created only once, right? Right. Creating account is just one way. Whatever data you have, you are posting it. You are not querying much things. Am I right? Right. You are just posting there, sending there. You are not querying. You are doing something like Amazon, like searching for product, applying so many filters on it. Lot of queries happening on like Amazon, Flipkart. Are you doing something like very complicated filter searching for all these on Twitter like things? Right? Obviously not. Even Instagram also. Right? Now the point is, if millions of interactions are handled and managed, so very high level complicated, then lot of data manipulations are required. So later I will tell you some advantages and drawbacks. So in such case, React cannot be great in such kind of applications, but it is 100% perfect for the applications which are building for a great UI, user interface, only user interface. I think you know, have you heard about, otherwise I will tell you later also, you heard about MVC, model about MVC architecture. Am I right? Have you heard about MVC architecture? So few people might have heard about MVC architecture. All technologies are using MVC now. So Java uses MVC by name Spring. PHP uses MVC by name Cake PHP, Code Igniter. Python using MVC by name Django Flask. So Ruby using MVC like Ruby on Rails. .NET is using MVC like ASP.NET MVC. And JavaScript uses MVC by name Spine, and it is using in Angular, so like technologies. .NET, all this. The point is, MVC is an architecture known to everyone. And even you don't know, no worry, I will explain. Later architectural pattern I will explain here. Now, the key point is, so in MVC like architecture, React is only with Vue. Understood? React is only with Vue. So it is only with Vue. That means how you build the UI. how you handle the user interactions. It is all about only these things. So that is the reason generally in the projects where UI is the key, because the rest of manipulations all are managed at the server side and other locations, and only UI user interactions, these are only the concentration for us. Then React plays the key role in such things. It's very good for such kind of applications. But same like how server side an application is running, client side also I want an application so which can handle the user interactions with an MVC like framework. Client side also there must be an application controlling the application flow. So React cannot do that. For that we need to use other frameworks. So that is the reason generally in the modern development, if you are showing so in web development especially, so in web development you are showing some 3+ years experience in web development, then people ask knowledge of both Angular and React, both. So if you are showing 3+ years experience in web development like concepts, then usually they ask that we need people with knowledge of both Angular and React. Suppose you are creating your profile only as React developer, it's okay. But you are showing yourself as a Java developer, or a .NET developer, or a PHP developer, or a Python developer with 3+ years experience, then they expect both from you. But if you are only Angular, only React like technologies you are learning, so and you want to put experience on only React, then only React. But generally people who are involved in web development with experience, so they are asked with both of them. Why? Because certain application needs a client-side framework. Certain applications need client-side libraries. So depending on, because so they may be working for several projects, and obviously web application developers will be handling with experience, means they are handling several types of environments. Then they need to have good knowledge of both of them. That's the reason as a web developer, that means Java stack developer. Suppose see, I will show you. So this is Naukri site. So in the Naukri site, suppose I am searching for developers like stack developers. You see, we say that like suppose Java full stack. We are searching for the role like Java full stack developer, And when you are searching for the role like Java full stack developer, and when you go to the full stack developer, you can see that they ask knowledge of Angular, Node.js, because Java people know already JSP and all the, and you see here, they ask for React full stack developer. Same Java full stack developer only. At one place they are asking Angular, at another place they are asking React. Have you observed that? Got a clarity? Yeah? Got a clarity? So is Angular or is React? Which one? Is Angular good or React good? There is nothing like good or bad, right? So that means now if you are a Java developer, experienced developer, see, so they are expecting experience 5-6 years, and they are expecting the 5-6 years experience. Then at some place they are asking like you need React, at some place they are asking like you need Angular, right? Now the Java developer is confused. Do I need to learn React or Angular? Am I right? So not only Java developer. So suppose you are searching for suppose a .NET full stack developer, PHP full stack developer, Python full stack developer. That means see, some are asking for Angular, so some are asking for React. That means, so why .NET people? So and these people, because both are majority, you'll see that .NET people are asked with Angular rather than React. It doesn't mean that React is not there, because Angular people use a framework client server side MVC. That's the reason they need a best framework in the same way client side also, and Angular can provide them. So then they will use Angular, but not every project. Some projects needs React, some project needs Angular. So you are searching for different roles. Suppose you are searching for React developer, right? React developer, then no issue. But if you are a full stack web developer, a Java full stack developer, or just full stack web developer, then we expect knowledge of both of them. We expect knowledge of Angular, we expect the knowledge of React, both of them. So there is nothing like which one is best out of these two, because it depends on the requirement of that particular application. So actually you should never compare a library and a framework. Library has its own responsibilities, framework has its own responsibilities, depending on application environment. So for experienced people, both knowledge is required. They need to know Angular and React. For a fresher, anyone they put inside the resume, it will be a little bit add-on. But some companies may call you, may not call you, because some companies may be working on React, then Angular people are not called. Some companies' projects may be on Angular, React people are not called. But a senior developer should have experience of both of them actually. They need to know both of them, right? So see, at minimum, at any experience levels, right? So 1-2 years are not experienced people, right? 1-2 years people are not called as experienced people. Right? So minimum 3-4+ years experienced people, only experienced people. 1-2 years people are equal to fresher. They don't know anything much. Yeah. So don't think that 1-2 years is experience. 1-2 years is not experience. You joined in 6 months. You joined in 1 year. You don't know what you have done in your project, and 1 year is finished. Then you will call yourself as 1 year experienced. Right? So 1 year you will not. Sometimes in large scale companies, 6 months you will not get a system to work on. You will be sitting and reading those documentations and everything. Right? So and by the end of 6 months you are 1 year experienced, but you don't know anything. Right? We don't consider 3 below people as experienced people at all. They are equal to fresher only. Understood? 3+ years below equal to fresher. Nothing will be there with them. Right? Other than only reading documents and understanding projects, they will up to 3 years they will understand what they are currently working on. After 3 years they will able to resolve the issues. Okay, so that's the reason 3+ below we don't consider them as experienced at all. Right? They are just learners only, means basic level only. Right? So that is the reason. So they put anything, okay. They say that I know only Angular. Oh, okay. I know only React. Oh, okay, no problem. But 4-5 years experience, you know only Angular, not satisfied. Only React, not satisfied. You need both of them. I hope you have seen the job opportunities. Right? So a Java developer with both of them, they are asked with that. That's the reason you need to be aware of that. So don't ever compare this and say that this is good, this is bad. They both have their own options. Right? So already I showed you. Yeah. So see, whatever you learned now in the sessions, this is enough to handle at any level interviews. Okay. We will discuss the topics in depth, so in depth that people can handle at any level interviews. Okay. So I will give you a guarantee that you can handle at any level interviews. So from a very basic level to expert level, we can handle everything. Right? We will discuss in that level. So we will not just take an overview. Right? We will just discuss in that level. Right? That is the reason. That is the reason that you will able to crack any level interview after this, once they start exploring the concept. But we have to go in detail about the concept from very basic level. Directly we cannot jump into expert level. From basic level we will start discussing everything. Right? So now after understanding all this, what actually we are going to deal, what is this? Now what we will do is, first we will start with understanding. First we will start with understanding what is React and how it works. How it works. So what is React and how it works, where it is used, how it is used, the entire flow, and the description about what React is. We will detailedly discuss about that. That we'll see in our next session. Tomorrow we'll continue with this, right? Tomorrow we will go technically now. So we are going to understand what is React, how it works, and how it is used in development process. Okay, right? And these notes, so whatever I given you now, the notes, whatever is there, I will upload into the GitHub repository. So you can get it from there. So I posted you the GitHub link now. I posted you the GitHub link. So you get it from there. If anyone missed that, I will post one more time. So yeah, I will post one more time. So this is just, no need to worry about that, right? So here I will upload that. You can go through. Just this is only for demos, okay? This is only for demos, because once our registered session starts, then all our notes will be in a private repository. We will share a private repository where we will have a group of discussion of every concept, okay? The rest of everything related to fees, course contents, and everything, our admin will send you the information, okay? Right. So from today onwards, I'm going to explain everything step by step. So no need to worry about that, right? So that means people who missed out the previous sessions also, so you can continue, because so those topics also again I'm going to discuss here, and we will start step by step. So no need to worry, okay? So then tomorrow we can start understanding about what is React and how React works, okay? Yesterday we discussed about what are the prerequisites, and so what topics we are going to discuss in this React. And I given you a simple overview. What is difference between Angular and React? So projects, depending on the requirements, we choose how to choose them. And what is React and how it works, that we will see today. That means technically more about the working of React. So I've given you a complete overview to you. So you need to understand now more detailedly. First point is, what is React.js and how it works? An overview about that, right? Yeah. So technically, React.js is a library. So actually, client side generally we have client side. So we have languages, we have libraries, and frameworks. Client side we have languages, libraries, and frameworks actually. I hope majority of you are aware of them, but just still I will give you an overview. Client-side languages, we have like client-side languages which are commonly used in web development. We have JavaScript, we have TypeScript. This comes under client-side languages. So many are there, right? So client-side scripting languages, so many are there. So many client-side scripting languages are there, right? VB script, CoffeeScript, so many are there. Technically, most commonly used these days, the languages, client-side languages means very popularly used are these JavaScript, TypeScript. Across various requirements, we use them. And we have client-side. So we have client-side libraries. So we have client-side libraries also, client-side libraries. Client-side libraries are like, we have jQuery is a library. We have RxJS as a library. We have JQLite as a library, JQLite. So we have React.js as a library. So we have client-side languages and the client-side libraries. And we have client-side frameworks. So we have client-side frameworks. Like client-side frameworks, like we have the frameworks like AngularJS, we have like Knockout.js, so we have like Backbone.js. So like we have Angular, all these are client-side frameworks actually, Vue.js and all these. So technically, so we have client-side languages, libraries, and frameworks. 3 different are there. Now, what is difference between them? Which one suits the situation? That is very important actually. So the languages, the libraries, and framework. The first question comes here is, what is difference between language and the library? What is difference between language and library? That is the general question first. Actually, the difference between language and library is nothing but, so language requires functions defined explicitly to handle various interactions. That means language requires functions defined explicitly to handle various interactions. That means we have to write a lot of functions. We need to write a lot of functions. So we need to write the functions and use the functions to handle the functionality. So that is the problem with these languages. So that means technically a lot of references are required. References are there. First, you should know that what is a technology. If you know the difference, you don't ask this question at all, right? I hope you don't know what is a technology first, right? Generally, what is a technology? Why people call as a technology? Technology means what? First, you know the meaning of technology. Yeah? What is technology? Jyoti Bhushan, what is technology means for you? Don't know. Generally, a software technology we call as a technology when it have a collection of several tools inside it, right? First, you should know the difference. First, you should know the meaning first. In order to ask a question, first you should know what is technology, right? Technology means, in general, anybody personally knows that a technology means collection of so many tools. So that means it is not one, it is a collection of several tools. In that, languages may come, in that, so several other development tools may come. All the combination is called as a technology actually. Understood? First you should know that, then you can talk about the differences, right? So here the key point is the main difference between language and library. So language requires a lot of functions defined explicitly. So a lot of language requires a lot of references. So these are all the problems with the language. Several more points will be there with the language. So what is the advantage of library? Actually, a library is a set of factories. Library is a set of factories. And important, factory is a set of predefined functions. So that means if anywhere you want a functionality, if anywhere you want a functionality, so it is a set of predefined functions. So you can implement the existing functions and define the functionality. So this will improve the development. Actually, a developer have to write a lot of things to handle internally. For example, I will show you one example. I will show you. Suppose, don't worry what coding I am doing here. Just observe the concept, so you will get an idea on that. Suppose I am just giving you a simple overview. See, suppose I'm creating a simple page for you just to make you understand. So language, okay. So I'm creating here a simple document. Just observe the concept, right? So this is language. So we have a body and we have a div, we have a button, so show. And generally what happens is, so I need to put here some image. I have some images, so images and some shoe.jpg. So with height, some height is there. This is some language actually. This is some language. Now important, this is having an ID as pic. Okay. Now I need to hide this pic. Then style, I'm using display as none. So now on button click, on button click, I need to show that pic. Then I need to write function here. So script, so we need to write a function show. And on show, we need to handle a functionality. You know JavaScript, we need to access that pic document.getElement by ID. And I need to access the pic.style.display is a block. I'm displaying it. So we need to write such functionality. So such functionality. That means usually what happens is, so we need to write a lengthy functionality for handling the function. I click on show, then it should display. If I want to hide, then again I need to write one function. Again, I need to write the function for hide. I need to check, is the display hidden or the display is block. If the display is block, then we will put display as hidden. That means suppose I will put here, so alert. So we need to just put here a message, document get element by ID pic.style.display. That means what the display style is there currently we are accessing actually. Our intention is, you say display is block and it is displaying it. That means here we write the condition. If I want to hide it, that means here we need to write if display is equal to block. That means if display is equal to block, that means we need to write a condition here. If display is block, then what should happen is, again document.getElement by ID pic. You can reduce the references. Style.display is equal to none. If it is block, it should be none. If it is none, it should be block. Like that, I need to flip. Lot of logic I have to write. Lot of functionality I have to write. This is lengthy approach of handling any functionality. And this is a regular task actually. This is a regular task we need to perform. If this is the regular task we need to perform and so much lengthy we need to handle, that is very risky in language. Now, what is advantage of library? This entire functionality is kept at one location. Entire functionality is kept predefined, ready-made. Just you need to apply the functionality to which element you want. You don't need to write everything like this. So that means if I'm doing this in a library, observe here, I'm showing you a library. So script source is equal to, so we have jQuery. So this jQuery is a library. In the jQuery library, I'm just using, so here a predefined function. So that means here we are writing on button click. So what should happen on button click? Just we are defining. So hash pic, that is the image, we will use toggle the image. This toggle is a function, which is a ready-made function. This function will verify what is the initial display. If initial display is show, it will hide. If it is hide, it will show. That means earlier you have seen that I have to write a condition and logic for that. But now it is a ready-made function available here. I click on show, it should display. Again, click on that button, it should hide. That is easy. That is very easy. We can easily handle that functionality. That is the advantage of a library. So library have the ability to provide you the predefined functions, the ability to provide predefined functions. We don't need to write much. So, but we need to write, but we don't need to write much as a language. Library, not only that, actually, library also So library reduces the compatibility issues. Because library have a solution for every browser actually. Generally, language problem is, suppose if you have learned JavaScript, one problem in JavaScript is, suppose I want to verify, I'm just writing a script here. I want to verify a key code. So I want to verify the key code. That means which key they pressed. I need to verify the key code. Actually, to verify key code, we have options like key code. We have option like key code. We have option like char code. We have option like char code. We have option like which. These three are used to verify the key code. That means which key they pressed, verify the key code. Now, as a developer, why we have three? Because some browser cannot understand the key code. Then we have to use which. Some browser cannot understand which. Then we have to use key code. Which browser he is using, which browser he will use, we are not sure. We are not sure about the browser. So then for every browser we have to write. That means what I have to do is I have to write a condition. If key code is equal to 65, so, or if char code is equal to 65, that means E, that is A, or which key is equal to 65. Now the question is, why you are writing 3? 1 is enough now. 1 is enough, but I am not sure which browser he will use, which action he will use. Then some browsers cannot recognize the which key. They will recognize key code. Some browsers cannot recognize key code. They will recognize which. That's the reason I have to write for all. So in languages, client-side languages, all the compatibility issues you have to manually handle. So that is the problem here. Not only that, I hope you have learned in your CSS also. Suppose you are writing style. And in the style, so we have to write transition. I hope you know that. So we can put, so the transition, how we can put the transition. So WebKit transition, so or transform scale is equal to 1. Transform scale equal to 1. That means here the point here is, so we are writing, so Mozilla transform is scale is equal to 1. We are writing some Opera transform is equal to scale equal to 1. Do you know? I hope many of you know that. Actually, only transform scale is equal to 1. That is enough actually. Only transform is equal to scale is enough. But some browsers cannot understand. That is the problem with JavaScript, jQuery, and HTML also have this problem. Browser compatibility issues are there. That means a developer have to write 4 lines to do the same work because we don't know which one he will use. We also have like MS, right? We have MS transform. So MS transform scale 1 like this. That means actually 1 is enough, but we don't know which one he will use. In that case, we have to write for all of them. This is one of the main problem with the compatibility issues. The main issue with the compatibility. So that means one of the major problem is compatibility issues. And the library reduces these compatibility issues because everything is internally written for it. That makes sense, right? That means we have to just import the function and use the function for our application. So that is the basic approach we actually need to follow. That's what actually difference between the library and function. Actually, library means it is a set of factories. Library means a set of factories, and a factory means a set of functions. Yes. So that is the main point about difference between language and library. Now, what is problem with the library? So the React.js is a library. React.js is a library. So many people have a wrong assumption. Some people say React.js is a framework. So wrong. React.js is not a framework. React.js is a library. Right? It is not a framework. It is a library. Yeah. So technically, what is problem with library? That means what is difference between library and framework? What is problem with library? That means next thing you need to understand what is difference between library and framework. What is the difference between library and framework? That is another important question. Remember, without knowing all this, we cannot handle any technology. First, we should know the difference. What is difference between library and framework? Actually, one of the main point is library can build application. That means it will provide all the options which are used for build application. But library is passive. Library is passive means not active. So important, library cannot control the application flow. control the application flow. So library can build application, but it is passive. So it cannot control application flow. It requires browser events. It requires browser events to make library active. It requires several browser events to make the library active. We need browser events to make the library active. That is one major problem with library. Library can build application, but library cannot control the application flow. That is the reason. So in a higher level also, suppose you learned some technologies like Java, so like .NET, like PHP, like Python, some technologies you learned. So when you learned these technologies and you say, I know Java, I know .NET, I know PHP, and go to companies. So first question they ask is, okay, you learned Java, .NET, PHP. So that means you are a Java language learner, you learned it. They will ask you what frameworks you learned, learned in Java, what frameworks you learned in Java, or you learned in PHP, or you learned in .NET, or you learned in Python. That is the regular question they ask in interviews, right? Java people learn framework like Spring, Hibernate. Am I right? Spring, Hibernate. Python people will learn like Django, Flask, and PHP people learn frameworks like Code Igniter, Cake PHP, and .NET people learn framework like ASP.NET, MVC. Framework are very important for a higher level applications. So a framework controls the application flow. Library cannot control the application flow. Your concern is about building the application. Then a library is enough. If there is already some framework in the background working, so then you can use just framework, a library in the foreground. But client side also you want to control the application flow. Then library is not enough. Observe carefully here. So what is problem with the library? What is the issue with the library? And what is the framework? Actually, technically speaking, framework is a software architectural pattern. So that provides set of libraries to build application, and can also control the application flow. So framework is a software architectural pattern that provides a set of libraries to build application and can control the application flow. It has the ability to do two things: building the application and controlling the application flow. If you are not concerned about controlling the application flow, then you can go with library. But you are concerned about controlling the application flow client side, then you need a framework. So actually, suppose I'm showing you a library only here. So jQuery is one library. I will show you an approach here. See, suppose we have name and we have a text box. Input type is equal to text, ID some txt name, and here we have a heading. So in this heading, I need to display that ID is equal to MSG. Okay. Now our intention is nothing but whatever the name they entered, I need to display the name here in the heading. We need to collect the value from this text box and display here. For that, I'm writing a functionality. So this is jQuery, right? And here I'm writing a functionality. So access the value. That means access the value from txt. So MSG hash MSG.html. That means into that message we need to display txt name dot val. So whatever the value entered inside. That means here my logic is whatever the value entered in text box, collect it and display inside this heading. That is the logic. Now I execute this. Now what happens here is function is loaded. That means the function is loaded. That means the configuration is here. The function is loaded. This is the ID txt name we are accessing. So here we just use $. Here we need to get in the HTML, we need to display actually. That means we have to use $hash txt name dot val. That's what we have to do. Now see here, actually I am entering something, John, and it is not displaying that. The point here is, so observe carefully in the debugger. In the debugger, you can see that the page is loaded. Okay. And I will go to network and I will show you clearly. I will refresh here. You see page is loaded, language.html. library also loaded, jQuery library also loaded. You see library also loaded, and the logic also loaded. You see the logic also loaded. But important is when I'm typing something here, it's not working. That means the value of text box should be collected and displayed inside the message. So that means the value must be collected and must be displayed inside the message. Inside the message, our logic is correct, but this function is not active. This function is not active. So this is not doing that work. Why? Because so library is inactive. We need to make it active. We have to tell when to update. When to update when user is typing. That means while typing inside the text box, then update. That means your functions are loaded, but the functions are not working because you have to tell when to do that. That means when, so hash txt name dot key up. That means when user releases the key, now perform that functionality. That means application cannot control its flow. We need events. You know, key up is an event. You know it? You know, key up is an event. You know it? Key up is an event. That means we need events to control the flow. Without events, the flow will not control. Without events, the flow will not control. Now I told here when to update. Now you see here when I'm typing, now it is working fine. So library is loaded, application is loaded, functions loaded, but they are not functioning. That means they cannot control the flow. So that is one problem with the library. So a library cannot control the application flow. It can build you a good application. You need a lot of events to control the application flow. That is one problem with the library. What is advantage of framework? The advantage of framework is a framework can build the application and can control the application flow. Can control the application flow. And the popular frameworks I already given you, like AngularJS, Knockout.js, Backbone.js, Angular, all this comes under framework. So they have the ability to build application and control the application flow. But for every type of application, we don't want to control the application flow client side. We need to just build an interface. Application flow will be controlled in the background by some other technologies. In that case, so we don't prefer these frameworks every time. So we need frameworks for different situations. We need library for different situations. So technically, you should understand that React.js is not a framework. React.js is a library. And very important is React.js is, so what is React.js? Already I told you. So what is React.js? What is React.js? And as I already given you a point about that, React.js is technically, now you can say that. So React.js is a JavaScript library, So what is the purpose of this JavaScript library? What is the purpose of this JavaScript library? That means, what is the key point about this JavaScript library? So what is the purpose of this JavaScript library? So what is the intention of this JavaScript library? Actually, so React.js is completely used for building. It is a library for building user interfaces, and handling user interactions, client side. It is used for building user interfaces and user interactions client side, user interfaces and user interactions in the client side. Actually, React.js was developed by Facebook. So React.js was developed by Facebook. Facebook developed React.js for their internal use actually, and Facebook developed React.js for building single page applications. They developed for building single page applications, for creating single page applications. They build it, and our developers started implementing this React.js. Actually, in Facebook, Jordan Walke. So he introduced the React.js library. And it was designed for building single page applications. Good UI for single page applications. A very good UI for single page applications. So after that, what is the main advantages? What are the features of React.js? We will see. Basically, just first history I'm explaining. First initial release of React.js was in 2013. So the initial release happened. After that, the very stable release, the latest version of React.js is, so in 2020 October, so the version is 17.0.1. That is the stable release. That is the version we are going to learn. So this is the latest stable version of React.js. We are going to learn this version. So first point, so everyone should get a clarity that React is so a library. But remember, React is library React and Angular, all these are different. Before the world knows about React, actually React is being used internally by Facebook. After that, on developers' request, React became popular. For example, I will show you. So have you ever visited developers.facebook.com? Have you ever visited here? Have you ever visited this developers.facebook.com? Do you have any idea what happens here? Do you have any idea what is this developers.facebook.com? What happens here? Do you have any idea? So you don't know this developers.facebook.com. Actually, it is a Facebook developers community. So you see in Facebook, have you observed several apps are regularly coming. In Facebook, several apps are regularly coming, like a photo mixing app, like a photo editing apps. I hope you have seen like games, like apps. Several apps are promoted to you. Several people use those apps. Have you observed that in Facebook, several apps are promoted to you? Like you can put a poster, like so a badge. You can build up your own badges. You can build up your own posters with different types of effects, animations. Such applications you might have seen regularly. Those all applications are not built by Facebook directly. So they developed some applications and given to Facebook. And Facebook is keeping those applications in the store. Facebook has its own application store. It opens the application store, and from there, applications. You can build applications for Facebook, and you can contribute those applications. For developers, they will provide you platforms. For developers, they will provide you environment for building applications for them. Right? That means you can build applications for Facebook and contribute. Remember, if Facebook likes your application and puts in the App Store, they pay you for that. That means Facebook pays you for the applications that you have built for them. Now, very important is the first question developer asks that, so okay, in which technology I have to build? So then Facebook says that whatever technology you know, in the technology you build an application. And so right, whatever technology, you belong to Java, you belong to .NET, you belong to PHP, you build an application in whatever technology you know and give to us. We will make it available in our application environments so that people can use our applications. Then what happened is, so people started building applications for Facebook. That means developers started building applications for Facebook. So, and contributing to Facebook. Now, when they started doing so, one satisfaction was not there from developer side. Why? Because developer is using JavaScript, jQuery, and some other technologies and building an application and giving to Facebook. Facebook have its own applications like Facebook Messenger, Instagram, Twitter. Facebook have its own applications. When developer looks at those applications, the applications built by Facebook and the applications built by us, so there is a lot of difference in the user interface. That means a lot of advancement in that interface when we see the applications built by them. You can easily tell that this is not officially Facebook application by seeing an application. Am I right? Have you ever observed that? That means by seeing an application itself, you can say that it is promoted in Facebook, but you can simply tell that this doesn't belong to Facebook directly. Somebody contributed to Facebook. Why? Because that interface, that look, feel of application itself tells that this is not Facebook. This is not Facebook, but it is not Facebook, but it is belonging to Facebook community only. That means I hope everyone understood that whatever technology we know, with that we are building an application for them. Then we are not satisfied with the interface we are providing because their interface is different, our interface is different. Then our developers asked Facebook, how you are building your application, what you are using for your application. Then Facebook came with an answer that we are using a library called React. It is built by us for our internal use. I hope everyone understood that. That means React is there with Facebook before the world knows about that React. Right? That means React is already being used by Facebook internally for hundreds, thousands of its interfaces, applications of Facebook completely built with React only. Then what developers asked Facebook, like, so why can't you make this open source so that we can also use this library and build applications for you? Then Facebook said that, okay, let's make this as an open source community. That means we will provide you open source, so then you contribute to us. That is how actually React came into existence. Not only React, so even the Angular like technologies also came with a similar type of background. That means actually React, Angular, all these, Angular belongs to Google, React belongs to Facebook. These all people for their internal use. In that case, obviously some problems will come. Now tell me, is React.js or Angular developed by those companies for our purpose? Have they developed them for our purpose? Have they developed them for our purpose? They haven't developed them for our purpose. They developed for their internal purpose. Already we discussed the difference between React and Angular. Already we done that yesterday. We discussed about it. Right. If you are not there, continue. Whenever backup happens, you can understand again. Yesterday already I explained difference between React and Angular. Right. Now the point here is if a technology is not built for you and you are using that technology for building applications, don't you think you will face some problems? What do you say? Means, can you satisfy every requirement what you need? That means it doesn't have a solution for everything what we need, everything what you need. That is one major problem. That is one major problem with React.js. One of the main issue with React.js is, so it is not designed for what you are using. It is not designed for what you are using. It is not designed. So hence, that is the reason. Hence. So you have a limited library. You have a limited library. But one great advantage is, so React.js library. First point is React.js library requires several external libraries to integrate and handle, integrate and handle. So handle functionality. That means you need React.js requires several external libraries to integrate and handle the functionality. That means you need so many external libraries also. That is one drawback, and that is one advantage also. Advantage is nothing but, that is one problem with React.js. We need several external libraries. For example, in React.js, I want to maintain asynchronous. Then I have to use an external library. I want to maintain routing. I need to use an external library. I want to maintain state management. Then I need to use an external library. Internally React, I want to maintain application for mobile compatibility. I need to use another library. That means React need to be integrated with several external libraries. That is the one major drawback of React. Not only that, but that is an advantage also. How it becomes an advantage is very simple. How it becomes advantage is nothing but, one of the main advantages is now it can fit onto any type of environment. Any type of technology, any type of environment can easily adopt it, and they can use their libraries into React. That means your technology related libraries can be easily integrated with the React library. That means easy plugins of libraries can happen, and you can build very good application with your React. That means React easily fits into all technologies, and you can implement your technologies integrated into them and build an application. That is one major advantage. That is major advantage of this React library. So, but this is just the evolution, how the React.js library came. That's evolution. Now, important, how this React works. That means how React.js works. This is what we need to know. That means installing React.js, understanding the structure of application, creating a React.js application, setting up environment for React, and see the flow of application, how it actually functions. Practically, we need to start now. That we will see from next session, right? Tomorrow, we will continue, right? In tomorrow's session, we are going to start our first practical approach. Means how do we install React? So how to set up environment for React, and how do we start working with React? We will see the step-by-step framework and the language. So few important things we discussed to understand exactly what is React. I given you this overview. So a clarity on understanding about the difference between library and the language and the framework. I hope everyone is clear in understanding with the difference between library and the language and framework. Am I right? I hope you are clear with those 3 points. So what is difference between language and library, and what is the difference between a library and a technically library and framework, right? Because once we are dealing with React.js, we need to understand the issues clearly, right? Now here we need to understand about what are the features of React and what are the drawbacks of React, so limitations of React. So these are another important things you need to understand. So finally, you have a clarity that you are learning a library, right? React.js is a library. So, and how library is different from framework. Yesterday, I given you an overview. So today we are going to discuss about the features. So features of React. What are the features of React and what are the limitations, right? What are the features of React.js? So what are the drawbacks, limitations, so issues? We will see that. Actually, one of the main advantages, because jQuery is also a library. Anyone may ask you in interview a question like, you said that React is a library. jQuery is also a library. So already we were using jQuery. Even today we are using jQuery extensively. for building complex applications. So we are using jQuery. Now you are saying that you are again going to use a new library, React. Then what is difference between jQuery and React? What are the features of React? Actually, the first important feature of React is React.js uses React.js React.js uses virtual DOM that makes the user experience better. That makes the user experience better. That means faster interactions. So the faster interactions. So that is the first important feature. So technically, that is a basic thing. That's why we said that you should know minimum HTML. So without HTML, you cannot learn technologies like React.js. You cannot even attempt them actually. Because if anybody asked you, so what is HTML? How HTML presents its elements? Any basic learner of HTML knows that HTML presents its elements in a hierarchy called, what is that hierarchy is called? HTML presents elements in a hierarchy called, you know, HTML is a collection of elements. Yes, of course, everybody who knows HTML, they know that HTML presents elements in a hierarchy called DOM. Now at this level, you cannot ask what is DOM. So you are not suitable for learning React without HTML knowledge properly, okay? So already I told you the prerequisite is we need minimum good basic knowledge of HTML. Little bit JavaScript, okay, but you need to be strong in JavaScript because we have to use that here. We will not learn again HTML, JavaScript, what is DOM, what is element, what is tag. These are not the points to learn in React sessions, like, yeah. So I hope 100% everyone knows about DOM. Am I right? Document Object Model, right? Yeah, fine. So everyone knows about DOM. If you learn HTML, you know that HTML presents elements in a hierarchy. This is the DOM actually, Document Object Model. This is the Document Object Model. Actually, this is a higher level. So inside this, so this is actually DOM. This is DOM. This is the document model. This is the document model. And the above document model, so everything is called BOM, Browser Object Model. It is called BOM. So that is Browser Object Model. And this is DOM. HTML presents DOM. Okay. That is a general thing. We don't need to discuss that again here, right? So actually, if anyone asks what is the role of JavaScript and jQuery, generally technical answer is JavaScript, jQuery are used for manipulating the DOM. Am I right? JavaScript and jQuery are used to manipulate DOM. Am I right? So HTML presents DOM. HTML presents DOM. And JavaScript and jQuery manipulates the DOM, right? JavaScript, jQuery manipulates the DOM. React.js also manipulates the DOM. React.js also manipulates the DOM. But one important is React.js will not directly interact with the actual DOM. It uses a virtual DOM. That means, so in a clear example, I will tell you. Suppose this is actually the DOM model. So the DOM model, the DOM hierarchy. Right. That means here you can see this is the actual DOM. So this is the actual DOM. So I give actual DOM. So this is the actual DOM. This is the actual DOM. Just a rough example for you. Generally, the technologies like, so the languages like JavaScript and the languages like jQuery, JavaScript and jQuery. So usually they directly interact with the DOM. They directly deal with the DOM manipulations. They directly interact with the DOM manipulation. They directly deal with the actual DOM. They deal with the actual DOM, JavaScript, jQuery. Better for your understanding in the notes clearly, I will keep these diagrams for you. So it is easy for you to understand. Here I will keep that. So that means here, so I will show you the point here. This is the actual, the DOM. So this is the actual concept. That means JavaScript and jQuery, they directly work on actual DOM. React.js is going to not directly interact on the actual DOM. What React.js will do is, React.js is going to create a virtual DOM for this actual DOM. It is going to create a virtual DOM for this actual DOM. This is virtual DOM. And this is, the virtual DOM is more lightweight. So it is more lightweight. Virtual DOM is more lightweight. So that means now what happens is, it is actually a duplicate of the actual DOM. It is a duplicate of actual DOM. Then what our React.js is going to do is React.js is going to handle the interaction on the virtual DOM. It is going to handle the interaction on virtual DOM. This virtual DOM later it will update into the actual DOM. It will update into the actual DOM. That means it will later update into the actual DOM. That means now, so actually user, so client side user is provided with a React.js interface. User is provided with a React.js interface. When user is provided with a React.js interface, the interactions will look faster than JavaScript and jQuery because it is using a virtual DOM. On that virtual DOM, it is handling the manipulations and immediately showing you the result. But in the background, it is taking some time to perform and update on actual DOM. So the manipulations are not directly handled. The manipulations are not directly handled on the actual DOM. They are handled on a replicate. So that is virtual DOM. This makes React to respond more faster when compared to the JavaScript and jQuery. That's how so the React works and the React interface works. The faster interactions, the faster options to handle. So that means one important feature of React, it's not like JavaScript and jQuery. It is going to directly interact. So with the virtual DOM and make your interactions faster. That is one important advantage of the JavaScript and jQuery and React.js. That is the first important feature. It is using virtual DOM. I hope everyone is clear in this point. Point by point, we will get a clarification. Okay. I hope everyone is clear in this, right? Good. All right. Now, second important feature of React is another important feature is React uses JSX. So JSX, so which is easy to handle the manipulations on DOM elements. React is going to use JSX. Actually, it is a JavaScript so syntax library. JSX is a JavaScript syntax library. JavaScript syntax approach. What is JSX? We will discuss detail. Technically, the point here is so it is going to handle so a lot of interactions with the mechanism of JSX. Actually, it is an extension of JavaScript. So it is simply shortcut like JavaScript extension. JSX is JavaScript extension. In short, we call this as JSX, right? So what is the concept of this JavaScript extension? It is one of the key feature of React. So which allow us to create the elements more effectively. And easily we can create the elements. I will tell you the difference. For example, suppose in JavaScript, you might have learned JavaScript. I will just give you a basic overview. Suppose if you have learned JavaScript, so example I will give here. So don't worry on the concept of where I am writing, what I am writing, just observe the concept. Suppose we have the body section. In this, there is a div. In the div, we have an ID. This is container. Now in this container, so I have a head section. So body onload. When body loads, so body load. Now I'm writing a script here. So a function, so body load. And on body load, so here I want to create a picture. Or I want to create a heading and add that heading into this container. Can you tell me how to create a heading dynamically in JavaScript? How you will create? How to create a heading dynamically in JavaScript? How you will create headings, paragraphs, or images, tables? Suppose I want to create a table. And add the table into this container. How you will create tables? If you know JavaScript, actually what we do is we create an element like this, where table is equal to, or we say heading h1 is equal to document.create element. Am I right? Document.create element, and element is heading 1. Into that heading, we want to display some message. Then heading 1.inner HTML. We are displaying welcome to HTML. And this heading should be added to container document into the div document.get element by ID. ID is container. Into that we need to add the heading append child, and that heading 1 to be added. You know this now? I hope everyone know this. This is how we add This is how we add elements in HTML. This is how we render elements. Understood? This is how we render HTML. This is how we render HTML, right? So that means this is the basic thing. Anybody who knows HTML and JavaScript, he knows that this is how we need to render any element in DOM. In DOM, if you want to render an element, this is the approach you need to create. Now, what is advantage of using JSX? Detailing later, we will learn about JSX. I'm just giving an overview. Actually, if it is JSX, then what you can do is, in JSX, we want to create a heading. Then we can simply create a heading. We can simply create a heading. So like this, we can create a heading. So this is heading. We can create a heading like this. Simply, we can create a heading and store in that reference. We can simply create a heading and store in this reference. That means now this is having, this creates automatically a heading. It creates automatically a heading and it puts some content into that heading, And what we can do is, so we can render this into any specific element. We can render this into any specific element. We can return this into any specific element. That means how to render that I will tell you, the functions we will discuss about that. We can render anything into the element. Now this looks more better than the previous. You can directly create an element and you can add this element into any container. That means I can simply render into the DOM. We have an option render DOM like that. We will later learn about it. Into that, we can render that heading 3 directly. Later we are going to discuss, right? But I'm showing you the point here. That means we don't need a lot of DOM references. No need to define DOM references, right? So that means there is no need of DOM references. So this is a little bit better. So this is more easier and faster in configuring and interacting with the elements. That means what is advantage of JSX? What is the concept about JSX? So what is the key point about JSX? That means one of the main advantages of JSX is actually JSX is faster than JavaScript DOM manipulations. It is faster. Actually, logic and markup can be defined in single file. That means logic and markup, margin and markup can be defined in one file. That means actually it is easy to create templates. It is easy to create template. Templates means nothing but a template comprises of, you know that template comprises of presentation and logic. So it makes the presentation and logic. It makes the presentation and logic available at one place. It is easy for designing the presentations with some logic implementations. That's what actually the intention of JSX. Detailing, you will understand about JSX in later stages, because it is a separate concept we will learn in React. So no need to worry. I am just explaining you as a feature, that this is one of the main feature of React, right? That is one main feature of React, one advantage of React. That is the advantage of React. So one is virtual DOM, another one is JSX. I hope everyone got a clarity. So both points are clear now. What is virtual DOM and what is JSX? Everyone clear with these 2 points? Right? What is the advantage of virtual DOM? What is the advantage of virtual DOM? The advantage of virtual DOM, it makes the interactions faster. Good, right? What is the advantage of JSX? It reduces the references that we need to use for DOM manipulation. It can easily create elements. It will do the DOM manipulations faster. Am I right? It will do the DOM manipulation faster. Right. Another important point, another important feature. So you need to know about React is actually React uses. So one-way data binding. React uses one-way data binding. One-way data binding is an advantage as well as a drawback also. Advantage as well as drawback a little bit. One-way data binding. Actually, generally developers should know what is one-way binding and what is two-way binding. What is difference between one-way data binding and two-way data binding? That is important to understand actually. So that means the concept of one-way and two-way data binding is nothing but, let's see one example here. Actually, we generally have data. And this is data is the location where we store everything. That means data source is the location where we store everything. Our data is stored in this data source. Generally in JavaScript, this will be a JSON type. A JavaScript object notation, which contains some details. JSON type. Usually it will be a JSON type. Now what happens is this data need to be presented. So this data need to be presented in the UI. That means this data is accessed. This data is accessed, and this is presented. This is presented. This is presented to the UI. This is presented to the user interface. It is presented to the user interface. So that means one important point is when you are dealing with one-way data binding, especially you are dealing with one-way data binding. There are two options: one-way data binding and two-way data binding. Usually, the key concept of one-way data binding is nothing but generally the data is updated to the view. It is one direction only. It is always one direction. Generally, people call in a different way, so we don't need to worry about those other points. That means whatever data is in the data source, it is going to update into the view. And two-way data binding is a mechanism. That means it is only one direction. It is only one direction. Technically, it is only one direction. Generally, so two-way data binding is nothing but usually two-way data binding means any updates happened in generally first point. Data binding means, I hope everyone understood, data binding is a technique. Data binding is a technique which is the process of connecting the data to the UI. That is the point. So it means the data we have defined inside our component is attached to HTML for presentation. One-way binding means the data flows in one direction, so that whatever data changes, any change happened inside this data, it is going to update in the UI. So that means, so with the new data, the changes are updated into the data. And two-way data binding means data flows in two directions. Data flows in two directions. That means any change in the view, is again updated back to the data. That means whatever the changes happened in the view, those changes are updated back to the data. Now, if your React is using one-way data binding, that means whatever data is present, it is presented in the view. That's working great. In two-way binding, this UI data is also again presented into this back. It is updated back. And React is not having this two-way binding. React is having only one-way binding technique. So in one-way binding technique, so it is faster in presenting the data. That means any changes in the view, it is not going to update the data directly. Why this is? Because we already learned that any change in the view is going to handle on a virtual DOM. Understood? It is going to handle on a virtual DOM. That means it is going to manage all the activities on a virtual DOM. It is going to handle on a virtual DOM. Generally, so other technologies which don't have this virtual DOM, they have to directly update the data. So in the data source, in the backend, that means they directly update the data into the data source. So that means they all require two-way binding mechanism. Now, React doesn't require two-way binding mechanism because React immediately updates to the virtual DOM, which is not actually the complete two-way binding. It is just one-way binding only. I hope everyone understood. That means, so data binding is nothing but technically data binding is a technique. So use it to update the data, the component data, update the component data to view. View means it is UI, component data to the UI. So that means, so any change in data, in component data will update to UI. That means it will update in HTML automatically. Changes made in UI are not directly updated back to component. So they are handled on virtual DOM. So that is the reason React is not actually using the concept of, it is not using the concept of two-way binding. It is completely using one-way binding. Right? That is one important point. That is the virtual DOM and one-way binding. I hope everyone understood this point also. Are you clear? What is one-way binding? Understood everyone what is one-way binding? And React uses one-way binding. Right? Good. Right. So three important features you have seen. One is virtual DOM. Second one, JSX. Third one, one-way binding. Another important feature about React is component-based environment. Component-based architecture, actually. Better to say component-based architecture. So component-based architecture advantage is nothing but, what is advantage is, So it is an alternative for legacy type library. It is an alternative for legacy type library. That means it is more asynchronous. That means it loads only what is required for the situation. That means it improves the performance of application. Component based architecture is one of the great advantages. It is one of the great advantages of a component based architecture is one of the great advantages of React. So this component based architecture, what is the key point is, obviously when you start learning, I will give an example. I cannot give an example without starting any practical React. Understood? Obviously, once we start designing examples, we will learn React, these all things, right? I am discussing all these as features. Understood? Features, you know, we are discussing as features. So we are learning as features means obviously we are going to implement them in our examples. Am I right? And we cannot implement them until or unless first we learn that, right? Yeah, you are going to see all this in your application development. So no need to worry how JSX is written. No need to worry how components are designed. No need to worry how one-way binding works, because that is a very casual thing. We are discussing features means we are going to learn how to implement them. Okay, we will learn how to implement them with not one example, several examples. So no need to worry about that. Once we start practically, we will see all this happening. What is component based architecture? What is legacy type library? Actually, I will tell you one simple example here. Suppose we are having jQuery as a library. I hope many of you people know jQuery. You know jQuery a little bit. jQuery, its core file is jQuery.js. jQuery.js is the core file. In this, in order to use jQuery, we need to import this jQuery file. Am I right? What do you say? Right? That means in order to use jQuery, we have to import this jQuery.js. In this jQuery library, hundreds of functions are there. Hundreds of functions will be there in this library. Like we have a show. So I'm just giving an example. Like we have a show, like we have hide, like we have toggle, like we have a toggle, like we have slide. So we have several functions. We have HTML. So like append, so many hundreds of functions are present inside this library. I hope everyone knows that, right? Now in my application, I am just using a hide function. I'm just using a hide function in my current application. Then don't you think that loading all these functions into memory is a waste of memory? Don't you think so? What do you say? So that means you are loading a complete library, but you are using only a portion of it. Am I right? Am I right? That means you are loading a complete library and you are using only a portion of it. That is what we call as legacy. Several technologies are such legacy type. Now all the technologies are changing. They are changing from legacy to modular type. Modular means only the library that is needed for that situation. Only the library needed for situation is loaded. That means entire library is not loaded. Only the library so that is needed for situation is loaded. That will improve the performance. That will make it better. That means modular, part by part. Only what is needed that will be added. So this is possible by using a component-based architecture. That means what happens is generally, so we have the library. This is React components. In this React components, we will design a lot of components. Like suppose I am creating the components like a login component. So like a register component. So like some components we are designing, like some captcha component. We are designing some components here. Now in my application, I'm using a login form. So then I will inject this login component and I inject this login component into it. And along with the login, I need a captcha to verify whether the user or robot are login. Then I will add this captcha component, inject this captcha also into this. That means I don't need this register component for that particular situation. I will not load it into the application. And not only here, I can use this captcha component in login. I can use in register. I can use everywhere where I want to verify. So that means I can reuse this anywhere. Component-based environment allows you to reuse the components without rewriting the components. And it makes the environment modular. Modular means only what is required for the situation that will be loaded. So this makes your application more lightweight and more faster. This makes the application more lightweight and faster. So that means it is important. That means in simple technique, you can say that it makes your library modular. modular. That means part by part. So what is required? What is required? So for your situation, only those are handled. So that means everything is not handled. Only what is required, that will be handled, right? That will be handled. That's what actually the main concept of having component-based architectures. So component-based architecture. So that is one major advantage. So the performance will improve. So that is what actually the key point is. These are all the basic advantages. The basic advantages of Angular, React. This is technical. Several more points you will understand. So once we start working with them. But these are the key features of React.js. So what are the key features of React? Under these features, so many things came. I hope you have observed them. So under every concept, there are so many features there. There are so many points to understand actually. So the key features of React, is this: virtual DOM, JSX, one-way binding, and component-based architecture. These are important. These are important about the React. Now, what are the problems with React? That means concerns. So that means concerns with React.js. So React.js. That means we need to know what are the issues we face with React.js. What are the concerns of React.js? That means because generally when you are learning a technology, so you have to know the problems also, right? We need to know the problems also. We need to understand both problems also and advantages. So the point is, what are the concerns? What are the main concerns of React? The main problems with the React.js. One main problem with React.js is some advantages are the drawbacks also. So just like as I told you, one of the main problem with React is, the main issue with the React is high pace of development, very high pace of development. So that means very high pace of development is, what does that mean actually? High pace of development means in general development environments, it is good as well as very much not good. Why? Because high pace of development means rapid changes. That means very fast changes in the development process. That means every month some new things are coming into it, very fast changes, because a very large community is behind it. A large community is contributing to it. That means it is a problem for developers. So problem for developers to catch and update the pace of developing features. This is one major drawback. That means a React developer should keep on tracking the changes regularly, because every few months some new things will come. You can expect, you can easily justify that, because observe, suppose you are learning Java or .NET, or you are learning some Angular, some technologies are there. Suppose Java is there from the early 1990s. Can you tell what is the latest version of Java? What is the latest version of Java? Can you, do you have any idea? Right. 15 is the latest version of Java. Am I right? Now imagine React.js started in 2013 and its latest version now is 17. Now it is 17. What do you think? Now imagine, so even other technologies like Angular started in 2013, its version is still 10. That means it is very fastly growing. So this fast growing is like, some people misguide you in this. They will say that it is very much trending, fastly trending. That means the future is going to be React, the very trending. It's not very trending. It is developing fast, means obviously it is going to adopt the new things very fastly, and it is going to provide you solution for new things easily. But it is very difficult for developers to catch that pace. That means by the time you finish React 17, you will get another React version. You need to keep on updating. You need to track the changes. You need to identify yourself. Very poor documentation. Pure documentation. Why pure documentation? Because nobody can make a proper documentation of these features are removed, these are coming, because while he preparing the document, one more document is to be prepared, ready. So this is one problem, right? This is one major problem. The pace of its development is very fast. And for developers, catching the pace is very much key. That means you need to be updated you need to get updated for every concept. That means simply after 1-2 months, once after finishing learning React, after 1-2 months, you cannot still stick to the same example and note that you have learned. You need to know what newly added. Understood? That means after 3 months, if you verify what we have learned, you will see that several changes happened in the latest versions. You need to get updated to them. You cannot still use the same thing. That's the reason it's very much problem for us, right? That is very important. That is one major issue. Another point is generally it has little bit poor SEO, search engine optimization. A poor SEO. Many people miss. Sometimes you can see that this is given as an advantage. They say that SEO friendly. That means many people online also, you will hear online also, because you will be watching several tutorials. Online also several people will tell you that React is having good SEO, but it is a little bit poor in SEO when compared to others, because if your UI is using JSX means it is combining presentation with logic. Which logic? That means now the search engines are robots. They think that this is some insecure. So that means they think that it is not secured. That means it is insecure. It is insecure content, and they will ignore it. I hope you know that. So there are problems we call as cross-site scripting attacks. Have you heard about that? XSS means cross-site scripting attacks. Cross-site scripting attacks. Actually, cross-site scripting attack is nothing but, suppose I'm just showing you the point here. Suppose here we are writing a variable. So we are writing a variable X. In that X variable, we are writing alert, and we are typing something here. So that means hello. And we are defining like this. That means this is expecting a string, but into that you are passing a expression. You are passing an expression. If you pass such expressions into any string type contents, then our compiler will think this is a suspicious data. That means because this kind of queries are written by the hackers in order to hack into your application. They think that this is suspicious data. Generally, web applications think this is suspicious data. And JSX is primarily using this kind of syntax. Am I right? JSX is primarily using this kind of syntax. Am I right? JSX is primarily using this kind of syntax. Then majority of the content that is provided by this JSX, it thinks that it is suspicious. And search engines ignore such kind of contents. Due to that, what happens is several times your website will be ignored in SEO. That means SEO related some issues are there. Because of this problem. Because of JSX issues. We have this problem. So this is one major concern. Another important is, so you need a lot of external libraries to handle various interaction. This is one advantage and drawback also. Why advantage? Because if you have a limited library and you can use your own libraries into it, it is easy for extensibility. But if you want an external library for every different reason, then it becomes a little bit complicated. That means you may think like, so how I can use so many libraries? That means learning React is not just dealing with one library. You have to deal with a lot of libraries. It's not one library. Understood? That means for state management, you need a separate library. For routing, you need a separate library. For mobile integration, you need a separate library. But it is okay. It is good at certain stage, but not great every level. Why it is good at certain stage? It is good at certain stage because so it can allow us to integrate with whatever technology we are using. It can cleanly integrate into them. But the problem is we cannot handle so many libraries. So to handle the interactions every time, for every interaction, you need an additional library to add into it. That becomes an issue also. That is the reason these are all general issues with React.js, concerns of React.js. But anyhow, the point is these are not the primary things. These are not the major things. But so if your application is looking for this kind of environment, then better to go with this, right? So that is what actually the features and the limitations of React.js. Now, once you know the features and limitations of React.js, now we will see how to build a React application, a React.js application. Build a React.js application. That means what we need to install, how do we need to set up, and how do we work with React.js. Yesterday, we discussed about a few basic things. So we learned about these points in the previous session. So that is what are the features of React and what are the drawbacks of React, what are the issues with React, we learned about them, right? And technically, so we discussed about the key features and what are the concerns of React, the features and the concerns, issues with the React, right? Yeah. Now, after understanding that, I hope everyone is clear up to this point. You understood all the concepts, right? What is React and what is the purpose of React? So what are the features of React and what are the issues in React? I hope everyone clearly understood these now, right? Right, everyone is clear with these points. Yes. Now, after understanding this, now today we will see how we can practically implement and work with the React applications. That means, so we are going to learn setting up environment for building React applications, right? Set up environment for React. So for React applications, for React.js. So how do we set up the environment for React.js and what we need for React.js? These are the basic things we will see today, right? So actually, in order to work with React, so we need the development environment with all the library configured. So let's see how do we define that. Actually, you can practice React on online playgrounds, right? So many online playgrounds are there, code playgrounds where you can try them. So here, to set up environment on your PC to work with React.js, so what you have to do is, first step, you need to install Node.js. You need to install Node.js. On your computer, you need to install Node.js. Actually, why we need Node.js? Because Node.js provides a package manager npm. Node manager provides a package manager npm. Actually, package manager is a tool used to install and configure library required for our application. So it is used to install and configure library required for our application. There are several package managers. There are several package managers. So like like we have package managers like Yarn, like npm, like Bower, like Ruby Gems. So we have so many packages like NuGet. All these are the package managers. So installing Node.js on your PC will get you npm, the Node package manager. So we'll use this Node package manager and we will follow this package manager. So in all our development process, so we will learn about how to use it, how to configure it, how do we deal with it. Step by step, we are going to understand. So generally in web development, everybody knows that if we want a library, we can get that, we can configure that, and we can update that through package managers. So Node.js will get you a package manager. So what you have to do is you have to visit the official website of Node.js. So that is Node.js official website, nodejs.org. This is the official website of Node.js. So we need to visit the official website of Node.js. In that, you will find a download for Windows. So, or you can go to other downloads. I will show you here. It contains Node.js for various operating system services. You download from this link. I will copy that link and give it to you here in the note. So you can download Node.js from this particular link. You can download from this link. So after downloading, you can install Node.js. Just follow the process step by step, next. You don't need to worry about any step situations. You just simply follow the next process, and finally it is installed in your machine. And make sure that you are installing. Make sure that Node.js version is 10 above. So sometimes people who already are working in companies, so from several years experienced people with various web technologies background, they might have already installed Node.js, but there may be a lower version of Node.js. So you have to make sure that you install the latest version of Node.js. So make sure that you installed the latest version of Node.js. So the latest version of Node.js, make sure that it is 10 above. Any version is okay. Latest is 14. We have a stable release there. And because when you are using the other libraries and trying to handle the libraries and the commands that we are going to use belong to the latest version. Some commands are obsolete. In old version, they will not work. That's the reason. Make sure that you are using the version 10 plus and above. How to know the version is after installing, you can check the version. So after installing Node.js, check the version from command prompt. So from the command prompt, you can check the version by typing the commands node-v. It will get the node version, and npm-v. It will get the node package manager version. So you can go to the command prompt here, and in the command prompt, after installing Node.js, you can just type node-v, and this is the node version we have. I have 12, that's okay, enough. And we have npm-v, that is the node package manager version, so that is 6 and above. So if node version, so node package version is different and node version is different. You make sure that you have node version above 10. So then node package manager, so 6+ version will come to you, and we will use these commands regularly in the development process. Okay, so that is the first thing you need to keep ready. So make sure that you have installed Node.js, and once verify so whether the Node.js successfully installed on your machine with these versions or not. Right? After that, so after installing Node.js on your PC, now you have to download and install Visual Studio Code editor. So this is Visual Studio Code is an IDE. So it is an integrated development environment, right? Development environment. So you can use different types of environments. So generally, what is the concept of IDE is nothing but, so IDE provides environment. So IDE provides environment from where you can build environment to debug, to test, and deploy applications. Build, debug, test, and deploy applications. It will provide you the environment. There are so many editors available. So there are you can use various editors to get information about. So editors, you can visit editorconfig.org, right? You can go to this website. So this is a website, editorconfig.org. This is the website you can visit here. It will show you what are all the various editors that you can use for your development process. You can see these are all the editors we can use actually. So this is editor config. These are all the editors. So these are all the editors. So it will give you the list of all the editors we can use. These are all the editors. So many editors are there. So we can use these editors. In that we are using Visual Studio Code. We have a lot of editors. We can use anything. So why we choose this Visual Studio Code is, Visual Studio Code is free. It is open source. It have a good support from Microsoft-like technologies. If Microsoft-like technologies are providing a complete open source, free, no license required, and a strong support for web development, then better follow them. So others, some are free, some are paid. You need licenses, right? So we will not use those. So anywhere the development process is same, only few structural changes you need to understand. You can handle any editor. So we are going to use this Visual Studio Code editor. So we are going to use this Visual Studio Code. These are all various editors you can use anywhere. So you can build anywhere. So Visual Studio Code editor. So the official source is, this is the Visual Studio Code official site. This is the Visual Studio Code official site. You can download the Visual Studio Code from here for various operating system services. So you can download it from here and you can use it. So you can download and you can just install this. So I will just give you a link here. So you download and install VS Code, Visual Studio Code. And this is the link I'm giving you here. That is the link for downloading that. So you need two important things to keep ready. So before starting with the application, so make sure that you have installed Node.js and you have installed this Visual Studio Code, because we will use this Visual Studio Code as an editor for developing our applications. So developing the applications, right? Yeah. So that is done. That means now the two basic required things are ready. So that means you have Node.js and Visual Studio Code. And actually, this is Visual Studio Code. This is Visual Studio Code. And I will give you some plugins here. Later, we will add some more other plugins. Actually, Visual Studio Code looks like this. So this is the initial screen of Visual Studio Code. So in Visual Studio Code, now because we will use React.js with a lot of JavaScript, and because React is a JavaScript library, and HTML, CSS also we will use here. After, if you are first time doing this Visual Studio Code, because people who are learning web development, UI development, they might have an awareness of this Visual Studio Code. But people who are new and who are first time watching this, so after downloading Visual Studio Code, I will recommend some plugins. You have to install those plugins also in the Visual Studio Code. Plugins in the Visual Studio Code. In those plugins, first you observe here, after downloading the Visual Studio Code, right side, you have an option, see, customize, install support for JavaScript. Remember, JavaScript already ready to use in any machine, right? So in any operating system services, every browser by default supports JavaScript actually. But here you are installing support for JavaScript. Don't think that you are downloading JavaScript. Huh? JavaScript by default runs on every browser. So you don't need any special installation. You install support for JavaScript means when you are writing JavaScript code, so then it will provide you a better help about JavaScript and guide you more better in JavaScript, so that you can easily handle several options, so and faster in development. So JavaScript related support it will provide that helps you to make the development process fast. Any issues in JavaScript, it can track immediately and tell you. So that is good. That is the reason what you do is, so go to customize, and install support for JavaScript. Install support for JavaScript. Okay, that means already I installed. You click on that JavaScript link, it will install. You can see Visual Studio Code is available for Java, PHP, Azure, Python, anything you can use here, right? So here we are installing support for JavaScript. Okay, good. After that, after installing support for JavaScript, next step what we have to do is go to extensions. You can see in the left side navigation bar, so you have extension, you have an extensions button. Click on extensions button. So it will show you the extensions. It will show you these extensions. So in the extensions, so I will give you some extensions, you download them. That will help you more better in working with our environment. What extensions you need to download is in the extensions. So you download, that means go to extensions. So and install following extensions. Install following. What are the extensions you need to install is, install an extension called Live Server. Install an extension called Live Server. This is Live Server. So search for that Live Server in the search box. You select it and you download this Live Server and install it. So that means you have to install that Live Server. Okay. So I will just give you a simple screenshot also for that. So this is the Live Server, just a simple screenshot for you. So install Live Server. So you install that Live Server here, and I'm giving you the screenshot for that Live Server. Why I'm giving this screenshot? Because by name Live Server, so many will come actually. You see HTML Live Server, you have Live Share Server, PHP Live Server, Live SAS Compiler, so Live Server PP, so many Live Mix Live Server, Live HTML Previewer. So by name Live Server, so many will come. Remember, these are all extensions, and these are all built by some third-party people. And several servers may have some bugs. You cannot report them actually, because you can report to the Microsoft that this is having a bug, but they are not responsible for it, because these are all third parties you are using according to your requirement, right? So that is the reason is, so better always download the good plugin, which is mostly downloaded and used by majority of developers. Otherwise, so several issues will come. You cannot complain. You cannot complain that I have downloaded a different Live Server, it is not working. That's your problem. So because that's not working, that is the maybe issue in that server, maybe issue in that plugin. So maybe issue in your PC to support that plugin. That's the reason we will not take chance in such things. Better we will download and use the best one. You can see this is having some 87. So here 87 and millions of downloads are already happened here. Then better go with that, right? Better go with that. Okay, now I will, and ratings also good for this. We will go with this. And why we need a Live Server? Live Server is required for launching our application and testing our application, previewing the application. That means a Live Server is required. Live Server, it is required to preview your application. That means the application that you are building. So if you want to see the preview of the application that you are building, you need a Live Server. You need Live Server. So download and install this Live Server plugin. That is one option. Another one, so you install and download VS Code icons. So that is another icons. Visual Studio Code icons. In the plugins you search for, VS Code icons. You will see VS Code icons. This is another plugin. You install another plugin called VS Code icons. This is another plugin, VS Code icons. What is the purpose of this is nothing but this VS Code icons gives suitable icons for specific file extensions and names, so that developer can easily identify the file type. Easily identify the file type. Generally, we need to concentrate on extension. That means, is it .html, is it .css, is it .js? Concentrating on extension and understanding about that file type. Rather than that, if you have good icon, so if you have a good icon, then icons are easy to understand. That means if you use this Visual Studio icons, according to the file type, it will put a friendly icon so that developers can easily identify what type of file it is. So without concentrating, because sometimes what happens is sometimes, so you have your Explorer like this. And this is your explorer area. This is your explorer area, explorer area, explorer area. This is the explorer area. And this is the coding area, code area. So what happens is, so in the explorer area, you are working with the file. And sometimes what happens is our file is some name.html. Then usually what happens is, if it is so some name.html, then generally what happens is, so this is hidden actually. This part is already hidden actually. That part is hidden. That means that will be hidden. In that case, you can see the file name, but you cannot see the extension. So you need to expand this and see the extension. It is difficult to identify what file you are dealing with here. So if you put a proper icon before that name, then we don't need to care about the name. Just we can see the icon and we can tell that what file we are dealing with. For that reason, for developers, it becomes more convenient if they know the icon files by their icons. That is easy. Good. So this is also good for you. You can do it. Another, we recommend to install IntelliSense for IntelliSense for CSS class names. IntelliSense for CSS class names in HTML. Because in our React development, we are going to use all the CSS and the Bootstrap. We will implement CSS and Bootstrap, and we will design interactive interfaces. So in that case, so when you are using CSS, it will provide you good help on CSS. IntelliSense for CSS class names. IntelliSense for CSS class names. This plugin will help you. That means it provides help. It provides help on CSS. So when you are especially working with CSS on HTML, it will provide a good help on CSS. So it is also reasonable, and it is good for getting help on CSS, because when you are concentrating on designing good UI, good user interfaces, that means then you need to have a good support for the HTML and CSS things. Otherwise, you cannot build it. So this is another plugin you need. So you need to install this plugin also. Install this plugin. So these are all the things you need to keep ready in your Visual Studio Code. We need to keep everything ready in your Visual Studio Code. Later, we will need some more plugins. Later, we will see them. Initially, these are enough. So you have installed Node.js. So, and you have installed Visual Studio Code. Editor is ready. Now let's see how we can create a project. How we can configure the project, and how we can deal with the project. So how we can create a project. So that means now creating a new project. How we can create a new project. Let's see. Now we need to create a project and set up the project to work with React environment, right? So in that case, what you have to do now is, in order to create a new project, first you have to go to your PC, any drive, C drive, D drive, anywhere on your PC. You create a new folder for the project. I'm creating a folder called React app. I'm creating a folder called React app. Okay, this is React app. That is the folder. We will give different reasonable names and everything. So you need to first create a folder for this project. That means what we have to do is, so you can create from anywhere. So command prompt or anywhere. Just graphically, you go to any C drive, D drive location and create a folder for that. So first step, what you have to do is create a new folder for project. So by name, so React app. So on your PC. So that means initially I have done that on C drive, right? See, we have React app. That's what I have created. You can create wherever it is convenient for you. So, and once you created this, now open this in the Visual Studio Code. So open in Visual Studio Code, open your folder in a Visual Studio Code. Open this in the Visual Studio Code. That means go to Visual Studio Code, go to File menu, open folder, and select the folder in C drive. In C drive, we have React app. That is the folder, and select that folder and OK, and open it. That is the React folder. This is your React app folder, and currently it is empty. Nothing is inside this React app folder. It is empty. So we need to just create a folder. We need to configure a folder, and this is the folder. It is a general folder. It is an empty folder. It doesn't have anything inside it currently. It is not having anything inside it currently. It's an just empty folder. Now, important is we need to make it as a web application. So that web application should use React. How you will make this as a web application? So how you will make this as an application, professional application? For that, what we have to do is, what we need to do here is, so open this folder location in your terminal. Actually, you can open that folder location in command prompt. You can open the folder location in command prompt, or you can do like this. You can simply go to terminal and select new terminal. It will open terminal. So it opens the terminal from where you can run the commands directly. You can open it in a separate command prompt and try, or you can directly define here. So what we have to do is you need to open terminal. Open your folder in Visual Studio Code. Generally, how do we do that? So for that, we have to go to File menu, and in that we have Open Folder, and in that we have to select that location C:/ React app. That is the folder we have defined. Okay. After that, next step is open terminal. You need to open terminal. To open terminal, you can use terminal menu. So that means you can go to terminal menu, and select new terminal. Yeah, you have to select new terminal, or we have a shortcut also. We can press Control plus backtick. So Control plus backtick. This is actually backtick. This symbol is backtick. We call backtick. It is present on a tilde symbol. You can see that on tilde symbol it is available. And the backtick, it will open the terminal. So you can open the terminal. In the terminal, or you can open in command prompt. That means CD React app, like this. You can open in command prompt, or you can directly open in the terminal here. Now here, what we have to do is we have to run the command npm init initialize npm init. After entering into the terminal, you have to run the command npm init. That means you have to type in this way. So we need to define. So that means here we have C: React app. Here we need to type npm init. This is a command which is used to set up the all the initializations required for your project. That means this command will configure the entire initialization of your project. That means it will make your folder as a professional web application folder. That means it will contain all the metadata about your project, like what is your project name, what version it is, so what project description is, so what is the startup file in that project. All such information is defined in a special file. That means actually it will generate package.json. This is the file that it generates. It will generate package.json that comprises of project metadata. That means information about the project. And this project JSON is very much important, especially when we want to deploy our project in some other location. We want to use this project in some other location. This package JSON is very important because it tells what you are using in this project, what libraries you are using in the project, which version you are using in the project. Everything about your project is maintained inside this package JSON. So you have to run the command here, npm init, and you can see that npm init, it will start a command and it will ask you some questions. That means you have to walk through these questions. What are those questions? First question, it is asking, what should be the package name? So what should be the package name? That means what should be your project name? So suppose I say React application, React app, that is the name. I'm giving the same name, React app. Okay, enter. Next, it is asking, so that means, it is saying that don't use any capital letters. Okay, we are writing here React app. Okay, that is the package. Fine. What version it is? We will keep the version as 1.0. You can versionize your application. So towards the end, we will discuss how we can set up all those versions and all. Initially, I will leave that empty. By default, it will take one version. Okay. Description. So description is this is our first React application. That is the description. Anything you can describe about your application. Next, entry point. That means by default, from which page it has to start. Usually, if you are using a HTML project and it should start with index.html, that is the entry point. That means application starts with index.html. Because we are developing a component-based environment, so by default, keep index.js as the startup. By default, it is taking that as entry point. Later, you can change them. You can override them any number of times. No need to worry about that. So then generally, what we are doing here is we are leaving it empty. So we are leaving it empty. So just enter. So that means it will take index.js. It is asking for test command. So that means, do you want to use any testing framework command to start testing unit testing? So currently, we don't have any test options. Ignore that also. And Git repository, it is asking, do you want to publish this directly to any live GitHub pages, which we will see in the later, not now. We don't want to publish directly live. So how to publish and deploy onto live servers, cloud servers, we will see in the later stage. So leave it empty. Okay, keywords. So the keywords that are used for searching for this, you can give any keywords. Suppose means what are the keywords for your project? You can define that. That means here I define React shopping application, shopping, React shopping, some smart shopping. So something like these keywords we are defining here. Author, some defines a Naresh I Technologies, that is the author. And license, what's the license it is? Suppose I define some MIT. You can give any license what you are holding about your application. MIT is an open source license. Actually, it indicates that anybody can modify, anybody can contribute this. Actually, you can configure any license. Okay, that's done. Is this okay? Everything is okay. Then type yes, YES. You type yes and hit enter. Then everything is done. And everything is done. And automatically you can observe that in your project, there is package.json. There is package.json. That means automatically a file is generated for your project, package.json. So open that package.json. You will see all the information that you have configured is here. All the information you have configured is here. That means the name, the version, the description, the startup page, and the scripts here, scripts styles. Later we can add so many things here. Not only that, suppose for this project, you are downloading extra libraries like Bootstrap, like Font Awesome, like React related other libraries you are downloading and installing here. It will keep the information about all the libraries that you are working in the project. This file is important for deploying the applications to understand about the application, Generally, so what we have to do is we need to configure this and we need to define this. We have to define this. So this will ask you so many questions and it will generate a package.json file. And I will just give you the code here, what it actually generated there. That means actually I will give you this, the question sequence, what it is giving, what it has given to you. That means the package name, the versions, the description, everything. So is this. So this is the, just I'm giving a copy here. So that means, yeah, that means this is what actually it asks for the questions. So what are the questions relevant? So it will ask all this. And we configured all those details. We configured all the details and defined them. So we skipped a few details and a few details we have configured. Now your application, your web application is ready, but it is not yet ready. It is not yet ready to use, React. React library is not yet configured into it. So in order to set up React for your application, so you need to download 2 libraries into your project. So you need to download 2 important objects. That means, so now you have to install React modules into project. What is a module and how this module system works? Generally, you will understand them in JavaScript based environment, which I will show you in the next level. We will discuss about them. And here we have to install React modules into the project by using the command. Here in the terminal, you have to run the command npm install -- save React. You have to use that npm install save React. So this is to download and install the React main module for your project. It is going to download and install the React main module for your project. It is doing that. Once it is done, it downloads the latest version of your React and it is installed React. That means this is the command you have to execute. And React actually requires one more option. And that option is React requires one more module. And that module is the module required for React is React DOM. You have to install npm install. So --save React -DOM. You have to install these 2 modules. One React is the core module, another DOM module. This module is for DOM manipulations, to handle the DOM manipulations. I told you React have a lot of libraries to integrate step by step. What you need only that you have to integrate. If you just install React, the core library of React will come from where you cannot handle the DOM manipulation. If you want the DOM manipulations, you have to install this React DOM also. That means we are downloading and installing the React DOM. --save is the command which makes this so installing permanent for this project. Otherwise, generally, whenever any modification happened in the project, these libraries will reset every time. We don't want to reset them. That's the reason we have to use save. So that means you need to install one more module and keep that in your project and another module. Remember, all installed. So remember, the installed library will be maintained in a node_modules folder. In node modules folder. Already, generally, if you know basic web development, I think you know about this folder. Whatever library required for our project, it is kept inside this folder. Observe here, in our project, node modules folder is created. And this node modules folder, is configured and created. And once the node modules folder is created, observe carefully here. In the node modules, you have a lot of libraries defined. One, we have a React library and we have a React DOM library. So we will understand about the infrastructure, what it contains, what is the purpose of those scripts, why we need them, how to use them. We will discuss them. We will see all of them. Initially, you see one more file is added here, package.json. I will open this package.json. This package.json contains the same information. Observe here. Additionally, it added dependencies like React 17 version, React DOM also 17 version. Your package.json is updated. With the libraries that you have installed. That means now your project have the dependencies of React. You see package lock.json file will be there. In package lock.json, it will get information about every library it has downloaded. That means detailed information about the library. So what React library, what version of that library, what it requires, from what the dependencies it needs, everything. It will get information detailed about every library and handle this. So that means your package JSON contains the information about the packages, means the libraries, and detailed information about every library is present inside this package lock.json, which is automatically updated and created whenever you configure the project. So now your project is ready. Your project is ready to use React. Your project is ready to use React. But how do we generally create a React application? How do we configure the React application? How we can start with the React application? How to create React application? That is the first thing we need to understand. This is setting up environment to use React. Now we have to create a React application. In that we have to use this library. And we need to build a React application with the screens and with the design. We need to understand the project architecture. And to create React application, so generally to create the React application, we use the command create React app. Create React app. And you give any name for that. That is shopping. So that is the app name. Any name you can give for the app. I given the name as shopping. So that means we are creating a React application. We are creating a React application. We are using the command create React application. So later I will tell you how we can configure that, how we can define this application. But important is first we need to install this package create React, because this is related to React application commands. These React application commands we need to execute. Suppose I click enter, it says it is not a recognized command. Why? Because this is belonging to a React library command. For that, first you have to install the create app related library. You have to install this library, then you can use that library. That means you have to install that. We can do that by using npm install -g globally create React app like this. So that means we are globally installing this create React app library. This create React app library will allow you to create a React application, maintain a React application, configure the React application, so according to your requirements. So this library is huge. You have to first install this library. So you have what you may ask, like what we done with npm install React. That is, you are installing React library. After installing React library, now important is you need to install this create React app module. Then it allows you to create an application. Now you can use this command create React app, create React app, and you give the name of the app as shopping. That means it will create an application for you by name shopping. It is creating an application for you by name shopping, and it is installing all the modules that is required for your application. So in order to create an application, first step, what we have to do is we have to configure this command. You have to configure this command. So this is setting up environment. Now how to create a React application? In your create a React application. In order to create React application, what we have to do is first, so we have to run this command npm install -g. So we have to use create React app. This module you have to install. After installing this module, next what you have to do is we have to run the command create React app and some application name shopping. So that will create a React application for you. It will set up entire environment for your application. It will take a little while to download all the library required for your application. It will take a little while to download all the library required for your application and configure that. So once the React application is created for you, you can observe in the shopping folder, it will add several more subfolders and packages, and several files are added into it. Currently, it is adding only package JSON. Once it is finished, it will add all the file system into it that is required for designing React application. We need to understand that file system. That means we need to understand the architecture of React application, what it comprises of, what is the role and responsibility of every file in the project, and how we can start the project, how we can start working with the project. That's what we need to handle, right? So technically, first it will take a little while because a lot of library need to be downloaded and used here. I will also show you another technique of how we can simply integrate this React into our existing web application and use by linking the libraries of React. How we can use from CDN, you can do that. That we will see later. That we will discuss later. How do we do that? So first, once this library is successfully installed, everything is ready. Now you can start this and you can test so whether your React application is working fine or not. From where it is getting the output, what is the architecture and infrastructure of this React application, we will learn. Once it is finished, then what we have to do is after creating, we have to run the React application by using npm start. Npm start, it is used to start the React application. It is used to start your React application. Npm start is the command which is used to start the React application, configure and start the React application, right? So that we can do after this is successfully installed. Let's wait for a while so that it is successfully installed. So then we can understand the infrastructure of the project, infrastructure of the project, what it comprises of, what it provides and everything, right? Yeah. Then we will start building the application. So how we can write the components, how do we design the components, and how we build the application. So for React, we will see that. It will take a little while for the first time because it has to install all the packages required for you. It will take time, a little while. So once it is done, once it is successfully done, so then you have to run that application. You have to run the application by using this npm start command. npm start command. Usually your application starts, generally your application starts on a local server. So generally application starts on a local server. When application starts on a local server, so it will show you, so on which IP address and which port number application is running. You have to access that application from that IP address and the port number. Once you start, so where it started and how it is configured, right? So, okay, so a 50% completed for this. Yeah. I will show you another technique also. That means if already you have an application like PHP application, JSP application, .NET applications, or some other web applications you are having, and you want to use React inside that application to build the effective components for your user interfaces, then how do we include that? That process also I will show you. How do we manage that? This is separately creating a React application. We can do that in our existing projects with existing environment, because .NET people use React, Python people use React, Java people use React, Ruby people use React, all web technology, PHP, everyone uses React. Then they don't need to do all this every time. So if you are creating a separate React application, you need to follow that. So otherwise, what you can do is we can just bring the files from their repository and you can integrate them into the application. You can visit the official website of React. So this is the official website of React. And in this official website of React, when you say get started. So here you can observe, so they will provide you the options. They will provide you CDN links. Get these CDN links. These are the CDN links. This is the CDN link for React and React DOM. That means just what you have to do is you don't need to download React and React DOM. Just you need to copy these files and keep them in your HTML page. They are ready. That means they will be directly accessed. I hope you know already what is CDN means. So, but CDN problem also, you know, right? If you are using CDN means, so every time you are accessing from a server. So that means it will take a little while in responding to your request. If you maintain offline library, then it is faster in development process actually. So people who don't want to download and install React, they can directly use these CDN links and work with them. Okay, right. So that process also we will discuss in the later stage. How do we deal with this? Right. And still it is taking a while downloading all these packages. And you can see in the shopping folder, again in node modules is maintained. Now, what is the difference between the node modules in the shopping and the node modules outside is nothing but this is your workspace. That means React app workspace. In a workspace, you can maintain several projects. For all projects, if you need certain library, you can maintain in the main node modules. For only this shopping project, you want some library that is maintained in this shopping node modules. That means you have two node modules there. One is the main node modules, because this is your workspace. Workspace means in the workspace, you can maintain several files. You can configure and maintain several projects. And currently we are defining only one project. If you want to create another project, then you have to use the command again, create React app and another project name. There can be multiple projects in the workspace. All projects can share a common library that is kept in the main node modules. And every project can have its own individual library so that it can work only for that particular project. That is maintained in its internal, so here node modules, it is maintained there in the node modules. So up to this part, you can try practically, but once we see how to handle it, we can understand step by step also, right? Yeah. Any another option already I told you, na? You can do it from the command prompt. Yes, Bhushan, you have any doubt? Have any doubt?
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, Bhushan here. Sir, when Angular 10 new batch is started?
So not sure. Contact admin for that. Huh?
Hello.
Contact admin for that. Right?
Hello. Hello.
Okay, so everything is successfully depending on this, right? Everything is done. and it is installing all this. Yeah, it has installed a lot of the packages for you, right? Still it is doing the work. Yeah, some more updates. Yes, Manoj, have any doubt?
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, just I'm asking you, sir, that time what you keep press to ignoring like Git and all those things?
Because we haven't established any cloud integration so that we can deploy on cloud, right?
Yes, sir, but my question is like what you press to ignoring those things, sir? On
Just
that.
enter, just enter, hit enter. Enter,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Right. Now it's everything is done. Now what we have to do is now we need to change into project location. Change into project location and CD. Our project location is shopping. Change into the project location. After changing to the project location, now we have to run npm start. npm start. We have to start the project. So after doing this, so creating the app, next step, change to shopping, and you know how to change to shopping. That means C:/. So we have React app. In React app, we have in shopping now, shopping. So that is the folder. You have to change to the shopping folder, and there we have to run this command npm start. We have to run the command npm start. That means it will start a live server for you. On the live server, it will launch your application. Your shopping application will be launched on the live server, and it will allow. It is starting the deployment server. Yeah, first you continue this, you will understand everything. On first day, you cannot learn like how to do in Java, how to do in .NET, huh? Right? First you do what I given you to do. Later you will learn in later stages how to do with others. Okay. And you can see that. So it is started now, started the development server, and it launches the browser. And in the browser, you can see it is requesting this localhost 3000. And this is our React app. And this is our React app. And this is our initial page. By default, one screen is here. We can customize this now. That means how this page is coming, from where this page is coming, what it actually comprises of. All these things we have to learn now. So that means this is the default template. From where it is coming, what it actually comprises of, how it works. These all things we are going to see step by step. That we'll see in our next session, right? Tomorrow, right? Tomorrow we will see how we can understand the React application infrastructure, how to customize, how do we, these are the basic things we discussed, right? Yeah. So have you tried that? Have you tried that? Have you practiced that? So have you tried and practiced this? Right? So setting the environment, working with the environment. Have you tried this? Right. Yes. Yeah. If you are facing the problem, that means make sure that your drive where you created the project, it is having all the permissions. Huh? Understood? Permissions. So because if you are creating on desktop, many people have a habit of creating directly a folder on desktop and creating project on desktop. So avoid that, right? So you keep in any drive location directly in CDE and configure there. Don't try to put your projects on desktop, okay? And try to install these libraries, because so generally the libraries that you keep on desktop for an application are not authorized to access. That is the error, you are getting unauthorized access, okay? Now? Or better, you open your command prompt in admin mode, run as admin. You know this now, right? That means when you launch the command prompt and you are trying to run the commands, so run as administrator, use this. Because you don't have admin permissions, then what happens is these commands will not execute. These commands will not execute. Yes, right, those commands will not execute. In order to deal with those commands, so you need to know the location correctly. That means executing these commands, run as administrator and try, okay? Now? So unauthorized access means you don't have any permission for that particular folder, okay? So run as administrator, your entire command prompt and try. That's where you need to follow, okay? Right. So I hope rest of other people able to set up the environment. Have you installed all these in the same order, huh? Everything? You installed the projects, right? right? Were you able to create project? Were you able to create a React application? Have you tested that React application? Yes, good, right. Yep. So generally, if you have any issues and the problems, right, generally, once we start the register sessions, you install AnyDesk on your machines so that once we start the registered sessions, I can access your machine and I can see what problem you are facing and we can rectify that. Okay, na? Right? All these issues we will resolve. So if you are facing any problem in installing, creating applications and all, so no need to worry about that. Okay. So let's just continue today the other basic thing, because today we will have our last demo session. Then from tomorrow onwards, we will have only registered sessions. So, and tomorrow I will get back to everyone. I will verify have you perfectly set up environment or not. And if you are facing any problem, I will access your machine and I will see what issues you are facing. Okay, now, right? We will do that. No need to worry about it. Okay, right. Now, so technically, after creating the application, yesterday we downloaded Visual Studio Code and we downloaded Node.js and React related all the libraries and everything. And now here, yes. And this is our project yesterday, what we created. Project location is React app. So this is actually referred as workspace. Actually, this is our workspace. This is our workspace. In the workspace, you have some folders. So, and in that, we have some files inside it. At high level, this is your workspace. So let me give you a detail option actually. So that means React workspace, React application, React workspace. So that means actually workspace is nothing but workspace. It comprises of shared libraries. So for all your projects, all your React.js projects, all your React.js projects. That means workspace comprises of all shared libraries for all your React.js projects actually. That means projects usually workspace in workspace you can maintain multiple projects. You can maintain multiple projects. So you can maintain multiple projects in the workspace. And at high level, workspace comprises of these things. We will see that what workspace actually comprises of. We will see. Let's keep one table to understand the workspace here. What actually workspace comprises of. I will just put a, yeah. So we will put a simple table here. Yeah, and here we are configuring. Yeah, so that is a file or a folder, and let's take some description about that. That means what is the responsibility of that file or folder, and the responsibility of that in the workspace. Actually, you see in the workspace, you can observe that in our workspace you have a node underscore modules. I hope already, if you have worked with any web development environment, many of you know what is the purpose of node modules. I already told you what is the purpose of node modules. Can you tell what is the purpose of node modules? What is this node modules and what is the purpose of node modules? Yeah. It contains a library. Good. Is there any more technical term to explain? That means, can you tell a technical word so that interviewer will be satisfied with that word? So what node module contains? Can you answer in a technical way? More technical. It's a technical way. It contains library. Okay, it's good. But we want an experience level answer. Then what you can say, what node modules contains, how you can tell that? Because if you say it contains library and all, that's like a general answer. But it is a correct answer, but general answer. How an expert can answer about that? So the technical term is actually, so node modules, it comprises of project dependencies. This is very good technical term to use actually. Understood? So this is the very professional and technical term to explain that. Why? Because dependencies means whatever library required for our application. Am I right? Dependencies means whatever library your project needs, all that library is maintained in that. Right? This is the technical way. Actually, in a more technical way, you can say that it comprises of dependencies and dev dependencies. Dependencies and dev dependencies. So that is the more technical way actually. Dev dependencies are nothing but development related dependencies. So that means actually, so you can see all the dependencies, technically you can see all the dependencies that are defined here. So that means usually dependencies are nothing but the libraries. You can, that means in more simple term, I will explain here. That means the library required for your React application is in node modules. The library required for your React application is in node modules. Understood? That means it have all the dependencies. So, and very important is this library can be shared, or you can technically these dependencies can be shared. These dependencies can be shared to all projects in workspace actually. That means generally if you create a separate project, then the library is available only for that project. But here we created a workspace actually. Sometimes people, when they start working with React applications, directly they run command called create app. So you might have seen in so many locations, directly they use create app. When you use directly create app, then what will happen is it will directly create an individual project. So, and whatever they install, it will be for only that project. It cannot be shared across the projects. So better you maintain a workspace, and in the workspace you maintain your project, so that these node modules can share into the node modules whatever you add. So these are accessible to every project actually. Suppose I want to install some Bootstrap, and I want to use Bootstrap in all my projects. Then in every project you don't need to do that. Go to the terminal. So here you have to say npm, so install -- save Bootstrap. That's what we have to do. -- save is for permanently saving that Bootstrap library here. Why? Because when you install library and you don't use the save command, so then sometimes library is temporarily added, and whenever your project is reopened, application reopened, then the recently installed library will be deleted. It will reset the library actually. To avoid that, better use save. Understood? Better use save. And currently where I am running that command, I am not running the command in the project. I am running the command in the workspace. Am I right? I am running that in the workspace. That means now Bootstrap related all the library will be added into your node modules. The library required for Bootstrap will be added into the node modules. It is added, and you can see that in the node modules. So in the node modules, you'll see Bootstrap is there. Am I right? That means now what is advantage is in this workspace, you can maintain several projects. We can say several projects. Of course, so generally in real world environment, usually you will be developing library for multiple domains actually, right? Multiple domains, right? Then what do you say? Do I need a shared library or I need a local library? So obviously, if you are developing application for multiple domains, you need a shared library, right? That is the reason you people in real-time environment, many times you use CDNs. Am I right on CDN? I hope everyone knows CDN, right? You are using CDN, means what? CDN, you are using CDN means what? You are using a shared library only, no? CDN means you are using a shared library, right? You are using a shared library, right? Right. So that is what actually option is, right? Right. Now the key point is here. One important option is generally, that is the basic of how the application maintains all its libraries. Now, where I can get the information about the libraries, installed in my workspace. What do you say? Where I can get the information about the libraries? Of course, you don't have access to internet, but you are working in a company, will have an intranet, right? You will have repositories. Do you know first real-time development, how it happens, Mr. Murli? Without knowing that, these all doubts are baseless actually. Do you know entire development happens on 4 servers? Do you have a sandbox server? Then do you think this is relevant at all? Anything sense? So that means you are developing in a sandbox server? You are developing in sandbox server? Or you are publishing in sandbox server? Where you are developing your application, Mr. Murli? Where you are developing your application? Not in .NET application or that, right? I'm asking on which server you are developing your application. You know, sandbox, development, quality, production. You know this environment? You know this environment? Do you know the code? No, you don't know. Then where you are working? You don't have a production environment and you say you are working in real time. What do you say? It doesn't make any sense, Mr. Murali. Right? You don't know sandbox, development, production, quality, servers, and you are saying I'm working in real time. That doesn't satisfy. So then how, I hope at least you know, right? you will not work in sandbox server. Do you know what is a sandbox server first, Mr. Murali? What is a sandbox server, you know? So leave it. I hope you don't have any clarity of it, but just you know some words. That means just like these are enough to fake your experiences. Okay, these points are enough to fake your experience. Interviewer just with 1-2 words of yours, he can catch that you are bluffing, right? So interviewers can easily identify that, right? So with 1-2 of your words, that what you speak, what you question, that tells that you don't have any genuine experience, right? Why? Because a real world developer cannot say that I don't know what is sandbox, what is production, and I can say that I am developing and working. Leave it, right? You will get to know about that later stages. Okay, right? So here the point is generally, so where we can get the information about all the packages and their versions installed. What do you say? Already we have all the packages maintained in node modules. Where we can get the information about the packages installed. The information about the packages installed for our project are present in package.json. Am I right? So it comprises of information about the packages installed in your workspace, and the versions and their metadata. So package lock.json file is there. Package lock.json file will be there. Package log.json file. So it comprises of packages metadata. So it comprises of packages metadata. Right? So that means what is meant by packages metadata? I told you these 2 points. You remember the packages metadata means? Packages metadata. What is package JSON? What is package lock JSON? These 2 points we discussed, right? What is package metadata? What is the package metadata and what it actually comprises of, right? What it actually comprises of, right? Technically package JSON, usually the package JSON. So package JSON, it comprises of all the information about the packages. Metadata means all the detailed information about your package. That means from where it is accessed, what version it is, and all the information is present in package lock JSON. Package lock JSON, it will get all the metadata about the package. So you can see here, there is an option saying dependencies. Am I right? Right? These are all the dependencies. These are all the dependencies that are in your project. These are all the dependencies in your application. All the dependencies in your application, right? So that is the concept of these 2 options. One is your node modules and package JSON and package log.json. These are the basic things available at high level in your workspace. In your workspace, you have these files. Okay. Now go to, and you see there is a shopping. Currently, I'm telling about our current structure. So that means I will give a screenshot for this so that it will be more clear in your notes also. So snip. Okay. So you see these are the options. These are the options in our workspace. This is our workspace. Right? So the workspace, yeah, this is the workspace. And in that we have all these options. And we have shopping. It is your React application in the workspace. In the workspace, we have that React application. Shopping is your React application. Now you need to understand what is present inside that application. So you can expand this shopping. You see so many, again, some subfolders are present. And you can observe here. So you can observe here some similar type of files are present here. Now what is here? So the key point is in the shopping. That means the components. The components of React application. That means the files and folders. The files and folders of React application. These are the files and folders of React application. Let me give you that here. These are the files and folders of React application up to this. These are the files and folders of your React application. And these are the files and folders. Now let's try to understand what these files and folders are about. And observe here in this, again, you can see there is a node modules. So that means the file or folder and description. We have another node modules. Now what is the purpose of this node modules? Yeah, shopping is the name of the application which we created. Okay, that is the name of our React application. So then what is that React app at the above? React app at the above is what it is? The React app at the above. So that is, what do you call it? You call it as workspace. Understood? That is workspace. Now in this you have the node modules. Again, you have a node modules here. Node modules here. You have again node modules here. Now, what is the purpose of node modules in this project? What is the purpose of node modules in this project? What do you say? You have two node modules. One is in the workspace, another one in the project. That means it contains dependencies. So local dependencies. Understood? Better say local dependencies. Understood? That will be a better term, right? It contains local dependencies. Local dependencies are only for this project. They are not accessible to other projects. These are local dependencies. We have local dependencies, right? So that is the local dependencies we are having. Now there is another folder. You see there is a folder called public. So we have a folder called public. Observe carefully in this public folder, in the node modules, you see all these are present. And we have a public folder. This public folder contains here. Remember this very much here. The public folder comprises of, so all static files are present inside this public folder. So that means technically it comprises of all our project static files. Static files are present here. Static files are present here. Static files are the files which doesn't require any compilation. They are just translated and presented. That means they are just parsed and presented actually. Parsing, they just need a parsing. They need a MIME type. Through the MIME type, they are accessed and used in your browsers. Those are all static files. They use just, they are recognized by the MIME types and they are accessed and used in the browsers. All your static files means you can see in this, you have favorite icon, fav icon. I hope everyone knows what is a favorite icon. You have index.html. So what is index.html? That means inside this public, again, you have so many. Inside the public folder, we have so many. We will go into them. We will discuss about them later, right? What is public? It comprises of static files. Okay, later we will go into it and we will see what it comprises of. Next, another folder we are having SRC. So SRC comprises of all our project dynamic files. Here static files means static files like images, like HTML, so text, etc. So all such static files are present here, and comprises of our project dynamic files. SRC comprises of dynamic files. Usually dynamic files, you can see all your JavaScript files, test files, these all files are present here. And we have some dynamic files which are used to access and compile and process and render the result. What is the purpose of all these files? We will discuss. That means all your JavaScript files, that means are present here. So like you have CSS, like you have JavaScript, etc. All these files are present inside this. Even CSS also required some compilation and processing. I think you know CSS preprocessors are there, like less and SAS. You know them now, right? All those are considered as dynamic files only, right? They are considered as dynamic files only. So dynamic files only. All these are dynamic files are present inside this SRC folder. What those files we will discuss later. All the files are present there. And you have an ESLint cache. Actually, we have .ESLint cache. There is a file called ESLint cache. Actually, anywhere. So I hope you might have worked with Visual Studio Code or some programming languages. So when you learned about programming languages, to avoid the inconsistency in programming. So generally JavaScript, one problem is inconsistency in the programming. When the application is being developed by multiple developers, some inconsistency issues will come. For example, already I think you know that, suppose we know already JavaScript have a strict mode. Am I right? JavaScript have a strict mode, right? What is the purpose of strict mode? JavaScript strict mode. What is the purpose of JavaScript strict mode? What is the purpose of JavaScript strict mode? What is the purpose of JavaScript strict mode? The purpose of actually JavaScript strict mode is to reduce the inconsistency, and it allows the developers to follow exact standards of JavaScript. Understood? That means it will not allow developers to use the shortcuts and to use the syntaxes which are not as per the standards. Actually, that is maintained by language analysis tools. Actually, strict mode means, you know, for example, if I declare x equal to 10 and document.write, so x equal to plus x, I'm not declaring x, but I am using x directly, rendering value into this. Is it valid? Actually, this is valid. It is valid in JavaScript if it is not in strict mode. You know how to turn on the strict mode. We have to use the strict, right? Use strict. When you turn on the strict mode, now this is invalid. Why this is invalid? Because variables need to be declared. Without declaring variables, you cannot use them. Variables need to be declared. Without declaring variables, you cannot use them. You cannot use them. That is what actually the concept here, right? So technically, when you are defining, when you are configuring, so every language have to follow certain rules. Actually, JavaScript rules are maintained by a language analysis tool called ESLint. ESLint, right? So this is a language analysis tool. ESLint is a language analysis tool. Actually, you see in Visual Studio Code extensions, you have ESLint. ESLint is there. You see ESLint. It is a language analysis tool. If you can install this ESLint on your machine, then when you are writing JavaScript code, it can identify the issues, it can verify the standards of coding and report you. And that is what actually, here we have a file. You see ESLint cache. So that means ESLint is a cache file actually. Cache file means it is getting all the rules and loading all the rules from these locations. That means it contains the path for various locations. So various locations, all these are all defined there. That means important is here, the rules are important. Configuration of these rules are important. From where to get the files, what should be the file names, how should be the class names, so what should be the messages, what should be the length, all such information will be defined here. This is actually referred as ESLint. This is actually configured and referred as ESLint. Actually, ESLint official website is there. You can get all the standards and rules from that ESLint, right? So yeah, ESLint official is there. This is ESLint.org. This is an official plugin. So this is an official plugin. So that means it can fix the problems of your JavaScript code. And this is present. This is present here. So that is present here. You can see that is the language analysis tool. The same logo you can see for this ESLint people. Have you observed it? The same logo for this ESLint people, right? The same plugin. Actually, it is available as a separate plugin. You can plug in into any JavaScript environment. So that whatever the codes you are, whatever JavaScript code you are writing, that code will be verified and it checks are there any problems in the code or not. That is what actually ESLint is. Technically, what is the purpose of ESLint is actually. So that is ESLint. So that means it is an language analysis tool. That means it is used to track and identify the issues in your JavaScript code. And you can simply say that it sets the rules for that also. That means it can configure the rules for JavaScript you are using, the rules for JavaScript that you are using. That's what actually that ESLint cache is actually, how we define that ESLint. Yeah, so that is ESLint cache. And another file you can see there is a gitignore actually, gitignore. But this I will tell you while learning about the production. So gitignore, actually gitignore is nothing but, so it specifies the dependencies to ignore while deploying on Git, So that you will learn later how to publish, how to deploy on Git. We will discuss later, right? So that is towards the production environment. We will learn all that Git. You can collaborate your project with Git so that you can live you can test your project, right? And again we have package lock.json. You have like package.json. No need to explain these files because already you have information about them. So that means these are related to local. Am I right? Local dependencies related information is present here. Local dependencies information, right? Information is present inside this, right? So lock.json, that means it contains dependencies metadata. So metadata is present here, and local dependencies. So related JSON file. This is like it comprises of information, right? All the same. We have seen that, right? These are all actually the options. These are all the options that we have, right? Okay. That means this is what actually present in your project or configured in your project. This is the basic file system. What is the basic file system that you have in your application? And how we handle this step by step, we will see now. How to build an application, how it starts, how it compiles, how it processes. We will see that. But observe carefully. Yesterday, how to start this project, we saw that. So let's change into the project CD shopping. That means we change into this project. Now we have to run this npm start. When you run this npm start, that means it will start your application. You can see it is starting the application. And once it starts the application, that means it will first compile, it will start your application. And once it starts the application, from where it is being accessing all the resources, how it is delivering the resources, these two basic things we need to know today. then we can start building an application by our own. Let's check that. Actually, I hope everybody knows that every website starts, every application starts with index.html. Am I right? Every application starts with index.html. Now, can you tell me where is this our index.html in our current project? In our current project, where is that index.html? Application starts with index.html. And where is that index.html? So index.html, you can see our application is ready. So on the local network, this is on our network, this is the location here. On the network, this is the location here. Now, important is you can access this and you can configure this. Observe carefully here. The page that you are currently watching, it is coming from the index. That means you see this is index.html. Index.html. The page that you are currently accessing is coming from this location. And this page comprises of several contents here. So it comprises of several contents. And very important, how we design the page, we will learn about that. How we design the page, how it works, we will discuss. This is the page actually delivered to you. And observe carefully, this page is configured. So see, this page is having. So the only one div is there. Now you may be wondered like, what? This simple div is rendering everything this. That means there are no styles, no scripts, nothing defined here. But actually observe here. So here the information here, majority of information here it is coming from. It is coming from this public folder. All the information is coming from that particular folder. You see favorite icon comes from there. And you can see the other metadata information comes from here. So the public folder, everything comes from the public folder. And this is the title of your application. Suppose I'm giving the title here as, actually you can see the title as, our title is given as a React app here. And I changed the title here as a shopping app. So, and I saved that here. That means we made the changes and you see the changes are updated here. The shopping app is changed here. That means it is updating the changes and displaying the changes. But actually it contains only a div. And how this div is rendering so much of content that you are watching actually. Generally, this div is having an ID called root. The logic for this page, the presentation for this page, everything actually comes from an SRC folder. In that we have app.js. You can see in the app.js, there is some logic defined. And it is defining some titles, text, everything here. And it is rendering somewhere. So later you will understand all this logic. Don't worry as of now. Don't worry about that. So just you see here. So in the main screen, whatever you are watching in the main screen, actually, so you have an option like Learn React. That is the text here. So and in the header here, I'm just adding here. So a heading, and I'm typing here. So welcome to shopping app. That is what actually I just given a heading there, and I saved that. So here you can see that is the title that comes there. That is the title that renders into that. That means the code for your startup page. What is your startup page? Startup page is index. And the code for this startup page is coming from, this is present in public. So this is public in the public. And in SRC, you have app.js. This contains the logic that contains information what to display inside index. The presentation, the interaction of index page is managed by using this app.js. This is where all the information is present. And how to write this logic, how do we handle this logic? This is all the secondary part. We will discuss about that. But initially from where our application is starting, how the application is starting, these are the basic things first we need to understand. So our application by default starts with index page. And index page gets the logic from this src app.js. And here we have the presentation initially, whatever the presentation is there, you can modify that, right? So how to create our own content and how we can present that content. What are the basic syntaxes to handle this content? These are all things we need to learn now. That means first we need to detailedly understand. So what this public folder contains and what SRC contains and what is the role of every file inside those folders. Then how we can design our content and present on the screen. So that is how we manage everything. That we will see in the document until yesterday, whatever the topics we discussed, the complete note is present here. Okay, na? The complete note is present here. Okay, right. So whatever we discussed till yesterday, everything is present here. So you can go through that, right? And I hope everyone, Mr. Santosh, you understood my English, huh? You understood my English? Every day classroom notes will be uploaded into this location, right? Till date, what topics we discussed, that will be updated here. That is enough, na? Right, that up till date, every day, what the topics we are discussing, those we will upload here. Okay. I hope you understood my English, huh? right? So I pinged you the classroom related code ID, right? Okay, you join that. Every day classroom related information will be here. Don't post any public comments, anything here. Just talk about only the concept. Any problem you are having, post here. Nothing else other than that you post here. Otherwise, I will block here. Okay, you will be terminated from the sessions and blocked. Only any problems you are facing in practicing, any errors you are getting, those immediately you can post here. Whenever I see that and get time, I will get back to you and reply. Okay, so here we will strictly maintain only class related things, right? So all the notes, daily topics, here you will get updated. If you are a member of this class, then automatically everyday updates will be sent as alert to your emails. Huh? I hope you know that, right? And everyone got the classroom code? Huh? Everyone got the classroom code? So everyone got the class code now? Yeah, one more time I am sending that. That is the class code. Okay, right. Fine. Okay. Now last session we discussed up to you post in the classroom. You have to post in the classroom. Anything is there, post in the classroom. Okay, now any message you can post in the classroom. Once you start using it, you will understand it. Okay, right. You just need the login, the classroom ID. That's enough first, right? Now, yesterday I given you till now, because this is our registered sessions and all our registered people are only registered people are here. So here we will check every person is able to properly achieve it or not. If any problems are there, immediately we will resolve that. Okay, everyone able to install and create React application successfully? Is anyone facing any problem? Everyone able to create the React application successfully? Practically. So practically everyone need to be perfect, right? Everyone done it successfully? Yeah, after 2 days, don't come with the question that React application not working, sir. Some people have some lazy approach, because here I am getting confirmation from only 3-4 people only that they have created. What about others? After 3-4 days, don't come with a message that, sir, React application is not working on my computer after 3-4 days. You have to do practice immediate. And if you have any issues, immediately resolve. Otherwise, topics will be so much complicated that you will not able to handle them if you are not doing day-by-day practice. Understood that, everyone? Right? Everyone done that? Yes. Good. Good. Right. Fine. Now, in the last session, let's see some important points here now. In the last session, we discussed about the architecture of React application. That means how React application, what actually React application contains. The file system, we discussed about the file system. Yeah, you have to try day by day, right? That's good for you only, right? If you are practicing day by day, that's good for you, right? Yeah. Fine. Now, yesterday we discussed about the file system. That means the files present in a workspace infrastructure we have learned. We have learned the workspace infrastructure, and we learned about the project infrastructure. Now, in that, let's check how much you have learned. What is the purpose of public folder? 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 What it contains? Public folder comprises of all static files. Am I right? So technically, you can simply say that public folder comprises of all static files. Understood? All static files. Static files, not only just static page. Okay, na? Static files, right? And node modules contains. What node modules contains? Good. We discussed about technical word, project dependencies. Am I right? Good, right? you have to hit those technical terms. You have to hit those technical terms. Huh? So dependencies. So static files. SRC contains dynamic files, right? Yes, dynamic files. And what is ESLint? What is ESLint? What is ESLint? It is ESLint is anyone? You can technically say that it is a code analyzer. Understood? ESLint is a code analyzer. Understood? Code analyzer. Generally, what a code analyzer contains, it defines the rules for coding. Understood? ESLint contains the rules for coding. So currently for which code? JavaScript code. Understood? ESLint belongs to maintain the rules for JavaScript. Okay, that is ESLint. And package JSON, package log JSON are common. One more file is there, readme.md. Actually, readme.md. Actually, it is a help document. That means you can write anything help about your project. That means if you want to give some guidance to the people who are using your application, some tips, some help, all that help you can prepare in this readme.md, and you can store that help documentation inside it. So generally, it's just like whenever you buy a product, so product catalog is given to you that contains information about how to use that product, what are the features and all of them. Similarly, when you develop an application, so client can get information about your application and know about your application from this readme document. Actually, we will provide a detailed summarized content of how to use that application, what is the intention of application and everything. So these are the main folders. Now in this, actually, node modules, do we need to add anything manually into node modules? By default, some packages are available in node modules. Some explicitly we have to install through npm. That will automatically add into node modules. Am I right? That means the packages that you install with npm are copied into node modules. The dependencies, all dependencies are copied into node modules, right? So you don't need to check what is there in node module. What packages are installed in our project? How do we know? Do I need to go to node modules and see what packages are installed? How do I know? Do I need to go to node modules and see? Do I need to go to node modules and see? So you can directly see in package JSON. Good, right? We can directly see in package JSON, right? We can directly see in package JSON. We can directly handle that in the package JSON, right? We can see directly in the package JSON file, right? So that is what actually the point is. Directly we can see the package JSON and we can handle that, right? Now in the public folder, you have some files, and generally what are these files and why we need these files? So we need to understand these files. Actually, the files in the public folder all are not important. You can see by default somewhere. That means files in public folder. So public folder. So what are the important files in the public folder? Others we don't need to understand because they have added some sample things, but some are important to understand. In the public folder, you can observe favicon.ico. So this is, I hope everyone knows that this is the shortcut icon. So used for bookmarking. It is the shortcut icon used for bookmarking. That is actually favicon. You see there is a favicon. That is the shortcut icon used for bookmarking. So you can keep your own icons. You can change this icon so that your pages will use that favorite icon. And index.html. Index.html, it is the startup page. Startup page. You know that every web application starts with a page called index. Am I right? Every application starts with a page called index page. It starts with index page. Yeah. Now, another important, you can see here, logos and all are optional because logos are nothing but here they are using some logos. It is showing those logos. That's not, they are PNG files, just some banners and logos are there. That's not important. There is manifest.json. Have you ever heard about manifest in any programming languages? Have you ever heard about manifest in any programming language? If you have learned any other programming languages, have you ever heard about manifest? What is it? What is manifest? If you heard about manifest, what is manifest? Any idea? Because some people who learned languages like Java, .NET might have heard about manifest. What do you say? Heard? People who learned technologies like Java, .NET might have heard about this manifest. Right? Actually, in technical terms, good to say that. In technical terms, it is good to say that actually manifest contains metadata. Understood? Manifest contains metadata. Right? Metadata means usually information about your application. It is maintained in manifest. So here the point is why we need information. That means why we need information. So why we need information about of that application, whom we have to get that information and display. You see here manifest.json, you can see that. So it contains metadata, means it contains the information about your application, like what is your application name, short name, so complete name, what icons it is using, from where it is collecting, what is the starting URL, so display, theme colors, background colors, all this is the manifest we generally call as metadata. So generally this manifest is used by compiler. It is used by the compiler to understand about your application. It is used by your compiler to understand about that application. So that means where the sources are, what information is present, how much size it supports, and it allocates that memory. It configures that memory for that application and allows the application to run. How to handle this manifest in later stages you will learn. Actually, we can add and customize several options in the manifest. We can do certain options in the manifest. So manifest is required for handling that. It is required for handling that, right? So manifest contains that information. Okay. Now the key point is, another important point is generally we have, that means you can simply say that manifest, it comprises of metadata. That means metadata is information about your React application. Information about your React application is present here. It is present here. Information about the React application is present here. So that is what actually manifest is. Now another important, you can see here in the folders. So you will find generally, I hope everyone understood. That means about, actually it gives that information to the browser. So that browser can understand. Compiler will run in the browser because it is client side now. So that means browsers can understand. Browsers can understand your application, by accessing details from manifest. So that's what the point is about React application. Okay. Browsers can understand your application by accessing the details from manifest actually. So that means it is important for a browser to understand. That is done by using manifest. So manifest comprises of that. Okay. Now one more important is, you will see there is a robots text. Actually, robots text is nothing but, have you ever seen this user agent option anywhere? Have you ever seen this robot user agent anywhere? Have you ever seen that? Actually, user agent is available in a JavaScript navigator object. JavaScript navigator object contains user agent. This gets the actually navigator object. You know JavaScript navigator object. What is the purpose of JavaScript navigator object? What is the purpose of JavaScript navigator object? Any idea? You people know JavaScript, na? Navigator object. Right? Navigator object in JavaScript. No. Manoj, I think you don't know any JavaScript, huh? Right? You don't know any JavaScript, huh? You have to learn. You have to know JavaScript correctly, perfectly, huh? So it's okay, but you have to learn, right? So navigator object is used to get information about the browser. browser related details can be accessed by using navigator object in JavaScript, actually, if you know JavaScript. So navigator object contains a property called user agent. This property is responsible for getting the information about the browser which is being used for application. That means what are the platforms supported for the browser? All that information is collected. That means this robots is saying that user agent asterisk means allow on every platform. That means allow this application to run on every platform. If suppose if you don't want this application to run on specific platform, then you can mention about that platform. It will stop. That means sometimes you see sometimes in Google, when you are watching Gmail and you are trying to watch Gmail on Chrome, it's okay. When you are trying to watch Gmail on some other browsers like Internet Explorer or somewhere, then immediately it will show an alert saying that better use Chrome. Am I right? It shows an alert like better use Chrome, right? It shows an alert better use Chrome. That means even you can design in such a way that that application will not run on Chrome. You can design in such a way that it will not run on Chrome. It will not run on a specific operating system. So that is done by using this user agent actually. So if you know JavaScript, actually I will show you a simple file. So just demo.html file. I'm writing some script here. So function and just function here, and so I'm writing document.write navigator.user agent. You have user agent property. You see navigator.user agent. When I run this page, you can observe that it is going to display the information. You see, this is all the platforms. That means it is supported on Mozilla, it is supported on Chrome, it is supported on Safari, it is supported on some Gecko, Apple WebKit, Edge. These are all the compatibilities. Now you can restrict to any specific also. If I give this code Edge, that means it will allow only for Edge. It will not allow for others. So the versions, which version also it defines the version numbers and all. So that means you can limit, you can restrict. That is what actually user agent is. JavaScript navigator object is used for accessing the browser details. It will get the browser details and it will display. This user agent star means run on every browser. Everyone understood? That means it will run on every browser. That means your application is designed to run on any browser. That means so robots.txt. So this comprises of user agent details. So user agent details. That means actually which is information about the browsers supported. That is what actually robots.txt. Remember, this all comes with basic rules. We can customize them according to our requirements. We can add some more rules and define them, which we will see that we will define them. So these are the files. These are the files in the public folder, right? I told you, if you want to restrict, then we have to tell, so what to allow, what not to allow here. Disallow is there. So which browser you want to disallow, that code you have to configure there, right? Yeah. These are the files in the public folder. Now, one more folder which you have to perfectly understand is this SRC folder. So now what are present inside this SRC folder is also important for us. So that means we need to know about the files in SRC folder. So that means what are the files in SRC folder? So files in SRC folder. What are the files in SRC folder? Let's check the files in SRC folder. Observe here. So that means here I will give, that means all are not important, the key important, because some are optional, some are mandatory. Then what is important, we need to understand that, right? Now what are the members in the SRC folder? So in the SRC folder, what we are having, let's check that. In this SRC folder, so you can observe there is app.css, app.js. Actually app.css, it comprises of global styles. Global styles used for application. Global styles used for application. It comprises of global files used for application. That means for application, we need some global styles. So these are all the CSS, so which we can use. We can import CSS from other locations. And we can keep them. Import CSS from other locations and we can keep them. And if you have learned CSS, you know the CSS. What are keyframes? What are media options, right? These all things are CSS. If you keep any style here, it is affected to entire application. It is affected to entire application. Okay, so that is app CSS. And app.js, this comprises of, so app.js, so app.js. So it comprises of the logic required for default component. So that is app component. Every project contains a set of several components. So remember, every project contains a set of several components. Every project contains set of several components. And React application. So by default comes with app components. That app component related code is defined in this app.js. And very important is actually, so application starts with the app component. Actually, it starts with app component. How it starts, the execution flow also we will discuss. So we will see how it starts, how it defines the execution flow. We will understand, right? Technically, application starts with one component, and this is this app component. How to design different components, I will tell you. You will also understand what is this import and what is this export, why we need them. These all things I will tell you. Because in JavaScript, so you need to understand some modules concept to design your own components, which we are going to learn. Okay, so this is app component. Application starts with app component. Every component actually comprises of, remember, here every component comprises of three files by basically. So it comprises of three files. One file is .css file that contains the styles. Another file is so app.css, right? Global styles for application. You say this is style for app component, not application. Okay. Now here .js, .css, .js, and spec.js. Every component contains three files. So .css, this is the location where it contains. This is the location where it contains styles. And .js, this is the location where it contains the logic. That means you can say logic means not only logic. Actually, it is JSX logic. What is JSX logic? I will detail tell you, but already we discussed that it contains HTML and JavaScript. Am I right? JSX logic means it contains both HTML and JavaScript. I told you that point, right? Yes. And spec.js, actually, the spec.js, it is the test file. So it is test file actually. That means testing related information is present. All the testing code is present in that file. So CSS contains the effects, and JS contains the logic, and app.test.js. So app.test.js. So app.test.date, it is the test file for app component. Understood? Every application starts with app component. It is the test file for app component. That is what actually app related options. Okay, every application starts with a component. By default, one component is present, that is app component. Like that, you can create any number of components. Okay, that is app component. Remember, this app component is used in index. That means, so index, it contains. Here we have two files. So we have index.css, we have index.js. So that means it contains styles for index page, and it contains JSX for index page. Index page contains all the styles and logic, whatever the logic is there, it is present inside this, right? Now, very important is this test file. You can see this is the test file. It is by default using some testing environment. What are the basic testing environments and how to use those testing environments? We will see later. Towards the end, we will see how testing happens actually. So now, actually, why these files are present? Because see, what is difference between index and app? That is the key point you need to understand. Actually, generally, how the application architecture works is generally React application contains components. Like we have an app component. So we have a login component. So we have register component like this, and we have like about component like this. We have components. Application comprises of components, and every component contains three files: a CSS file, a JS file, and a spec.js file. That is the test file. Every component has three files. So that means app.css, app.js, spec.js, login.css, login.js, login.spec.js, like that. Now what happens is these components are injected into index. We have index.css, we have index.html, index.js. That means now this component, which component you want in the index page? that component is injected here. That means app component. This app component is injected into the index.js. That means this component initially, multiple components and all we will discuss. This component is initially injected into index.js. Now this index.js is injected into index.html. That means index.html get the styles from CSS file. It's logic from the script file. And this is the file. This is the file that actually we are watching on the screen. That means client uses this index files. Understood? I hope you understood the approach. You understood the approach. That means how it follows. Understood? That means what client watches is index. And index gets the components and uses those components. Index gets the information from components. Am I right? Index gets the information from the components. Am I right? Yeah. So that is the components options we are having here. So that means it is a component based development process, and you will able to clearly understand how to design the components and how do we work with the components step by step. So just currently you need to understand the flow, then you can understand the rest of the options, how they are designed. Okay. So app component is not a mandatory. App component is by default component which is provided in your application. You can have your own component. You can start with any component. Understood? You can have any number of component. You can start with any component. And important, how to use these components, how to access one component after another component, how to access a component inside another component. These are all we will discuss. These are all points we need to understand. We will discuss about them. So that is one is index CSS and this is index.js. And logo and all these are not required. That is a logo. We have setup test. So the purpose of setup test.js, actually setup test.js. The setup test.js, actually, the purpose of that setup test.js is nothing but it is used to, it configures the testing environment for application testing. That means which testing library you want to use. JavaScript testing can be done in several ways. So React has its own testing library. You can use the testing library. You can use the other testing frameworks. You have to configure which testing environment you want to use for React application. That you have to define here. You have to import the testing library that is required for your application. And the test cases are written in test.js, right? Test.js. Actually, it is a spec file. So the spec file means specification files. Then here, this spec can be given as spec or it can be given as test because that is not extension. They can give any extension. Finally, extension is JS. Anywhere you see spec.js or test.js, that means it is a testing file. Understood? Some people have a habit of writing test.js. Some people have a habit of writing like spec.js, right? But as per the testing standards, better mention spec.js for testing files. Later you will see that even you define the test.js, that's okay. It is not extension. It is just only the name actually, right? Yeah. And we have one more important file, report web vitals.js. Actually, this report web vitals is responsible for handling the exceptions in your application. It is responsible for handling the exceptions in your application and reporting the issues. And those exceptions, header related information and all we will discuss later. That we will actually learn in the final stage how we can handle these options. Actually, this is nothing but reporting errors of the page. It is nothing but reporting errors on the page. So that means if your page is having some errors, those errors, your application is having some errors. So get the information about the error and report that error. All such accessing the errors and reporting the errors is managed by using this report web vitals, right? That is what actually done by use. That means error reporting is done by using this file. It is done by using this file. So yeah. So this is report web vitals.js. That means it is error reporting is done by using this. So these are all the basic files that you need for your application. For our application. So the complete file system you need to understand before starting with. Now, the first point here you need to learn is, so what is the starting point of designing React application? Starting point means actually, so what is the starting point of designing React application? You saw this flow. In this flow, what is the starting point? What do you say? From where we have to start learning? So from where we have to start learning? You saw the flow, how it is built. That means we have to start learning from designing components. Am I right? Components are the building blocks of application. We build the components. We will learn how to design the components. And these components are injected into index. Index will show you the components index. So in React, we have to first learn from designing the components. How do we design the components? How do we configure the components is important for us, right? That means we have to first understand what are the components and how these components will work. Not only that, now you need to understand some more points, how that execution works. What are the tools required in the background to handle the execution? Because in interviews, they ask you these questions regularly. So they will ask you when you are learning React, what is a Webpack? They will ask you what is Babel, right? They will ask you about some tools that you need to understand which are responsible for handling our React application. What is the responsibility? We need to understand the flow, execution flow of our React application. So with that, we can practically start designing the components and create our applications that we will see in our next. So complete architecture of the React.js application folder, right? So we discussed about the complete file system available. How to deal with that. So that means what are the files present in workspace and what are the files and folders present in our project, everything, right? All these things we discussed. Let me remove this demo. Yeah. So what are their roles and responsibilities? We discussed about this, the role and responsibility of this, and creating an application and starting an application. So how we can create and start an application, we have seen, right? Up to this, I hope everyone is clear and perfect. Even in practical also, have you tried creating everyone applications? Huh? For using NPM, first you have to install Node.js, right? Pranavi, you have to install Node.js first in order to use NPM. Have you installed Node.js? Huh? You have to install Node.js first. So then you can run NPM command. Yes, Pranavi, is there any problem in executing?
No, actually, my command prompt also is opening in PowerShell, not in CMD.
You can open that. Can you share your screen once?
Actually, I joined through mobile.
So you do one thing. So you are running from the terminal in this way, na?
Yes.
You click on this drop down in the terminal.
Okay.
And choose the option default shell. Select default shell.
Select default shell.
In the select default shell, it will ask PowerShell or command prompt. There you have to select command prompt. Okay. Then you click on new terminal. It will open the command prompt in new terminal. There you can run that command. Okay. npm-v. It will get the version and display.
Okay.
Right. So you change default shell from PowerShell to command prompt. Right. From there you can try. Okay, na? If you still face any issue, let me know about that. Yeah. Right. You can use anywhere, internal or command prompt. Wherever you want, you can run the same. Right. So you are not switching. If you don't want to switch between command prompt and all, so terminal is easy for you to handle. Okay. Right. So if today is your first session, then you missed a few demo sessions and so much about application creation and all. Once contact admin, he will give you the demo related videos so that you can go through them. Huh? Pritesh. Right. Once contact the admin. So we will check few more people, how many people missed out the first few sessions. If anyone missed out the first few sessions, in 1-2 days, we will verify and we will conduct a backup session for them. No need to worry. Right. We will conduct a backup session. Right. So if we will check with others also who missed out the first sessions. Are there anyone else missed out the first sessions? Early sessions, first sessions. Are there anyone else so who missed the first sessions? If so, then let me know so that we will conduct a backup session for them. Okay. Right. Next, I hope the rest of others, everyone is clear in handling all these application. Now, after understanding the complete application structure, so we need to know about how do we deal with just let me open the file. Yeah. So these are the basic things we discussed in the last session, right? The complete folder structure, how to create a React application, what are the files present, and what is the purpose of them. We discussed about this, right? Next, after understanding this, now we need to know about another important concept is in interviews also they ask you this question. You need to know about them. So what is tool chain actually? What is tool chain for React? What is the tool chain for React? So this is a regular question. What is tool chain for React? Actually, one basic point you should know is, so technical terms, have you ever heard about tool chain? Have you ever about tool chain? Have you ever heard about tool chain? Any of you ever heard about tool chain? No. Actually, no, you are not aware of tool chains, right? Actually, in software technologies, tool chain is a set of programming tools so that are used in performing a complex software development task, or you can simply say that, or to create a software product. That means generally a set of tools. So that means in general, tool chain is a set of tools used for development, or you can say use it for building an application. In general, tool chain is a set of tools used for building an application. So, or developing an application. So developing an application. That means actually every software have a tool chain. That means generally Java, .NET, PHP, Python, every technology have a tool chain. Generally, tool chain is nothing but for writing the logic, you use a language. For compiling, you use a compiler. For identifying the problems, you use a debugger. And for testing, you use a testing tool. And for deploying, you use a deployment tool. For building, you use a building tool. That means several tools are used in software development. I hope you might have learned, like suppose like in general, suppose like a language. So just example I'm showing. So that means just an example. Let me give an example here. Example like a language. So example like language. So a language is used for writing the logic, and we use a compiler. So compiler, so for translating. So into machine format, right? Into machine format, and we need a debugger to identify and fix the bugs, to identify and fix the bugs. Bugs are nothing but the problems, right? Whatever the errors or issues that are raised. So you need a tool. So tools, we need some tools, or simply like you say, testing is done a framework for testing. So and deployment, a tool for deployment. So we need a tool for deploying application on production. All these are considered as tool chain. That means software development includes a lot of contents. So usually working with software development, in especially different kind of technologies, different tool chains are used. Creating React application also uses the tool chains. It also comprises of lot of tools. By using the set of these tool chains, we build generally the React applications. So the tool chains, so which are used for building React applications, are very much popular. So you can use these tool chains and implement the React applications easily. So that's what actually the concept of tool chain is. First point, it is a set of tools which are used for building an application. Application development cannot happen just with language. So you need a lot of tools for that. So I hope everyone understood that pointer. I hope everyone understood toolchain. Understood what is meant by toolchain. What is meant by toolchain? Understood? Good. Okay. Now tell me for React, which language we need? For React, which language we need? For React, which language we need? Language. So JavaScript, we need JavaScript. We can use TypeScript also. So React can be used with JavaScript. JavaScript's superscript is TypeScript. We can use both. React can be used with JavaScript and TypeScript. At the end, I will show you a basic outline about TypeScript also, how to use React with the TypeScript. Okay, na? So that some advanced or some projects which are using React with the TypeScript. So, but for that you have to learn TypeScript actually. So, but if you have a general awareness on JavaScript, you can easily handle with TypeScript also. I will show you how React is used with TypeScript also. What is TypeScript and how to use it. Okay. Now, can you tell the compiler for JavaScript? Generally, can you name any JavaScript compiler? Can you name any JavaScript compiler? You need a compiler. Can you name any JavaScript compiler? JavaScript compiler. Do you know any JavaScript compiler? Anyone? No, no idea. No. Generally, so many JavaScript compilers are there. So earlier people know JavaScript compilers like V8. V8 is a JavaScript compiler. It is present on Chrome. So you also have a JIT, just-in-time compiler, right? So actually V8 is the compiler for that. Yes. So we have a compiler called Babel. Babel is also a compiler. So many compilers are there. Right? So that means we need compilers. Yeah, it's an engine compiler, everything. Huh? Right. So technically, you need compilers, you need languages, you need so many things for building. In interviews, the first regularly asked question is, so in order to build the React application, so what is the recommended tool chain? So that means what is the recommended tool chain for creating React applications? What are the predefined tool chains? Actually, so generally, so the question asked in interviews is, what is a recommended tool chain? Tool chain for React.js application. What is recommended tool chain for React.js application? Actually, for React.js application, you need three things actually. One is you need a package manager. Package manager like npm or yarn like package manager. So many package managers are there. We need a package manager. So we need a bundler. So we need a bundler like we have bundlers like Webpack. Webpack is a bundler, or Parcel is a bundler. We need bundler. We need a compiler like Babel. So that means we need a compiler. So we need a compiler. So that is Babel is the compiler. These three are the most recommended tool chains. These are the three recommended tool chains. That means React requires these three major things: a package manager, a bundler, and a compiler. So that means here, what is the purpose of package manager? Already you know, na? What is the purpose of package manager? What is the purpose of package manager? Can you tell what is the purpose of package manager? Already we know, na? We already discussed about that. npm. Package manager is used for installing dependencies. Good, right? It's good way to tell that it is for getting all the dependencies required for application. To install the dependencies, manage the dependencies required for application, package manager. So have you ever heard about bundler? So actually, bundlers are used for optimizing the load time. It will bundle the code into small packages, and it will improve the load time actually. Bundling is there in different locations. We can understand that. I will show you a simple example. For example, suppose I'm opening a separate project here just to show you what is a bundler actually. Suppose what is the concept of bundling? I will tell you. Roughly, I am defining here. Suppose I have some file, a new folder, some demo folder. You see, suppose I'm having file like suppose headings.js. It's a JavaScript file, or say string.js. So string.js. Okay. There is another JavaScript file. So math.js. Two JavaScript files are there. String.js is having a function hello, and this function so has to return so hello. So just a sentence. Math.js is having a function, so that is add a comma b, and it should return a plus b. We have two files, a string and a math. These two are present. Now I want to use these two functions in my application. That means I have an app.js. In app.js, I want to use these two functions. Generally what I'm doing, I'm simply writing document.write. So here I'm defining, suppose first I need to get that function called hello. Hello is the function. It is printing. Okay. Second, I am writing here document.write. Document.write add into the 10,20. So we are accessing them. Currently, all are kept in these folders, right? Now I want to use this app.js in a HTML file. So we have home.html. In that I want to use that script. So yeah, so I say script in that HTML file. This script source is equal to. So I'm using app.js, which is calling those functions. What do you say? Is it enough? That means we are calling app.js. App.js is using these functions. What do you say? Is this enough? Will it work? Is this enough? That means math.js is having math function. String.js is having a string function. App.js is using those functions. And this file I am linking in HTML file. Is it okay? Is it okay now? Is it okay? What do you say? Actually, now when I run this, so that means we are running home.html page. In home.html page, it is unable to get the output. Why? You can observe that. You see here in the source, it says that in console, it says that. So it says that, so reference problem, the reference is not there. App.js is not having a reference. That means app.js is using two functions. These two functions are present in a separate files. Now, actually now what I have to do is, I have to link those files also here. Script, so src is equal to app one math.js. Okay. Then script src is equal to string.js. Those also I have to link here. Those also I'm linking here in the HTML page, and I'm printing them here. And it says that this require is not defined. Require is not defined because still this add function, suppose see some function name, suppose I'm giving add. Okay. Even you define that here, you can see here. Now it says required not defined. Why? Because you are linking all the three files and you are using them here. But app.js, this file have to get the functions from here and use them in this location. Because actually every JavaScript file is technically considered as a module. You know it? Do you know every JavaScript file is considered as a module? Do you know it? Right? Every JavaScript file considered as a module. Now, what we have to do is we have to handle these modules. You need to know this module mechanism in JavaScript perfectly. So we need to import the modules and use the modules. So the point is in this app module, we have to access the math and the string. Then what happens is, so here we generally use var str is equal to, we use a require function. By using require, we import the file. Or I hope you have learned in JavaScript about import method. You learned importing modules, huh? Have you learned importing modules, module mechanism? You learned importing mechanism, right? Importing modules. You learned about module technique. Huh? That means actually what we have to do is, so we have to import. So from the file, that means the file is, so we have a string.js. From that file, we have to import. So actually not that file, I am just showing you roughly. We need to import from that file and combine everything into one file. I will tell you the best way here. So that means generally, if you have learned JavaScript and you know about module mechanism, this will help you in understanding everything correctly. So that means you see here, so different files are present. Actually, we put this in a class. Class is a string, so string class. this string class is having a method. It is having a method called hello. Hello is a method which is returning. So hello is returning hello. Similarly, math is having a class. So math class. This math class is having a method add. So a comma b, and it should return a plus b. It is having this option. We need to use this in this location. Then what we have to do is we have to import from. We need to import from. So the string. So we have string class. That means from the string class module. So we have to import here. So the string class. That means the string class is imported here. From which file you have to configure that file name. That means if it is present in the same folder, we use like dot slash, like dot slash. We see there is a string and there is a math. We access that string here. That means from this string file, string is a JavaScript file, we are importing this class. Similarly, so we have to import from dot slash math. From math JavaScript file, we are importing the math class. Now we are creating an object where str is equal to new string class. We are creating an object for string class where mat is equal to new math class. So math class, we are accessing that math class, and we can access this by using str.hello, and we can access this mat.add. We can access the add function, and we can use that function. That means this is one file which is collecting all the logic, and it is using at one place. And this file we are importing here and using here. In our HTML page, we are importing and using that here. Now here, you can see it says that cannot import statement outside module. That's okay. Why? Because actually, if a class is defined and you want to use outside, then we have to mark it as export actually. That means any class is defined export, because every module can allow access only within the context. Export allows you to access outside also. So then it can access outside the module and it can use outside the module. I will show you how it can access. That means the members of every class must be marked as export. Export, import, how they are managed, I will tell you. We will discuss about that. Because this is actually general module-based environment in JavaScript. But how do we compile and run this also? We should know. I will show you that, how we configure them and use them. That means now app have to import them from those modules and use them from the modules. That means here what we are doing is we are bringing the logic of all the files and placing at one place. So I just given you a flow. So original module technique, I will show you how to handle them, because for that we need separate module mechanism also. I will show you how to handle that. So now this mechanism of accessing the class, because there are a lot of steps here. Later what we have to do is we need to bring this class reference, load that class reference into memory, then you can use them. Directly you cannot use them. Okay, I will show you the process. I will tell you. Now one file is bundled with all the other files logic. One app.js is bundled with the logic of all other files. Am I right? That means totally in the library, how many files are present? Totally in the library, how many files are present? Totally in the library, how many files are present? In the library, generally we have how many files? How many files are present? Library files, 3 files now. One is string.js, another one math.js. Am I right? Am I right? Another one is app.js. Right? We are having 3 files. Now technically we have these 3 files. Right? One second. Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah. So this is technically, so we are bundling, we are configuring all the modules, we are bundling all the modules and defining all the modules into one place. For that, actually, you need to learn so many points. I will tell you step by step. We will discuss about that. What is import, what is export, a general basic mechanism I will tell you so that you can easily understand it, right? So technically, so whatever we are using here, we are bundling and accessing all the library with one reference. Hundreds of files may be there. Individually, if you try to access all those files and use in your references, that becomes very complex. So that is the reason. Generally, actually, see, so we have math class. Okay, we have a string class. We want to use them here. Generally, what we do is we put a script here. In the script, so above, we have to first import them. So script source is equal to, we are importing, so the math.js. Okay, another script we are importing, so that is string.js. After importing string.js, here we are creating a function. So we are creating a function f1. Okay, so in this function, we are creating some obj. obj1 is equal to new. We are accessing that math class. We are accessing that math class object. And through obj1, so we are accessing, suppose add function, and we are returning some 20, 30, like this we do. But still, this is not the great way because you are linking so many files and we are accessing and using them. So this will increase the number of requests for the page. That means if number of requests for page increases, automatically the page load time also increases. I hope majority of you know that page load time also increases if number of requests increases. Yeah, that means what bundler will do is, bundling is nothing but it will bring all the files related logic into one place finally while it is executing. That means with one request, all the library will be executed. Understood? With one request, all the library will be executed. That means only one request will go and it will bring all the library, right? Technically, that is the concept of bundlers. And for that we need the options like web, so webpack and parcel. So we need this for React.js applications. A webpack is required and a bundler is also required. So parcel like bundler is required. And Babel is a compiler. That means it is used to compile the JavaScript code. But what is the special? Generally, you might have learned that every browser have its own JavaScript parser. Am I right? Every browser have its own JavaScript parser, no? Right? Every browser have its own JavaScript parser. Then what is this Babel? So what is the purpose of this Babel? Right? Yes. So technically, it is used to convert your JavaScript code in such a way that it is compatible with so old version browsers also. That means legacy browsers also. That means it can translate everything. Remember, JSX is not a new concept. JSX syntax is there everywhere. JSX is a syntax only. JX is only a syntax. That means JSX is generally a syntax. Don't think it is something separate, special. Like actually you see here, suppose I say where, so X, where suppose login is equal to, suppose a title is equal to user login. Title is equal to user login. So, and here we are defining, so another where some login is equal to, I'm using a backtick. And here I am writing a heading. In that heading, you know how to write expressions. We use a dollar expression. Here we are accessing the title. And here we are creating a data list. And here we have a data term. This is name and data term close. And data definition, input type is equal to text. That is data definition. Remember, this is general JavaScript only. I hope you might have learned this in JavaScript. So I configured this password. So the password. So and data term and data definition input type is equal to password and the data definition close. And here we are configuring. So we are calling F1. It is calling that F1. And important, we need to print this document.write login. Login contains, you see login contains HTML and dynamic logic also. Am I right? It contains HTML and dynamic logic also. Am I right? Right? This is JSX. Don't think JSX is something special. It is just a syntax. And you don't need a special compiler for this. Every browser can understand this. That means it will get that login screen and display. That means every browser can understand this. That means we don't need a special compiler for this, right? So this is general JSX syntax only. Browser can easily understand this. Now then why you need a special compiler? So we need a special compiler. Actually, we need special compiler to handle a situation called differential loading. To handle a situation called differential loading. Differential loading is nothing but generally it is a mechanism where the library will be translated according to the device, means according to the request type. That means if request is coming from old version browsers which cannot understand advanced JavaScript functions, it will translate the library into old versions. And if a modern browser is requesting, it will translate into the modern. That means library will be differentiated according to the browser. For example, you know that in the latest JavaScript, so double asterisk is used for exponent. Am I right? You know this operator, no? Exponent generally, right? That means 2 to the power of 3. That's how we write 2 to the power of 3. But this is only new one. Old versions of JavaScript don't know this operator double asterisk. Then it converts that into math.pow 2, 3. This is old version syntax. Understood? That means now you have written 2 double asterisk 3. Old version browsers can't understand this. Then there must be some compiler which will translate into this math.pow. So and use this function for old browsers, and it will use this function for new browsers. Understood? Understood, everyone? So that is what actually managed by this Babel-like compilers. So the main intention of these compilers is to handle differential loading actually. So typically React.js application comprises of three things. Toolset comprises of 3 things. So let me give you some details description like. So package manager. So it is used for installing. So it is used for installing and maintaining. It is used for installing and maintaining library dependencies. You can say dependencies. And we need a bundler. So we need a bundler. So bundler is required. So it is used to required for writing modular code and bundle it together. So for application, and you need a compiler. So the compiler is Babel. So package manager, here I will give the examples. So like npm and yarn are the package managers. Bundlers example like you have webpack and we have parcel is the bundlers. Compilers, so that means it allows to handle differential loading. It allows to handle differential loading. That means library will be classified according to the browser. That means so legacy or modern browsers. Legacy means old version browsers. Legacy and modern browsers. That is what actually we need for building a React application. Now, in some interviews, they ask this concept, like can you give some tool sets or tool chains? Can you give the name of some tool chains which will manage all these things for you? Can you name some tool chains so which can manage all this for you? That means you don't need to individually install them. That means it will manage everything for you. That means I just install a package for the tool chain and automatically it will handle all my React related applications. Is there any toolkit? Is any toolkit such that which can handle all of that? Otherwise, we have to manually handle it. Is there any ready-made toolkit? That means so in interviews asked is what are the popular tool chains used for React. So that means React. So what are the popular tool chains used for React? That is the question asked actually. Popular tool chains used for React.js. So there are so many tool chains. So actually we have some tool chain like Neutrino. You have the tool chain like NX. You have the tool chain Parcel. Parcel handles all of them. You have like Razzle. So these are all the tool chains, the popular tool chains. By using these tool chains, that means you can use this one tool chain which comprises of all of them. That means package manager, so bundler, compiler, everything is present inside it. Now the question here is, so that means what is the situation when we need the individual tool chains, individual tool chains. That is the tool chains. That is the regular question chains. When we need the individual tool chains, that is the question asked. So generally we need individual tool chains. So when we are trying to integrate React.js React.js into existing application. If you are not building a React.js application, already there is a web application. And into that, you want to integrate React. For example, many people come like with a point like, sir, I have a .NET application. I have a Java application. I have a PHP Python application. In that, I want to use React. Then they have to individually install the React related tool chain so that they can handle React in that application. Understood? So we created an application. We created an application by using create app. So by using create app, we created an application. Create a React app. By using create React app, we created an application. Have you observed that? We created an application by using create React app. So what it has done, it is maintaining a tool chain internally, and it created everything for us. Understood, everyone? It is maintaining a tool chain. So first we installed create React app. We installed this create React app. Right? We installed that create React app. That means that is a toolkit that allows you to create React applications. So if you want to use React in other projects, like your Java, .NET and existing projects, then you cannot create like this. Then what you have to do, you have to individually install the tool chains in that project. How individually the tool chain is installed into project. So this is what you have to learn. Then you will understand how your project is used. Your project is used with React application is used with your existing projects. That means already you have a Java project or a .NET project or a PHP project. In that, how to enable React. If you can understand that, that means you need to know the tool chain correctly. If you know the tool chain, what to install and why to install that, then you can make this available in your applications. And you can use React with Java, .NET or PHP or Python like applications, right? Currently, we don't need any tool chain. Without a tool chain, means without manually installing a tool chain, we have already installed one create React app toolkit. Through that, we are creating a React application. Everything is maintained for us. Now we will learn how to use this tool chain and install the dependencies and make React work with other projects also. That means if you already have a web application, into that, how to add React application, that is what we have to learn. For that, we need to install this individually. That means we need to install a Webpack individually. We have to install a Babel individually. Then we can start working with React application in existing projects. I hope everyone understood. React application can be designed in two ways, by using predefined toolkits or by manually adding all the toolchain components into existing application. Right? Previously, how we created an application, have we manually followed the toolchain? Have we manually followed the toolchain? Previously, when we created React application, no. Directly, we created an application without following the toolchain, right? Now we will learn how to use this toolchain and individually create a React application with all the features. That means how to create an empty project and make React available in that empty project. So it may be Java project or .NET project, any project, how we can add React into other project. That we will see in our next session, okay? Tomorrow, we will discuss about that. So tomorrow, we are going to learn how to add React into existing projects. So we discussed about what is the tool set required for working with React application. So tool chains, what we need actually. So in that, we learned about two basic points, that we need a package manager, we need bundlers, so we need compilers to handle various options. Compiler like, so I told you like Babel is a compiler, right? We can use these compilers, right? So next, after understanding this, in order to start building a React application, so we already started creating a React application. So already we designed a React application. Now, sometimes you people may come with a simple query like, that means a question regularly comes is, so generally we have used NPM. By using NPM, we have installed the React application. That means we created the React application. So generally in some interviews or sometimes you may get a doubt like, so what is NPX actually? NPX. So technically NPX is one option actually. Generally NPX is it is a package runner tool actually. So that comes with NPM. It comes with NPM. You can directly create a React application by using this NPX. That means NPX is a tool. So it is a tool that comes with NPM. So it is a tool that comes with NPM. So it can directly create application. So create a React application. It can directly create React application. Actually, this is also very much used by developers in various occasions. Actually, what we done is, in order to create the React application, generally, so we installed create app. That means, so you don't need to install. So you can simply say that, so you doesn't require, so you don't need to use, right? That means we doesn't require. So create React app, create React app to install. If we are using npx, actually, so we don't require this create React app to install if we are using npx. That means what you can do is we can directly create a command. That means we can directly use the command called npx, and we can directly as create React app, and you can define your app name. You can define directly. You can configure like this. So you don't require create React app to install. Actually, in the installation process, I given you. So before creating React application, I told you. So to install create React app. Without installing create React app, what you can do is we can follow this second mechanism. The rest of options are same. Starting the application, everything is same. That means without installing create React app tool, directly you can run this command. So npx create React app and your application name. So this is what generally many people see while learning about React, because sometimes usually you have a habit of watching several tutorials online and several books you are referring related to React and all. Then a lot of confusion will be there, because every developer who publishes some tutorial about React, he have his own way of defining the approach. So, but they have different meanings. It depends on the situation and the requirement. So that means if we want to do more with this create React app, because if you install this create React app, there are so many other options that you will later use for maintaining your application. You can maintain your application, you can handle your application in a more better way. This is directly creating an app. Later, if you want to manage your React app and handle other interactions with React app, then we need to add some more libraries. Instead of that, what we have done is we directly installed create React app. After that, we created an application. Without that also, you can directly use this. So this is what actually npx, so the concept of npx is, right? If anyone asks, so what is this npx? So that is, npx is a tool that comes with npm, which allows you to directly create a React application. We can directly create a React application. That's the approach. I hope everyone is clear with these 2 points. That means, so we can create by using create React app, and we can create by using directly npx. You can try both of them. Okay, right. Next, important, after understanding that, right? So what is the purpose of npx is, without installing this create React app tool, we can directly create a React application, right? Now, another important option is, another important question here, and practically you should know that, is how to add React.js, how to add React.js component, how to add React.js into existing application, how to add React.js into existing application. One of the speciality about React.js is, unlike other technologies, the advantage is you can use React in your existing application only where you want it. You don't need to build a complete application with React. You can use React.js only where you want it. That is good. That is great, right? That is good for applications. That means we don't want React.js everywhere. Then it is unnecessary of creating a complete React application. We already have our Java application, .NET application, PHP. A general HTML website is there. Then if you already have so the basic applications, existing applications running, then you don't need to install complete React, and you don't need to integrate complete React. React is so lightweight and so modular that you can integrate only where you want it. Then you can use only up to the part where you want it. It makes the applications to perform more better, more lightweight, easily integrated into existing applications. Let's see how we can add React.js to an existing application. What is the basic approach of using React.js in existing application? Let's see how we can handle that, how we can manage that. One simple point we will see here. For that, so first we will create a sample application. We will create a sample project. How to create a sample application? Any application. It may be your Java, PHP, .NET, or a general web application. Let's create a general web application. How to create a general web application? I will show you. So let's open Visual Studio Code. First, open a physical drive, C drive or D drive. So in the computer, I will create a new folder. In my C drive, I'm creating a folder. So suppose HTML with React. So HTML with React, HTML app with React. That is the name I given, right? Just for clarity's sake. Now see here, I created a project. So HTML app with React. Open your Visual Studio Code. We are opening the Visual Studio Code. In this, open that folder here. So that is open folder, and in C drive, HTML app with React. Okay, that is the folder we opened. This is our project here. This is our project. Now it is not yet an official web project. It is not yet an official web project. So that means here we have just created a folder and opened that folder. Now, how we can make it an official web application? How we can make it an official web application? Just what we have to do is open in the terminal. Open in the terminal. Open this folder in terminal or command prompt. So you can open in terminal or command prompt. So terminal, go to terminal and select new terminal. You will get the terminal here. This is the terminal. Or you can open this in command prompt also. Just for your understanding sake, visual sake, I'm opening this here. So HTML in a separate folder, command prompt. Open CMD, it will open in the command prompt. To make it as a professional, web application, So here we need to configure. So the command npm init. I hope you know this command. Have you ever done this? You know this command, how you created your applications. Have you ever learned this? That means how to create your projects, so web projects. So if not, no problem. So, but important, npm init is a command which starts initializing of your project. It starts the initialization of your project. So that means it will make this folder HTML app with React as a professional web application. How it can do that? Actually, what you can do is simply after creating this. So first step, so create a new folder for projects. So we created a folder in C drive, HTML React app, something like this, HTML React app. Any name we can give. After that, so open your folder in Visual Studio Code. Okay. Next, open terminal. You can open terminal with control backtick. Open the terminal, or open your open folder location in command prompt. Then we have to run the command. You have to run the command npm init. So you have to run the command npm init and hit enter. You can see that it will start. So the initialization of your project. Now you can see that. So npm init is a utility. This utility will configure your project. In that, see, it is asking some questions. First question, it is asking, what should be the package name? That means, so what should be your project name? So I will give as HTML. So I will give as HTML React, because it will not allow any spaces. I will just give as HTML React. That is the package name. Okay, hit enter. Next step, it is asking which version of the app you are building. So by default, it is 1.0.0. So or 1 or 2, any version. Currently, I'm just defining it is 1.10.0. That is the first version. By default, it is giving that in the braces. If you want to continue, you can just hit enter. That means it will take the default one which is given in the parenthesis, right? Or you can change the version, because when you are developing an application, you have to configure the version for it. So now hit enter. Now it is asking description. So HTML website with React. So just one simple example description I'm giving. Okay, hit enter. It is asking entry point. So every web application starts with index.html, index.js, if it is coding based, or if it is a HTML based application, you know that every website starts with index.html. Am I right? Every website starts with index.html. So I hope you know that every web application starts with index.html. That is the default page. So it is giving index.js. It is giving index.js. So here you can keep all the logic and you can make it as startup. So currently, so we can just keep this here. So we will just leave it as index.js. Why? Because here we will write all the logic and understand how do we handle it. So index.js is the default entry point. That means it is like a main method. It is like a main function. Entry point means from where the execution will start. Actually, that is the entry point. Okay, let's leave it index.js. It is asking test command. Do you want to use any testing framework related configuration? Currently, no. I will just skip this also, enter. So it is asking, do you want to host it on Git so that you can make it live? So do you want to collaborate with any Git repository? Currently, we don't have any Git. Later at the end, I will show you how to publish our websites live. We will discuss about that. On live servers, we will use Git repository to do that. Initially, there is no Git repository. Enter. It is asking keywords. Do you want to mention some keywords for finding this project and making this project more SEO friendly, right? Application, some keywords. So that means the keywords to identify the, this is all metadata actually. Keywords is nothing like HTML and HTML. So HTML application and React application. So this is, so the keywords, these are the two options, keywords I'm giving. Author, suppose I said some Naresh I Technologies, that is the author. Okay, license, some license I said MIT. Any license terms you are following, you can define that license and configure. And hit enter. Now it is asking, are all these details correct? Then you have to just type yes and hit enter. Now it is created. What might have created? So that is the first basic doubt will come. What is created actually? You can observe that. You can observe that here in the project. Automatically, a package JSON is created. In the project, a package JSON is created. So already you saw in our React application, when we created a React application, a package JSON was there. We can generate this package JSON explicitly. Manually, we can generate this. So now tell me what this package JSON contains. Tell me what this package JSON contains. Package JSON contains, already we discussed now, what this package JSON contains. It contains the metadata of project. Good. So it contains metadata. Metadata means information about your project related libraries, all the metadata. Because you saw that it is not only dependency, it is having author name, version, am I right? It is having author names, versions and all. That means it is metadata, license terms and conditions and all. So this is metadata. So that means now you can see a package JSON is created. So that means when you run this, so a package.json, JSON file is created. Package.json file is created. It is done. Now you can observe that. So see, npm init, I will give you what questions it asks here. Just roughly. So I'm giving this logic copy. I will copy that. So this is just for your understanding sake. So that means this is the basic command. So that is just to understand that, yeah, bullets I will remove. Yeah. So this is what actually it has created. That means this is what actually it has created. This is what actually it asks us. And this will generate everything into this package.json. Everything will be added into the package.json. That means now your web application is ready. Your web application is ready. In this web application, we are adding a file. So index.html. So this is our startup page. And here we are designing a simple. So doc type HTML and head and title. So HTML React app. So that is the title and just the body section. We define the body section. And here we can have some content. That means HTML React app. Just something I defined as a heading. This is our index page. Our application starts with this index page. Application starts with index page. This is a general application. This is general web application. Now let's run this and see, right click and open with the live server. And you can see that it shows and display. I hope already I given you the list of what are the tools that you need to install in Visual Studio Code. I given a complete overview now. So you have that live server also installed in your machines, right? Right. I told you the plugins, what you need to install. Huh? So you installed that live server also, am I right? Right. The tool set I given to you, what we need in the IDE, how we can download and use. And if you have that live server, then what you can do is just you can right click. So you can right click in the page and select open with the live server. Open with the live server. Then generally it starts and shows the application here preview. Now important is, so is this is not a React application. This is a general HTML application. It is a general HTML application. That means it's a general web project. In that there can be so many things. It can be having your dynamic pages, static pages. You can do anything here. This is your general website. Even your JSP, PHP, Python, .NET based websites also, they have their own static and dynamic pages here. This is a general website. There may be several pages, but I want React only in this index page. I don't want every page to use React. It's your wish. That means you can build a complete React application, or you can use React only where you need it, Then what you have to do is, first point is, in this index page also, I want React to work only below this heading. This is the area I want. React to take control. I want React to use only that particular area and render information there. That means only that is the div where I want React to working. That means we don't want everything to configure. In that case, so for this div, we will refer with an ID. I will give an ID as a container. So I will say dynamic container. That's just the name I am giving as dynamic container. Or I will simply put as a React container. I give it the name as React container. That means this is the location where we want React to happen. So what is the great advantage of the React library you are learning is you can use it only where you want it. So that means entire application need not to be React. So you can use React only where you want it, only for that particular specific module, for that specific functionality. You can add React into your application. That makes good sense. That makes your applications more better to perform, easy to interact, easy to extend. So a lot of advantages will be there. So this is the location. Okay, fine. So what we have to do is, so we have to define a unique ID for that. That means after creating package JSON, so once the package JSON is ready, you can see that in the package JSON, all the details are there. So this is the name, version, description, scripts, everything is defined inside this package JSON. Later, if you are adding or installing some dependencies for your project, all that dependencies information will present here. It will be automatically updated when you are installing the dependencies, when you are using the dependencies, everything will be configured here, right? That means suppose I want to install Bootstrap for this project. How to install Bootstrap for this project? What you have to do? We have to install Bootstrap for this project. How do we install Bootstrap for this project? So you have to open this project in the terminal, and here we have to run the command npm install bootstrap. Am I right? That means you can install any dependency by using this npm install. Now, whatever you download and install through npm, so install through npm, it will create a node modules folder for you. And you can see that automatically a node modules folder is created and it is copied into that. And you see package lock JSON is also generated. Have you observed that? Have you observed package lock JSON also generated for you? You have seen this, So you have seen this approach. You have seen these files automatically added for you when you created a React application. But if you have manually started building your application, that is the reason in the beginning level itself, for a fresher, if you show all these, he will be a little bit confused if you don't clearly explain. So why? Because many times if we show a complete existing application, sometimes fresher will be confused. Like with one command, so many files are added into my project. So do I need all these files? What is the purpose of all those files? So that is the regular issue. Generally, a fresher will be very much confused with a lot of files automatically generated for him. But once we see step by step practically implementing this approach, that means manually adding everything one by one by ourselves, then we will get a more clarity on why this file is generated, when this file is generated, what that file comprises of. I hope you understood now the meaning of node modules, package JSON, package lock JSON. Am I right? So you have observed that in our project, these files were automatically created. Now these files are generated according to our requirements. All your Bootstrap is present in this node modules. And now tell me, as per the standards, where to keep this index.html correctly? That means, can you tell where I should keep that index.html as per our React environment? Where you will keep that index.html? Good. Where to keep that? We can keep in, tell me the location. We can keep in a public folder. Am I right? Right? Good. Right? That means what we have to do is we have to create a new folder called public. Into that public folder, we need to drag and drop this index.html. So better keep that in that public folder. Understood? That is how we need to handle the hierarchies. And automatically you can observe that. Here you can observe that. So you can see, so left side, you can see in the package JSON, automatically the information about Bootstrap and its version dependencies is there. And in package lock JSON, it will get the information detailing. So whenever you added your first dependency, automatically it will create node modules. Suppose you are installing more. So when you are installing more dependencies, now all will be added into node modules folder. Understood? That means node modules is created for the first time and all others are added into that node modules whenever later you install them. Okay. Right. Whenever you later install them, everything will be inside that. Right. So this is a general application. Remember, is it a React application? Is it a React application? It is not a React application. It is a general web application. It is not a React application. It is a general web application. Everyone understood? This is a general web application, right? Yes. Now, in this web application, I want index page to use React. It's not mandatory that every page should use React. I want only index page to use React. Then if you want only index page to use React, then there may be several pages now. In this public, there may be several pages. If you want index page to use it, then we need to import some scripts. We need to import some scripts. We have to get the scripts and we have to use the scripts. So that means we need to integrate some scripts into this. That means what we will do is, after creating package.json, the next step, add a public folder, add a new folder, right? Add a new folder into project. So by name public, okay. So add a new file into public folder. So index.html, index.html. We are adding that into index.html. Yeah, and you can install dependencies for project using npm. So example, I have installed Bootstrap. That means so I have used npm install. So Bootstrap. Now what it is going to generate, actually, it will generate node modules. It will generate node modules and package lock.json. So package lock.json. It will generate the package lock.json file, right? It is going to generate the package lock.json file. So that is the file generated. Node modules and package.json, everything is present inside that location. Now still, so the React is not ready. React is not ready in our project. So what we have to do is go to the official website of React.js. So www.react.js. Okay, so React.js, the official website of React.js, reactjs.org. In this React.js org, so what you have to do is you have to download, you have to get the library. How we get the library? So you click on get started. And here you can see, so CDN links will be there. Right side, you will see CDN links. Go to the CDN links. This is the CDN link. So we have two CDN links are defined here. One is for development, another one is for production. Two CDN links are defined. Already you know what is the purpose of development and production. That means already you know in JavaScript, you know that any JavaScript library, suppose we have home.js and home.min.js. You know the purpose of these two now, right? You know the purpose of these two. What is home.js and what is home.min.js? Can you tell me what is that min.js? What is that min.js? Min.js is, yeah, good. Min.js is minified file. It is a compressed file. Am I right? Minified file is a compressed file. So minified file is a compressed file. Right? It is a compressed file. Is a compressed file. Right? It is general HTML CSS. If you have learned HTML CSS, you know that concept called minification. Am I right? You know the concept called minification. So you can have that minification. Yeah. Minification is the process of compressing the code. And generally, home.js is used for development. It is used for development. And home.min.js is used for production environment. So that means for development, we use home.js. Production means when application is going live, we have to use the minified files. That is a general thing in CSS, in JavaScript, jQuery based environments. Which library you are using, where you are using, that's a very general thing actually. That means that is a general approach how we can configure it. Yeah. So technically, so here we are just defining this approach for development or production. You can see here it has given the CDN for development and production. This is for development, this is for production. Second set is given for production, right? And so if you are working with any old, so currently we are using the latest version. And generally, so for React app, so remember to integrate React.js, to integrate React.js into your project. So to integrate React.js into your project, into your page, so you need two files. So we need two files actually. What are the two files we need? Actually, you need one is React development. Actually, you need React development.js. development.js. We need a development.js. React development file is required. So that is one file you need, React development.js. That means we generally call as react.development.js. That will be the name actually. React development.js. That is one file. Another one is React. We have DOM development.js. Development.js. These two files are required. These two files are required. That means now what you have to do is, so you have to get these files. You have to get these files from official React.js website. You can get it from the official React.js website, CDN links actually, CDN links. So how we can download them and use them also, that we will see in the React application actually. Now you can see that. So we have to get it from the CDN links. So CDN links, we need to configure with the CDN links. So generally we have to just configure into the CDN links. So let's configure into the CDN link. How do we configure into the CDN link? Just what you have to do is copy these two files that they have given here. Which one we will use? Development. Now, so while developing an application, why we cannot use minified files? You know it? Can we use minified file in development? Can we use minified files in development? Actually, we can use minified files in development. No problem. We can use the minified files in development. No problem. Actually, we can use them. We can use the minified files in development. But the issue is, so minified files, if any exception occurred, it cannot identify the issue where the problem occurred. It is difficult for debugging. Understood? It is difficult for debugging. So that is the reason we don't recommend that to use. We don't recommend that to use. So what we prefer is, we generally prefer configuring and using. We generally prefer configuring and using only the unminified file. That means uncompressed files, because you can identify and fix the bugs, right? If there are any bugs, you can do that. Okay, finally done. These two are required. Okay, next what we have to do is, so I will copy them and paste these two links, CDN links, into our project. We have to keep the CDN links into project in the head section. So scripts are kept in the head section. So head section, the scripts are defined. Okay. And usually, I hope you already learned in your JavaScript, what is the purpose, what is the meaning of cross origin? What is the purpose of attribute cross origin? You already know SRC. What is the purpose of cross origin? What is the purpose of cross origin? In HTML, you might have learned now. In HTML, so cross origin is an attribute available for even image also, right? Even for images also, for image, IMG, image, we have a cross origin attribute. Cross origin will be there with anonymous and credentials. You might have learned in your HTML, right? Yes. Cross origin is nothing but it will allow, generally what happens if you are accessing any library from another location, if you are accessing library from any another location, that means from another server, and using in your server, data coming from across the servers are blocked by firewalls. Understood? They are blocked by firewalls. Cross origin indicates that allow. Cross origin indicates that allow the data coming from external source. So you should allow the data coming from external source. That is important. You have to configure the cross origins. Okay, configure the cross origin initially. So that is by default available. It's fine. Okay. Now the next part here is we need to create a React component. We need to create a React component and add that React component to this page. React is now ready. That means index page is ready to use React. Index page is ready to use React. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to add this. We need to add this components into this React application. That means in this page. Remember, React is not available for entire website. It is available only for this page because you integrated only here. It is available only for this page. Now we need to create a React component. We need to create a React component and use that component for here, right? In this area. Then where to maintain the components? Where to maintain the components? Can you tell me any specific folder where to maintain the components? Where to maintain the components? Can you tell me any specific folder? You saw our folder structure earlier, where the components are maintained. So dynamic files. Am I right? Dynamic files are present in SRC folder. Am I right? In SRC folder, all the dynamic files are present. Good. Right. You remember that, right? Yes. So that means, what do you say now? I will use here. So I will use here an SRC folder. That means what I will do is I will create another folder here. SRC, that is the folder. In this SRC folder, so I will add a dynamic file. Dynamic file is hello.js. So JavaScript files will have the extension JS, hello.js. And here, so we have to write the JavaScript, means here we have to create the React component. This is the React component. This React component have to render a message. this React component have to render a message into a div. And what is the ID of the div? React container. Into this React container, this component have to render some message. For that, actually, we have to use a method called React DOM. So we have to use a method React DOM dot render. So we have to use React DOM dot render. This render method, so will render some heading. So some heading or some paragraph. It will render some paragraph. It will render some paragraph. It will render some paragraph. And in that paragraph, we will say that, so hello from React.js. That is the message it has to render. And where it has to add this message, this is the JSX syntax. So React have to render into virtual DOM. This it has to render. Into which element it should render. So we have to get that element by using document.getElement by ID. Into which element we have a React container. So into that React container, it should add it. That is how we have to configure. That means this is the React container. Into the React container, we are rendering this message. Later, I am going to explain you these methods and all. Don't worry. We are going to learn about those methods detailedly and discuss about the JSX syntax and all. Now, this is a React component here. This is a React component here. That means what this React component is doing, it is rendering this paragraph into this container. That means into this container, it is rendering that paragraph. Okay. Now, see currently here. So when we run this index page, you can see that this index page is not having that message. Index page is not having that message. Why? Because this component that we created, hello.js, this component is not yet ready to use in the page. We have to use that in the page. We have to use that in the page, right? We have to use that in the page. That means what we have to do is, right? We have to use that component in the page. Then we have to go to the index page and we have to import that component also here. So what is the component we have to import? Script, so source. So we have to import the component script. Okay. So what is that? Script source is equal to. So from // come out of the current folder, go to src in that hello.js. That's how we need to configure. That means we need to put this component also. We need to put this component also into this application. That means component related library also is defined into this. But still so much work is there. I'm just showing you the approach. That means we designed a component. Component contains a React container. This React container is rendering by using the method React DOM.render. It is rendering this into the page. And here in the output, so when we refresh here, you cannot see that output initially because see, there are so many more points as I told you. So currently, because we haven't learned about detailedly about the components, so how we can configure the components, how we can define the components. So we haven't learned that. Detailedly, we will discuss about that approach also. Because this is React container. And into this React container, we need to add this. So we need to learn about all the syntactical references, how we can manage and use them. Here initially, you run this and you can see here the sources, inspect here. And in the inspect, you can see console. In the console, so you have an option here. So React DOM has some problem. So there is a token for this. That means in hello.js, so it have a problem. In hello.js, it have a problem in rendering your content. That means how it is going to render that content. We need to configure that. And it have problem in rendering the content. So here, actually, we just use React DOM.render. It is saying that there is a problem in rendering your content. But actually, there is no problem in rendering the content. Why? Because generally, so how we define the content means how we can render the information and define the content. The general method is same, nothing changed. That means we have to use React DOM and we have to use the render method and we need to configure. So we need to configure hello or something message, whatever you want to define, you can define the message. And where you want to add, we need to configure that. By accessing the ID, we need to define it. The approach is same. Only the problem we will face is the modular approach. That means the modular approach. That means configuring the modules, accessing the modules, and using the modules. Because yesterday I told you that when you are using separate JavaScript files, every JavaScript file is considered as a module. So yesterday we discussed that a module contains set of several functions. A module usually contains a set of several functions. And when a module contains set of functions, technically, every module contents inside the module, whatever you defined, every module content is private. It is not accessible globally. Have you remembered that point? That means it is not complete. That means it is not global, right? It is not global. It is private, right? It is not global. It is just private. So, right. So that means the component that you have configured. So it is private, right? Yeah. We discussed that we have to export. So we need to export. We need to define. So that export, then the React components will work. If you are not exporting and we are not defining, just by writing the basic syntactical, just like writing a simple component and trying to access, so you cannot handle that. So for that, usually you need to know how we can define the contents and what you have to configure. And we have to make sure that we are defining. So in a modular approach means we need to learn about configuring two things. how we can import and how we can export the contents from the files. That means how to keep them organized in classes, how we can keep them organized in classes, right? Then you can import and export the contents. Otherwise, directly they will not work. But remember, so this component, how to create a React component, how to integrate that React component into our application and use it. This is only the point we have to add here. If we can add that, then this is ready. That means now this application is ready with the functionality also. But we haven't learned how to configure the components. I just given a basic syntax here. So that means how do we create the components? How do we configure the components? We need to learn about that, right? What is confusion, Mr. Hitesh? Let's see what you have confused. Yeah, what is your confusion, Hitesh? Where you got confused, can you speak?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. We are not getting you what you want to teach here. Which point you want to teach here? We are getting confusion. Not
So
we are not catching you.
You are there from the beginning.
Yes, I am from beginning class.
Of this class.
Yes.
What
Yes,
we
yes.
started the class about?
Yeah, NPX you started and you want to how to we can use React in existing application.
How to add React into existing application.
Yes.
That point is clear.
Yes, but first of all, we don't know how to create a.
First answer my questions. You'll get a clarity. Okay, now. What is our topic?
How to exist our
adding React application into
existing application.
So first, what we have done? We have created an empty application.
Yes, now you have to install Bootstrap and everything. But first of the I am not a UI student also.
First, answer my questions, right?
Yes, yes.
But if you don't interrupt me, first answer my questions, you'll get a clarity.
Yes.
Okay, now.
Okay.
Okay, now. How we created an application? An empty application we created. Am I right?
Okay.
Into the empty application, we made it a professional web application by installing package.json. Am I right?
Yeah, right.
What is the purpose of package.json?
Package.json, there is the metadata, all of the what is our application description, everything.
That means your application is ready. Am I right?
You're right.
In this application, we want to use React.js.
Yes.
For that, where you want to use React.js, it depends on your requirement.
Right.
You can use in any page. Am I right?
Yes.
And currently we have added one page. What is that page?
Hello.js, one file we created.
Page. What is our page? In our website,
index.html.
We want to use React in that index.html. Am I right?
Yes, right.
How to get index page to use React? For that, what we have to do?
For you added a script in there.
That means now React is ready in this page.
Okay, so using this script, we can use React in existing application.
That is what we are discussing now.
Okay, so I think you making lengthy, so we are getting confusion. So what exactly main topic? Sometimes forgot what is main topic.
One problem is you have a preset brain. You think too much about yourself. That's the reason the problem will come, right? You don't need to think much about what you know. Just follow what we are learning. Then you will get more clarity. Understood? Understood?
Yeah, yes.
That means you already have a preset, right? You came with a mindset that I will do this.
So not like that.
Then it cannot happen. Then it cannot happen. Okay.
Yeah, you are right, but not thinking like that. Whatever you are saying.
This is so much clear. This is so much clear. And you said what we have done up to now. Now we created an empty application. We enabled React in that application. And then what is your problem now?
And the problem is, I think you make it little lengthy. I'm saying you are making little lengthy. Miss more. That's why complicated.
So, Mr. Hitesh, I don't know who you are, what you are. So the point is, this is not lengthy. This is the architectural structure of creating a React application at high level. Understood?
Yeah, you are right.
Understood?
Yes.
So how much experience you may be having?
4 years.
4 years experience. In what you are having?
Backend side.
In backend?
Yes.
In backend, you are having 4 years experience.
Yes.
So yeah. Now the point is, without knowing the architecture of how to build an application from the scratch, you want to show me a preview of application?
No, I'm not saying like this. I think you are not getting me.
No, I'm getting very much clear from you. The point is, do you think this is the lengthy process or this is the correct way? Already we saw one process of creating an application in a short way. Have you seen that?
No, I'm not saying you are. Whatever you're teaching, it is right. I'm not saying you are not teaching perfectly.
I don't care about what you think about, right? First point. The point is, we have to show two approaches. How to create an application in a short way. How to build an application from a scratch level.
Yes, yeah.
Understood?
Sometimes I feeling you are rotating one thing, only one place, rotating one question.
What place I rotated, you tell me.
Yeah, you something I don't know about the module and everything, but you teaching that how to use React in existing application. That time you so many times since 15-20 minutes you are taking. We are getting confused. What is this? I'm not getting clear. I'm not saying that you are not teaching. I'm not asking about the question.
So see, all the people are sending a message. All the people are sending a message that they are able to understand everything perfectly. You can read those messages, sir. Do you want me to make it public?
Yeah, I'm not asking.
No, you want me to make it public, all the messages?
No, maybe I'm telling about myself. I'm not telling about myself because
right. See, you have a preset mind to do some argument, right?
No, not like that.
No, that is the actual way it happens generally in general.
No. So you are getting wrong.
So because nothing like that. Because you have a preset point of arguing, and you have a preset point of pointing out.
No,
right? If you came with that motive,
I got confusion. So what is to teach us a different way? So I can solve my confusion. That is the problem. That's nothing.
If it is your motive, then it cannot happen here, right? See, because some people have that particular intention and motive to handle the same set. What I told you, understood? Right here, my intention in this class, today's session, is to tell clearly about how to integrate a React application into an existing project.
Yes,
now,
I know.
You understood that point?
Yes, I know that. I also know that.
That's enough then. That's enough then. You can continue. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I hope everyone understood the point. Is there any confusion in this? Is there any confusion in this? Everyone, is there any confusion in this? Is there any issue in this? Is there anything like complicated that you are unable to understand? Is there any complicated that you are unable to understand? Because see, people sometimes come into the sessions just to handle some pointing out some points. So without trying to understand what they are going to learn actually. For such kind of people, we can't entertain anything else, right? So you continue if you want. Otherwise, you can talk to the admin and you can change yourself. That will be better. Right? We don't care with anybody else, right? We will just follow our existing flow. We will just follow our existing flow. Okay, right. Right, and if you have faced any issue, then I am ready to explain that again. But if you say that, so this is rotating here and there, rotating in this, it's too much. We don't care about that, right? Right, so that's your problem, right? Yeah, so if you are having a problem in the concept, in understanding it, then you can ask it. So I will repeat it anytime, right? Right. So if you're not having that, right? And Mr. Hitesh, if you still have a problem, you can contact our admin, right? Yeah, this is his number. You can contact him. Fine, right. Right. So here, our main intention is to learn in this session how to integrate. How do we integrate and how do we handle a React application into existing? A straightforward few points I explained. I don't know what is problem in your understanding here. So first, we created a project and we initialized the project, and we go to the official website of React and we added and we integrated everything. Now, what is pending in this application? What is pending in this application? So that means React is ready to use in our application. Am I right? React is ready to use in our application, right? What is pending here? So what is pending here? That means now what we have to learn extra here? What we have to learn extra here? So React is ready for entire application or only for specific page? React is ready for entire application or only for specific page? It is for only specific page. What is that page? Index.html. Index.html. And what is pending here? So in this, what is pending here? We need to create a React component. Am I right? We need to create a React component. So, and we need to add the React component into this page. Creating a React component and adding a React component into the page. So that means for that, we need to understand. So what is a component? What is a component? How do we create the components? How do we configure the components? For that, what are the basic things we need and how we can add the components to the page? That means now you can see a component working in this index page, right? So that means we have to learn how to configure and create components for our website, right? So I hope you are clear with that. So up to this part, React is ready to use. Only one part is pending is creating the components and adding the components into this page. So then we can see how React works. For that, we have to first learn how to create the components and work with the components. Okay, now, right? Then that we will see in the next session, how we can create the component and add the component into the pages. So up to this, you try. Up to this point, you try. So up to this point, you try creating an application, enabling React into application. Once you enable React, so what are the things you have to add is, add following scripts into head section. So the scripts into head section. From the official site, we got the script. These scripts we need to add into the head section. Once these scripts are added into the head section, now application is ready to use React. Not entire application, only index. For that, we need to create a component and use the component. That we will see in our next session, how to create the components and use the create a new React application. How do we create a React application and means general application and enable React into that application. So we created a new empty project, and into that project, it's a general HTML project. In that, how to enable the React environment. So we discussed one point. So here we designed an index page and we created all these libraries manually. So we haven't used any predefined options. Ready-made, we created everything. Now up to this, creating the application and organizing our contents in a certain folders is important. Now, what are the initial scripts required, and from where to get the scripts also I showed you. So we need React development, React DOM development, so that it is ready. Now React is ready to be used in this index page. Now once it is ready, how we can use React, how we can handle the components in React, how we can design the user interface, so handle the interactions. So that's what we are going to learn now. So let's see how we can manage that. Actually, so after enabling React up to this part, we need React requires components. As I already told you, we will detailedly discuss about that. So yesterday we designed, so we designed a simple application and we enabled all the scripts. Now once React is ready to be used in your project, still some work is there, I will tell you. So now we need to create, React.js components. We need to create React.js component. Technically, creating the React.js component and using the component for our application. This is the approach we need to follow. So generally, few important basic things I will tell you first. Actually, components are building blocks for creating application. Components are building blocks for creating application. Actually, a component, that means applications are built by using components. Usually a component comprises of technically you can say that component is a template. Technically component is a template. Template means it comprises of design and functionality. Which you can inject and use in any page. We can inject that and use in any page. So that means actually components will provide reusable templates for React.js application. Components will provide reusable templates for React.js application. In a simple manner, I will tell you just example. Suppose, so you have seen, I think many of you have an idea of Bootstrap. In Bootstrap, have you worked with carousel? You know carousel in Bootstrap? Do you have any idea on that carousel in Bootstrap? What do you say? You know carousels, you know models in Bootstrap? Good. And I think if you know them, then I think you also know that carousel contains a sample design and a sample functionality also, like sliding the banners. Am I right? That means it contains both design and functionality. Model is also having, it's like a dialogue now. It's like a dialogue. It is also having a design. So design and functionality. Am I right? That means you can open the dialogue, you can close the dialogue. So it is having both design and functionality. Am I right? That means a component is similar to these Bootstrap templates. That means it comprises of predefined logic and functionality. This logic and functionality you can implement in any location you want. So that means components are templates. Templates means components are templates. Templates means usually They comprises of design and functionality, both. Actually, component. So components are several types. We will detailedly see about them. Components are majorly classified. Components are classified into two major categories. There are several other also. Two major types. Components are classified into two major types. We will detailedly discuss those types and individual examples also. We will see about them. Usually, components are classified into two types. We have like functional components. We have class components. So component like this. We have function components and class components like that. So function components, class components, these are the categories actually, categories of components. So what are those? We will discuss. We will see detailedly one by one. Usually, it comprises of design and logic. This design and logic. And very important is component is designed by using JSX. Component is designed by using JSX. Technically, component is designed by using JSX. What is JSX also? We will see now. So I will show you first how actually it is concept oriented design, how it is configured and handled. So everything in React.js is built with components. That is the first primary point. Everything in React is built with components. That's the reason we call components as building blocks for the application. And it comprises of the design and the logic, which is designed with JSX. Actually, that means in order to work with components, first we need to understand JSX also. We need to learn what is JSX and how do we deal with JSX. They are both related to each other. So we need to know both of these techniques. What is JSX? Why JSX? Actually, JSX is nothing but it is JavaScript extension actually. JavaScript extension. JavaScript extension. So it is a syntactical extension of JavaScript like HTML, which we will see in a short while. We will detailedly discuss about that. So we need one component. So first I am giving you overview of component, then we will go in depth about the components. That means actually we need to build an application here. So that means we need to build an application here. So we are building an application. So some React.js application. Now in this application, so usually, suppose this application contains, so one component, we have a navbar component. So this navbar component comprises of a navigation bar. That means it is containing a navigation bar. And this navigation bar is having a navigation brand. So it is having a navigation brand. It is having some navigation brand. You might have learned about this in your CSS. And it is having some search box. So that means it is having some search. Right side, it is having some search. Similarly, we are having a footer. So footer. And in the footer, we have some copyrights and links designed in the footer. And we have some login. So we have some login. In that we have some login screen design. That means username, password. So some login screen is designed. So that means actually these are all components. Now these components are added into your application. These are added into your application. That means your application is designed with the components. Your application is designed with the components. So that means a components provides a sample design and functionality which you can implement here. Now you want this navigation bar, you want this footer, you want this login in any another page. Everywhere you can implement this by injecting that component here. It is reusable. It contains both design and functionality. So that means these are the components. Every React application is built with components. It is built with components. And to design the components, we use JSX. By using JSX, we design the components. We create the components with the JSX. So what is JSX? We will see now. So now in our application that we have, and technically one more point is when we are talking about component, actually React.js component, so can be embedded into page, can be embedded into page, or can be defined in module. This is important. React.js components can be embedded into page, or they can be defined in module. If you know proper JavaScript, so you know what is the meaning of a module and embedded. That is the basic thing. React.js components have two mechanisms. You can make the React.js component embedded, or you can define in a module. Embedded means that means what we are doing is, so two techniques are there. I hope everyone knows embedded technique. In embedded technique, what happens is, so component is designed and used in the same page. Component is designed and used in the same page. That is an embedded technique actually. In embedded technique, component is designed and used in the same page. It is designed and used in the same page. That is what actually embedded technique. What is modular technique? Module technique. Module technique is nothing but component is designed. Component is designed. That means component is designed in a separate JavaScript file. It is designed in a separate JavaScript file. Usually they have the extension .js. Components are designed in a separate JavaScript file. Usually they have the extension JS. And component is linked to any page. Component is linked to any page. That means in which page you want to use the component, it is linked to any page. So that means there are two techniques of defining the components and working with the component. One technique is keep your components embedded. What is problem? What is advantage? So both are different approaches you need to understand. I will show you. So let's go to our project. In the project, so we already defined. So here, index.html. In that, React related library ready. React related library is ready. Now here we have a div. So this div is root. That means this is where we want to generate. You can give any name. So this is the location where we want to generate, where we want our React contents. Rest of HTML page is having other contents. Now I want React to take control here. In this area, I want React to handle everything. Then how to design a component? Two techniques are there. First technique, embedded technique. In embedded technique, we use a script element. So we use a script element. In the script element, we design the component related entire functionality. That means the component is designed directly. Inside this embedded. It is embedded. Now here important, how to embed. So that means we need to just use the option. So we have to write, yesterday I told you, we have React DOM dot render method. It defines what you want to render. I want to render. So the content here initially I am defining. I want to render some information here inside the div. So I will just keep here a paragraph. I want to render a paragraph. Okay, good. What content you want to render in the paragraph? So I will say that. So welcome to React.js. So this is a paragraph. Okay, comma, where you want to render. So that means I want React to render this content into the DOM. Where you want to render it into the DOM, then you have to access that and define. That means I want to render into this root div. Then how do we access it? Document dot get element by ID. Here we are accessing that root. So root. I want to access that into root and use it. So this is how we need to configure the inline. So technically, first point is this is inline component. Inline component means component is designed in the same page. It is embedded into the same page. And this component, so we want to render to this location. This is how we define DOM, React DOM render. Now the point is, first concept here. Tell me, is this React DOM code is understandable to browser? Can a browser understand that React DOM code? Is a browser able to directly understand this React DOM? So is browser able to directly understand this React DOM? Actually, browser cannot directly understand your React DOM. It cannot directly understand your React DOM. So I told you that we need a compiler. Am I right? We need a compiler which compiles, because some browsers cannot understand. I told you legacy browsers, modern browsers. So a browser cannot understand this React DOM directly. A browser, because actually React DOM is nothing but, what is the meaning of this React DOM? It is creating a virtual DOM. Understood? It is creating a virtual DOM. Understood? Browser can understand actual DOM. Am I right? Browser can understand actual DOM. Browser can use actual DOM. React is creating a virtual DOM. So, and into the virtual DOM, it is rendering this content. It is rendering that content. It is creating a virtual DOM and rendering that content. That means browser cannot understand this. It need to be translated. It need to be compiled. It need to be processed. So now who is responsible? For compiling? In React.js, what is the compiler? Who is responsible for compiling this and making it understandable? Yeah, in React.js, who is the compiler? Tell me. Who is the compiler? Babel, right? Good. It is the compiler. Is there any Babel compiler configured here? There is no Babel compiler configured here. So whatever the React component you designed, whatever the React component that you have designed is not understandable. Let's start in the live server and run this and see. Whatever React you have designed is not understandable. Observe here. inspect, and go to the console. In the console, you will observe that it says that I am unable to understand the syntax that you have written, because browsers cannot directly understand. A translator is required. Who is the translator? Babel. So there is Babel in our page? Is there Babel in our page? It is not there. We have only 2 libraries added. What are those 2 libraries added? We have added only 2 libraries. One is React Development and React DOM Development. We need a compiler also, which will translate this code into browser understandable. Understood? Am I right? We need a Babel compiler also. Okay, then let's go here and Google. In the Google, we will search for Babel CDN. This is Babel CDN. So this is the Babel CDN library. So select that, and you can see that this is the Babel CDN library. So it is having this CDN library. I will copy this library. So, and you see they have given an option for installing it permanently on your computer also, your project. But we are not doing that currently. We are not doing that. Okay. Currently, what we are doing, we are using all CDNs. Okay. We are selecting this URL. Okay. Let's go to the project. Babel is copied. Let's go to the project. Here we need to configure. So script. Okay. In the script, we have to define source. It is the paste. We paste that source. That means now compiler is also ready. Understood? Compiler is also ready. That means you need 3 libraries. One is React DOM, React Development, and React DOM and Babel. I hope everyone understood. That means now, once the Babel compiler is there, you can see now, when I refresh this, you see some code issues are there. Means some more code issues are there. Now, what are these code issues? Why? Because one more important point you should know is Babel is working fine, no problem. So that means Babel is working fine. But one of the main issue here is it is working fine, but the problem is the code that you have written inside the script. Already I told you, if you are accessing from any another location, we need to use the cross origins. All right, cross origins is used for allowing from any another server. It is allowing the content and displaying the content. But still it is having problem. Why it is having problem? Because the script that you have written, whatever the script you have written, so it thinks that it is a general JavaScript. I think you have learned in JavaScript how to define. Script MIME type. You learned that? In JavaScript, how to define the script MIME type. Have you learned that? Right, script MIME type, right? So what is the MIME type of script what is the MIME type of script if it is JavaScript? What is the MIME type of script if it is JavaScript? What do you say? What is the MIME type of script if it is JavaScript? What is the MIME type of script if it is JavaScript? What do you say? You learn JavaScript script. What is the MIME type of script if it is JavaScript? What if you are writing here JavaScript code? So what will be the type? You know, type is equal to text/JavaScript. Am I right? That is type JavaScript. That is the type JavaScript. Understood? That means that is the types. That is what is that? That is MIME type, na? Yes, that is MIME type. That is text JavaScript. Okay. So that means now tell me the script I written here embedded, whatever I written embedded, is it JavaScript? Script I written, is it JavaScript? The script I written, is it JavaScript? That means I will give you more idea. Is it JavaScript or JSX? It is not just plain JavaScript. Am I right? Yeah, good. That means it is not just plain JavaScript. It is JSX. Am I right? It is having both syntactical, right? It is JSX, right? Yes. So that means now the script MIME type, that means here we defined the type, scripted MIME type, we have configured the type. And the MIME type for the script, we defined as a text/JSX, understood? That means if your script is JavaScript, then you say JavaScript. But the script that you written here is not just JavaScript, it is JSX. That means you need to tell the Babel compiler that this is not general JavaScript, this is JSX. Then if it is general JavaScript, then the general browser parser will take control over it. If it is JSX, then Babel will take control over it. Understood? Are you clear? That means the script, if it is general JavaScript, then usually the browser's parser will take control over it. If it is JSX, then JSX will take control over it. That means JSX will take control over it. You can define in another way also. You can use Babel also. Text/ you can write Babel. Understood? That means now Babel will take control of this script and it will use that script. Right? So, but if it is Yeah, it depends on your requirement, how you configure that. Now you can see that React is working fine. Understood? The output is rendered there. Am I right? That means we created a complete empty application, a complete empty project. And in that project, we integrated React, and we are using React in that application. That means now React's ability is it can work only where you want it. You don't need to create a complete React application. Your, after all, general HTML application also can use React. Your .NET application also can use React. Your PHP application also can use React. Your Python application also can use React. Just it can integrate in which page you want, you can add it. You can add it. That means whatever the message we are trying to render inside that, it is going to render that and display there here. Now, if I don't define this type is text Babel or text JSX, then it is unable to understand it. Understood? It is unable to understand it. So when you configure this as type, as text JSX, or you say as Babel, then it is going to understand and display it. It is going to render that into that particular location, right? So this is the basic mechanism how React takes control of your application. And for that, what are the basic requirements? What are the basic requirements? Now, I hope everyone can tell what are the basic requirements. So what do you need to use React in your application? What do you need to use React in application? Tell me. You need 3 libraries. One is React development.js, React DOM development.js, and you need Babel. Am I right? These 3 are enough. These 3 are enough. And the script that you are writing, it must tell that its type is JSX. The script that you are configuring and you are defining, it should tell that it is JSX. It is JSX. Now, this is the basic approach. This is the basic approach. So this is the basic approach. That means how we can add React environment. We have React environment. Yeah, MIME type is very important. MIME type is very important. If you don't define the MIME type, then it thinks that it is general JavaScript, and Babel will not take control because script can have general JavaScript also. For example, I'm adding one more script here. So, and I'm writing a function here, function body load is equal to, so body load, and here we defined an alert. So that means, React integrated. This message I'm writing. This is not any JSX, it is general JavaScript. And this we are writing here, onload is equal to body load. Now this script will be used here. This script will be used by your application. And to use that application, yeah, this script will be used in your application on body load. And you can see that it will say React integrated. This is not React. This is general JavaScript using in your DOM hierarchy. Understood? This is general JavaScript working here. And this is the React working here. That is the reason you need to tell. So this script is better to tell. Its type is text JavaScript. Understood? Text JavaScript. Now, do you have any doubt? Like, do I need to tell this? Yes, right? Do you need, so suppose if you have any doubt, like if I tell that this is JSX, that means the text type is JSX. So that means now it is text type as JSX. So you can see that it is still working. So it is still working. Why? Because even Babel, if it can understand JSX, that means it can understand general JavaScript also. Am I right? Understood? Huh? Right? Because sometimes some people have such abnormal questions. That is the reason I'm telling. Right? If Babel can understand, so JavaScript extension, that means it can understand general JavaScript also. Right? That means if I give JSX, it doesn't matter. You don't need to give. That means you are wasting your time now. Why you are wasting this time? Because this is not related to the Babel. So you don't need Babel to take control over it. It will consume the time in compiling it. Am I right? It will consume the time in compiling it. So it is JavaScript. So this is general approach. So how you configure, so how you define, so React into your application, how you configure and integrate React into your application. So that means we created a complete, simple, empty application, and we are adding React into that. But what we have done is everything. So we have done everything through CDN. Am I right? Through CDN, we are accessing everything and we are using it and we are configuring it, everything here. Right? So that means through CDN, we are adding everything. Right? And instead of CDN, you can directly install into your project and you can use it. So the complete application can be JavaScript React application. I will show you that point here. Now, currently, so the key point here is currently the component that you have designed. I just designed a welcome to React.js component. And you can design any component, you can configure any component and integrate into the page. Complex things we will design later. So this is just welcome to React.js. This is the component which is rendered into this div, and it is displayed here. Along with general JavaScript also it is working. Combination, it is defining and working it. Right? Now, important is technically, we are designing a document. That means a component. We are designing a component inline, embedded. Component is designed and used in the same page. Am I right? We are using component in an embedded technique. We are designing the component in embedded techniques. Now, what is the problem in this? What is the problem in embedded technique? So what is the problem in embedded technique? Let's see. First, we will see the complete flow of the application here. That means, so yesterday we learned that to integrate React.js into your page, you need these files. You can get from the React.js official website. So CDN links, you can copy those CDN links and you can use those CDN links. The links related option I will give you here, reactjs.org. And here I will give you a direct link to you, get started. And here we have direct links here. That means CDN links that you want to use in your application, right? So that means, yeah, CDN links. Okay, I will give you this URL directly in the notes for your reference sake. That means CDN links. Here I will give you that URL. Yeah, that is the URL from where you can get the following scripts, from where you can follow the scripts, get the scripts. Is it enough? These two are enough, or do I need to add something else? These two scripts are enough, or do we need to add something else? What else we need? One more thing we need now. So not enough. So we need one more. Babel also required now? Right, right. So we need Babel also, right? So what we do now? So that means we need to define the Babel. So let's take, that means you have to add Babel CDN to your page, So that's also you can do. That also link directly I will give to you. So Babel CDN link directly I will give to you. Yeah, this is the Babel CDN link. Means directly the location where you can get the link. You can copy this here from this page, Yeah, from this page, you can get this script and you can add that script into your page. This is the script you need to keep in your page. That's what you have to do. So that means two scripts. So one is your React DOM, right? Yes. And another one is Babel. So these two I will highlight for you. This one and this one. These are the scripts you need to give. Complete example also I will give, right? First, we have to add. So we have to add these three things. Now, after adding the three things, so we designed an embedded technique. That means we created an embedded technique. So this is an example. This is an example for, so React.js components, components embedded into page. React.js components embedded into the page. I will copy this entire example for you and I will define that here. So this is the example. This is the complete example source code here for you. So this is for your practice, right? This is what we need to do. So that means we are configuring everything inside this one file. Now React is added to this page and React is being used in this page. And here, what is the key point here? Note. So here the note is the MIME type. So the MIME type of React.js, JSX syntax, JSX script must be type is equal text slash JSX, or you can also give text slash Babel, right? This is how we need to define. That is the script. So JSX or Babel, right? So that means you have to syntactically configure in this way. Script type is equal to text slash JSX. So that is how we can configure the script, and whatever JSX is there, or script type is equal to slash Babel. So that is how we need to configure the script. That means this is how we can design a component and add the component into the page. So this is the complete basic approach. So yeah, render means generating output. Rendering is the process in software technology. Render means generating output. Rendering is the process of generating the output. Understood? That means it is rendering the content. That means it is generating the output and finally showing the output, right? Anywhere rendering means generating. Yes. Okay. Now we have designed the component and we are using embedded technique. By using embedded technique, we are using the component. That means what is advantage of embedded technique? So embedded component. What is the advantage of embedded component? So advantage of embedded component, that means in embedded technique, the component is designed in the page. Component is designed in the page. When component is designed in the page, so it is faster in access. So it is faster in access. It reduces the load time. So, and important, it reduces the number of requests. The number of requests made to page. Remember, if you are maintaining anything in a separate file, then that file need to be requested. That means, suppose you are maintaining here already several requests are happening. So you are accessing HTML page, but observe carefully here. I will run this, okay? And what I will do here is I will run this and open inspect debugger. in the debugger, go to network category. In the network category, now once refresh this page, refresh the page, and okay, you see how many requests happened. You can observe here how many requests. So for this, actually one request I can ignore, WebSocket request. That WebSocket is nothing but live server. I can ignore that. That is live server. But observe here, it is requesting so many files here. That means how many requests are happening. So that means usually the request it is happening, 8 requests are happening. 8 requests are happening. Actually, why 8 requests are happening? Because so the page load time, so it will load several times. It will load several times actually. For example, I will remove this general JavaScript code because this JavaScript code is keeping an alert. I will remove that JavaScript code, general JavaScript code. I will just keep this one. Now you can see when I refresh this, you can see 8 requests happen. When you see 8 requests are happening, 8 requests are happening. Observe carefully the requests here. So the first request here, you can see that it is index.html. And in index.html, React development.js, React DOM development.js, and Babel min.js. These 3 are integrated into it. That means 4. And again, see React DOM development.js, Babel.js, React development.js. These 3 came again. Why these 3 came again? Because it is compiling the lines again and it is adding those lines into it. That means it is processing that again and again. Now imagine that means 8 requests are happening. It is processing again and again. Whenever you refresh again, it will run. Babel will run again, right? Now the problem here is in this problem, in this goodies, what is goodies? 8 requests is okay. Suppose if I maintain my component, this component in a separate file, and that file also I link here, then now one more request will increase. Am I right? If I design this component in a separate file and I link that file again to this, one more request will increase. That means as a web developer, everybody knows that if number of requests are increasing, the page load time will increase. Understood? When the number of requests are increasing, the page load time also increase. Unnecessarily, we cannot, so see, we don't have even a CSS here. Suppose if CSS, Bootstrap, all are there, then several more requests will increase now. As much as possible, as a developer, we need to make sure that the number of requests are reduced. Number of requests are reduced. That is very important, so that it can improve the load time. It will improve the load time. It will improve the performance. Less requests, yes. So the point here is, so the main advantage, it reduces the load time because it reduces the number of requests made to the page. And it is faster in access because it is local. It is present inside the same page. It is faster in access. But what is problem here? What is problem? That means what is the issues? What are the issues? So in embedded system, the main concern of this is code reusability issues, code reusability issues, extensibility issues, reusability issues, extensibility issues. That means if I want the same component in another page, then how? If I want the same component in another page, then how? Can I access this code in another page? I cannot access this in another page. That means reusable concerns are there. Suppose I want to extend its functionality. Extend its functionality means without disturbing it, I want to add some more functionality. So you cannot extend the functionality. Again, you need to come here, make changes into this. Without disturbing the existing content, we must be able to extend the code. That is possible if you can maintain in a separate file. You can create several files and you can extend the existing files. I think in JavaScript, you might have learned about inheritance. Am I right? In OOP concept, you have learned extensibility. You created a class 1 and the class 1. So this class 1 have some code and this is in suppose a.js and you have some class 2 b.js. In that we have class 2. This class 2 can extends 1. Am I right? You learned now in JavaScript. That means you can extend without disturbing. Easy extensibility. Without disturbing the existing component, we can extend the component. But when you are writing embedded, extensibility issues will come. Reusability issues will come. Not only extensibility, reusability, also maintainability issues. So, and testability issues, maintainability and testability. Testability are the issues. That means testability means we need to test simultaneously, unit testing. Each and every function individually you need to test. Separately we need to test and integrate into application. These are all the problems if you are using a component as embedded. But it has its advantages. So when you recommend to use embedded React components, generally when you recommend embedded React components, tell me, when you will recommend embedded React components. We recommend embedded React components. So when we want only one-time functionality, one specific page functionality, we don't want that functionality across pages. Understood? We don't want to reuse that functionality. We want only at one-time rendering, one-time functionality. That means we don't want to reuse the same thing several ways. At only one place that functionality is required. We don't need to extend it regularly. If regular extensions are not required and reusability is not a concern, then better go with embedded. We will use embedded also in several occasions actually. We can have a combination of both embedded and separate components. You can maintain component in a separate external file. You can maintain component in a separate external file. How we can maintain component in a separate external file? That means the second technique is module technique. If you are maintaining module technique means module technique is nothing but the component is designed. That means component is designed. Component is designed. So remember, every project doesn't require, every phase doesn't require reusability. Every phase doesn't require reusability. Some functionality will be in such a way that it will have only one-time uses. We will not use again and again. Several functionalities will be like that. In that case, everything is not reusable. Everything is not required to be reusable, right? So component is designed in a separate. So JavaScript file, it is designed in a separate JavaScript file, which have the extension .js. And so JavaScript file. So file is considered. I think you know, considered as a module. I think many of you know if you learn JavaScript. JavaScript file is considered as a module, right? Every JavaScript file considered as a module. And usually module comprises of classes, comprises of functions, and other members, whatever the members are, their accessors, constructors, and everything are defined inside the module. Module comprises of classes and functions. Technically, if you are maintaining in a separate file, then it is called module technique. If you are embedding it, then it is called embedded. That means now you have a module technique. Let's see that module technique. Now what I am doing here, this code which I embedded, I will cut from here. I will remove it. I will remove this code. Fine. That means now no longer that functionality is working. I removed that code. Okay, I removed that code. Good. Next time, what I am doing is I will maintain a separate JavaScript file. Yesterday I told you we will maintain src, some hello.js. In hello.js, I will write this code. And here I am adding something like welcome to React.js. So this is external component. It is external component. React.js external component. That's what I have designed. Okay. Now this is maintained in hello.js. We are maintaining in a separate file. The same logic, everything is same. Now I need to integrate this hello into this page. That means here we have to write script. So we have to write a script. So script source is equal to, it is // it is coming from src folder hello.js. Is this enough? Is this enough? What do you say? Is this enough? Is this enough to link that component here? I think one point is missing here. What is the point is missing here? So this type is equal to text.jsx. Am I right? Text.jsx. Currently, so this is defined. Okay. Now, actually, in module, I told you components are function components, class components. I will tell you how to use class components and all. Currently, in the component, we just have this DOM rendering. Directly React DOM.render, and we are linking that here. You can see it is working fine. And it is working fine. Have you observed how many number of requests came? So you see how many number of requests came, right? 9 requests came. Am I right? 9 requests came. Right? That means if number of requests are increasing, load time will increase. Actually, that is one regular problem that we face in development process. Actually, this is also working fine, but you need this only. So more requests. Yes, that means this is recommended. So what is the advantage of this? I can embed this in any page and I can use it. I can inject this component in any page and I can use in any component in any page. Am I right? Right? That means it is reusable, it is maintainable, it is testable, it is extensible easily. How we can extend and all this we are going to learn, right? We are going to discuss about that. But this is the main point here is we can maintain the components in a separate file. So reusable concerns are there, right? Extensibility. That means we are maintaining in a separate file. That means so easy to extend. So easy to reuse, and easy to test. All these are the advantages. But one problem is there. So using an external file will always increase the number of requests made to page, and also the page load time, Am I right? Also the page load time. So this is an issue one you will face regularly with this module technique. Then example. So for this, the same. In this example, what we have done, same project, what we have done is go to src folder and add a new file, hello.js, right? So in that hello.js, we are adding this code, hello.js. That means add the following code into hello.js, add the following code into hello.js. We have to add that code, right? That means this is the code we need to add into hello.js. Just syntactically, I will give you. This is the code we need to add there. So this is the code we need to add here, right? That means this is the code we need to add into hello.js. After adding this code into hello.js, then what we have to do is link to your HTML page, and the entire code I will give here. After designing this, you have to link to your HTML page. And again, I will copy the entire code and give it to you. So this is how we design. So, and component. This is how we design a component. So component, and we link the component from external files. So that means we are managing the components from separate files and embedded also. We will discuss more about JSX and components in the next levels. We will discuss detailedly about that. This is the approach I have given you, how to use React in existing projects. So now tell me, is this application that we are using is a React application? Is it a React application? Is the application that we are using is a React application? Is it a complete React application? No, only the index page is using React. Understood? Only the index page is using React. Right? This is not entire React application. It is just a general HTML application. In that, React is being used in index page. Now, in another page, if you want React, you have to integrate all of them again. Understood? Huh? In another page, you want React, you need to integrate them all of these again. That means you need all the scripts, the Babel, everything. Right? Now, what happened in our previous example? In previous example, I told you that we create a React application. Am I right? In that application, what happened? All the libraries are installed for you. They are maintained offline for you, so that you can use them from any page. And that is a complete React application. Understood? Difference understood? So you don't need to worry about the second application that we will see now next, how to handle it. Up to this, everyone is clear? How React is integrated into an existing project. Everyone is clear? Right, good. Then if it is clear, now the next step, we will see how to build an individual React application. Understood? How do we build an individual React application with all the library integrated and start working with that application? And we will explore one by one all the components. Okay, na? That we will see in tomorrow's session. Creating a component, embedded, external, using that component into the application. So one complete scenario we discussed there. So everyone practiced that perfectly. Everything is working fine. Huh? So everyone practiced it and everything is working fine. Are you clear with what we discussed about how we can integrate the React application? Everyone is clear? Yes. Right. So what about all of you, right? Everyone in the class able to design a React application integration with existing application. You don't have any issues, am I right? Yes. Right, good. Yes, Madhav, what is your problem? What is the issue? What?
Hi, sir. Actually, what happened? It is not regarding yesterday's session. You showed on Friday. You showed me. You presented the how to create a React app. Right, sir. Because of some workload, I was not able to configure those everything. I'm trying to configure those, and in my system, when I run the create React app shopping, it is not creating, sir. Some problem I have posted in Classroom also.
You have written the command in a wrong way syntactically. Once verify the notes I given to you. So the command you given for that is not the correct way. Where you have done, you posted this.
19th. The last one, sir. Last one. Yeah.
Yeah. So here, so what's the command you are running? And actually, the command you are running is to trying to install create app, na?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
That
I ran and it is running, sir. It did create app in my npm folder. What are the folder doing? After that, when I do that create React app space shopping to create an application, and that time it is throwing this error. Script is disabled on this system for more.
That is just only permission related issues. What you do is you are using the PowerShell, na? Here PS PowerShell. Okay. So run from command prompt, right?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Run from command prompt and make sure that suppose if you are working on your company systems. So writing permissions are not allowed on them. Installing
so it is not
then what you do is better open your application or command prompt, run as administrator. You know, na?
Yes, sir. Yes, I know.
You run your command prompt and Visual Studio Code in administrator mode. this unauthorized access is related to that security issue. Understand?
Okay, sir. Okay. So, when I click when I try to execute my Visual Studio itself, you want me to run as administrator? Sir?
You run your Visual Studio in admin mode.
Okay, sir. Got
And
it.
these commands also you run in command prompt instead of PowerShell in admin mode. Run command mode also admin mode. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Because this roaming related write permissions are blocked because of security issues in your machine.
Yes, I got it.
Right. So if you can do that, then it will be fine. Still, it is having an issue. Post me there any comment. Huh?
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Other than that, everyone fine? Huh? Yes. Good. Yes. Yes. Sagar, what is your doubt?
Sir, actually, can you share my screen?
You would like to share your screen? Okay. Okay, you can share now.
Can you see, sir, my screen?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
That is my code, sir. Index1.html. I can import this Babel library from here.
Yeah.
And then script here.
Yes, embedded. You embedded. Where is the body section? Can you show me the body?
This is body section.
That is the class you given. It is an ID, na? You are saying get element by ID. You are using get element by ID and you are using class name. Huh?
Yeah.
Understood? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is the
Beside this, sir, this component is not showing.
It will show now. It will show now. Why? Because you are using class name and you are accessing by ID. How it will access? Huh? Understood? Huh?
Yes, sir.
You have to. You run this now. It will work. You given class name. No.
No, sir. It's not working yet.
What error it is showing? Is it clear?
Unexpected tokens are and this is showing.
Yeah, sure. Once share. I lost that screen. Babel is wrongly configured. So show me your Babel library where you got it. You can't see that. Share entire screen so that I can see whatever you are doing. Huh? Okay, you have AnyDesk on your machine? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Let's do one thing. At the end of the session, give your AnyDesk ID. I will check that. Huh?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Fine. Right. Right. So yesterday we discussed completely how we can manage our applications, right? How we can create one React application, integrate React environment into existing project. That is the option we have learned. Okay. Next point, after understanding how we can integrate, now we learned two techniques. The second part, what we learned is, so which was the first in the first occasion I showed you. So creating an individual React application, complete React application. So that is the first point we have done actually. I told you, I given you two scenarios. One is how to create a separate React application. So, and that we have done by using this mechanism. That means we created a complete React application in a simple technique. So we used this. Yeah, this is the command for creating a React application. You have to install, create React app, and you need to create one React application, and you can start that application. So two techniques you have learned. One is how do we design an individual React application and how to integrate the React environment into existing application. And all our practice, whatever we are doing, we can do anywhere. So you can work on only React application or existing application. You can practice anywhere. But we will learn all the React on individual React application, because what is advantage in this application is all the library that you need for React development, React application development, everything is downloaded and installed and kept offline for you. So you don't need any CDN and it is readily integrated. You just need to use it. So how to create everything by ourselves and how to use the existing. So we created one React application called shopping. Let's go to that and see the environment now. So that means here, so configuring the component in an existing React application, we have to handle it, right? First, we will discuss this. We will discuss everything related to React. Understood? So we will discuss everything related to React. Okay. First, follow what we are learning. So what we are going to learn already is there in your course content. Once verify that. Right. So now what we are doing is we are handling an individual React application. So let's go to that. I will open the folder. We created a workspace. So the workspace that we created is a React app workspace. So that is the workspace. We will open that workspace. So in that React app workspace, so we have a folder called shopping. I given you a good clarity on what is difference between workspace and application. I told you the difference. A workspace can contain several applications. This is our workspace. In that workspace, we have one application called shopping. Already I explained the file system of this shopping. And in this, so all our components are present in this SRC. SRC contains the components. These are all your components. And the public contains, so the static index page. So you can observe that now index page is your startup page, and index page is having an ID, a div with an ID root. And you can see that index page here is configured. Index page is configured with all the design. Rest of everything is normal. And in the body, it is having this div. And you know, I think in HTML, no script is a tag which is used to verify whether JavaScript is enabled or not. I think everybody knows that. That means it will just show a warning to the client that JavaScript need to be enabled. So without JavaScript enabling, it will not work. So you have to make sure that JavaScript is enabled. For that, usually we use a HTML element called NoScript. Now index.html, so is our startup page. It is our startup page. And the logic for this index.html is coming from the SRC API.js. In API.js, so it has some ready-made options designed. That means some logic is designed, and it is rendering. So it is rendering the content and it is displaying the content. We have two files, API.js. You can see index.js. Index.js is rendering by using DOM render. It is rendering into the root element. That is a basic thing which is already there in your application. So technically, you can how to work in this environment. We are going to learn now. The previous environment, there also you can practice your React. Here also you can practice React. So the difference is here all the library is readily available for you. So there you integrated the library only what is needed for that particular situation. Only for that situation. That is the two different applications. So once you are good in understanding how to create a simple component by yourself, how to integrate into this, and how we can access and work with this, so then you can start working with individual React application. So it depends on your requirement. Either you directly work on individual React app, or you will just integrate into a page and first learn about all the basic. The correct learning method is first, what I showed you is this. That means the correct learning method is first learn how React is integrated into the project and how it is compiled, it is processed, and what are the requirements needed. After learning everything perfectly here, then you can go there and build the application perfectly. So first I will show you all the basic language related things in this environment only. So already in this environment, I showed you that components can be two types. You can design a component embedded, and you can design a component by using module technique. What is difference between those two? We have seen. Module technique, easy to extend, easy to reuse, easy to test. Am I right? They are easy to test, right? And embedded technique is integrated into the application. So into the page, it is faster, but reusability, maintainability, testability concerns are there. Now, what as a React.js developer, you have to learn is, in order to design component, in order to design any component and work with the component, you have to have a good knowledge on JSX. So in React.js, we are going to first learn detailing about this JSX. So JSX is the main concept in working with React. Without JSX, you cannot do anything in React. So this is the primary thing you have to learn in order to build any React application. So we are first going to understand this big concept, and we are going to use this in designing our application. First, important in React, so to work with JSX, you need to know a few things. Actually, JSX is a statically typed object-oriented programming language. JSX is statically typed object-oriented programming language. So actually, this programming language programming language compiles to standalone JavaScript. It compiles to standalone JavaScript. It compiles to standalone JavaScript. So the main reason why JSX was developed is complex programming can be simplified. So JavaScript language is having a lot of complexity with the separations. JSX intention is to combine its statements and expressions together and make it simplified. So JSX was developed to make JavaScript programming more simplified and perform better. That is the main intention of JSX. Actually, statically typed programming language is very complex. So, and it is a combination of the logic and the functionality. The logic and the functionality means logic, design, and functionality. So everything is integrated into one point. The main intention of introducing this JSX is to make JavaScript perform better. That is the main intention of JSX actually. So it is a statically typed object-oriented programming language. That means it can use all features of JavaScript. It can use all features of JavaScript. And another point is it finally compiles to JavaScript. It finally compiles to JavaScript. The advantage is it is a combination of presentation and logic. It is a combination of presentation and logic. That means the logic and presentation together combined into one. So actually, it makes inline technique more effective. Inline technique means in a single line you can write the functionality and the presentation. It can make inline technique more effective already. That means actually programmers say that it makes JavaScript more expressive and present and effective. So effective. It makes JavaScript more expressive and effective. Because it is a combination of presentation and logic, it easily extends everything. So that is the main intention of the JSX. So React completely depends on this JSX. So actually, JSX language can be individually used not only by React. Any technology which is working with JavaScript-based environment, they can use this JSX. Any technology which is working on JavaScript-based environment, they can use this JSX actually. So if they are using JSX, then it makes the JavaScript performance more better. Individually, we can use JSX. Don't think that JSX is only relative to React. It is not just relative to React. It is for every JavaScript environment. So you can use this. Now, what is the specialty of statically typed language? Why it is called statically typed language? In many interviews, if you say it is a statically typed language, many times a question may be asked to you, like what is statically typed language? Any one of you ever heard about it? Do you know anything about it? What is statically typed language? Statically typed language. Any idea? Have you ever heard about that? Statically typed languages? No. I hope when you learn JavaScript, you might have learned strictly typed. You learned strictly typed, na? Right? You learned strictly typed. Right? Yes. Good. Right. Strictly typed. And you heard about strongly typed. Strongly typed also. Right? So what is strongly typed? Strongly typed means that is strongly typed means the data types are fixed, right? So that is strongly typed. Is JavaScript strongly typed language? Is JavaScript strongly typed language? No, it is not a strongly typed language. So, but it is strictly typed. Actually, statically typed language is nothing but, so the type of variable is known at the compile time. So instead of at the runtime. So actually, JavaScript type of variable is known at the runtime. You know it, na? That means the type of variable, what type of data you are storing. That means the type. So that means generally the type of variable. The type of variable is known at the compile time. Generally, if the type of variable is known at the compile time, then it is known as a statically typed. So actually dynamically typed. Dynamically typed. So dynamically typed means dynamically typed means dynamically typed. Dynamically typed means dynamically typed is determined during runtime. Dynamically typed means it is determined during the runtime. So understood? Difference understood? So JavaScript, one of the main problem is yes. JavaScript main problem is the main issue with the JavaScript is dynamically typed. Am I right? JavaScript is dynamically typed. That means the data type will be determined. The data type will be determined according to the value defined. So during the runtime, it will be determined. So here it is JSX is little bit contrast from JavaScript in declaration. Why? Because JSX is a statically typed. That means at the compile time it will verify. That is good. So if it will reduce the inconsistency issues in the types, because JavaScript have that problem. Already you know the issues with JavaScript. JSX improves that. So JSX makes it better. At the compile time itself, it will verify. That is why it is called statically typed language. Now, how to use this JSX in our React, you have to learn. For learning how to use JSX, first we have to know how JSX is written. So how JSX works. Generally, while learning about React, many people directly learn about JSX in React Direct. So, but if you know about JSX individually, then it is good and great. That means you can handle more better way as a React developer. So that is the reason some basics of JSX need to be learned. You should first learn how to use this language. Then only you can use this in your React. Let's see how we can individually use JSX. So in our application, let's check how to individually use JSX. For that, what you have to do is you have to install JSX on your PC. You need to install JSX on your PC. What is the advantage you will get with React application is currently already I told you that JSX is working on this page, that is index.html page. Because of all the library that you have added, JSX is already working. But if you want to individually learn JSX and you want to test JSX and use JSX, then you need to install JSX on your machine, so that it will support JSX programs. And you can use that knowledge in your React applications. How to install JSX? You can install JSX by using npm. So that means for that you need to install npm. So that means you have to just run this command. So we need to run the command npm install -g JSX. So you have to install JSX library, JSX on your computer. Make sure that you are installing JSX. Okay, let's do that. Already I told you, you can do it from command prompt, or you can open the terminal. So this is the terminal. In this terminal, I'm installing npm install -g JSX. We are installing JSX. So it is -g is nothing but globally it is installing JSX, so that you can try this in any project. You can use this in any project. So JSX is successfully installed. Once JSX is successfully installed, now your project is ready to use JSX programs. You can individually use JSX programs. Let's see how we can configure and create JSX programs, how we can define JSX programs, the basic syntaxes, how to handle them. Usually, so how a JSX program looks like, the basic syntax of JSX program. So first important point, you should know that creating JSX program. So how we can create JSX program? First point, JSX programs must have the extension .jsx. They must have the extension .jsx, and you have to run the JSX programs. So you can run JSX programs. You can run JSX. So by using the command syntax, you have to do like this. JSX is the compiler, --run, and you have to use your program.jsx. That is how we have to run the JSX programs. So creating the JSX program and compiling and run the JSX program. You can compile and run JSX by using this syntax. So this is the basic thing, how we can create a JSX program, how we can configure the JSX program and run it, how you can define it. So let's see how we can create a program. So what I'm doing is in this project itself, I'm creating a new folder. So remember, so I think there is no confusion. What is our current concept? Our concept is learning JSX. Understood? After learning the basics rules of JSX, we will use this JSX in building our React components. Everyone clear with this pointer? So first we are learning individually a language called JSX, and we will use this language in our React component designing. Understood? Because we cannot design components of React without the knowledge of this one, right? That is the reason we are first learning it. Okay, let's see. So for that, what we are doing is I am creating a new folder in the project. I will give the name as JSX examples, or so JSX examples like this. I'm creating a folder JSX examples. Okay, in that folder I'm creating a new file. So hello.jsx. JSX files will have the extension .jsx, and you can see this is a JSX file. This is the JSX file. Now the first thing you need to know is the basic program structure. What is the program structure of JSX programs? Usually the JSX program, so it contains several features. It contains static types, it contains a class structure, so it contains a main method, it can contain the arguments, configurations, functions, everything just like your JavaScript. So how it works, how it is configured, and very important is JSX will support the types. JSX supports the type. I told you it is statically typed. When it is statically typed, so it will specify what type of data you have to handle. It will restrict to that particular type of data. It will not allow any another type of data. So that you will observe here how we can write a program. So what is the basic architecture of a program? How we can configure a program? How you define a program? So generally, JSX, I'm giving here JSX program structure. Usually a JSX program comprises of a class. So it comprises of a class and a main function contains a class and a main function. Traditionally every JSX program contains a class with a main function. So with class with the main function. Every program comprises of the class with the main function. You can use in different ways according to your requirements. You can configure and define in different ways. And important is generally what is the key point is, first I will show you how the main functions and classes are defined. Then data types and all, how they are strictly typed, we can handle them. Basically, see here. So we are creating a class. And the class name, any name for the class I given as some main class. So any name for the class, main class. This main class is having a static function, and the function is some main is the function, and it is having some parameters. It is configured with parameters. So that means it is having arguments, and these are the string type arguments. The string type of arguments is defined with the string type arguments, and its return type is an void return type. And we need to configure. So we need to configure the type. Means we need to define the options and what the functionality it has to return. We have to configure it. That means you can see that here. So how you configure it, I will tell you. First point is, so this is the basic arg structure. What is args string? This is, if you are new to this kind of syntax, first you should know that. It is a statically typed programming language. That means JSX uses all statically typed content. Statically typed content means what I told you. The data type is determined at the compile time. Am I right? Data type is determined at the compile time. Am I right? So that means statically typed. And first you should know what are the various types determined. That means what are the types configured and what are the types specified. Usually in JavaScript, you know the types that I will tell you, because without knowing the types, you cannot directly design a class. First, I will show you that. Usually JavaScript is not statically typed. JavaScript is not statically typed. JSX is statically typed. JavaScript is not statically typed. Then in JSX, so what are the various types it supports? Same like JavaScript. So we have JSX requires the data type to be defined for every variable and parameter you define. That is what important is. JSX requires the data type to be defined for every variable and parameter that you define. That is what very important for JSX. And actually JSX can use the JavaScript data types. What are the JavaScript data types? We have primitive types and non-primitive types. So people also call these as object types in JSX actually. Primitive types and non-primitive types. JSX can use all the JavaScript primitive types and non-primitive types. It can use all the JavaScript primitive and non-primitive types. Actually, what are the JSX primitive types? So that means JSX primitive types. I'm not taking much time. I'm just giving a fast overview because it is same like JavaScript. Where difference comes, I will explain. JavaScript primitive types. I know that you know JavaScript primitive types. We have a number. So we have a number type, we have a string type, and we have a Boolean type. These are the JSX primitive types. These are the JSX primitive types. How we configure them, I will show you. Number, string, Boolean, these are the primitive types, configuring the primitive types. So let's see here. And how do we define here? So we are using var. And of course, I don't need to explain that variables before going into this primitive types, you know, variables and all, I don't need to explain. Variables can be declared by using var, let, const. No need to explain that now. You know it, na? Difference between var, such basics I'm ignoring because you already know them. You know, variables are declared by using var, let, and const. You know the difference now. You know the difference, right? So you are learning the data types here directly. So actually, variables, yeah. So JSX variables, you know the point. Variables can be declared by using var, can be declared by using let, can be declared by using const. So you know the differences between var and let, const. You learned JavaScript now, right? Right. Now, how do we declare variables? Yeah. So a lot of differences are there now. Var, let, const. I think you have learned in JavaScript already. So var is a function scope. Am I right? Var is function scope. Am I right? Var is function scope. And var supports initializing, rendering, and declaring. Let also supports initializing, rendering, and declaring. But in let is block scope. Am I right? Let is block scope. Var allows shadowing. You know the point now? Var allows shadowing. Let will not allow shadowing. You know this now? So what is shadowing? What is shadowing? Shadowing is, what is shadowing? Shadowing is allowing the declaration of same name identifier. Understood? Allowing the declaration of same name identifier within the scope, right? Those basics are same. Because remember, those all you have to use here. So you have to know them perfectly. Huh? What is const? Const will not allow declaration and rendering. Const will allow only initialization. Am I right? Right? Const will allow only initialization. It will not allow declaring and rendering. So if you have to use JSX in React.js, you have to be perfect in all these basics. Without that, you can't handle, huh? Right? So var let constant. So I'm declaring here var. I'm configuring here var. So suppose I defined name. So name and colon, you have to define the type, what type it is. So we have to define that as a string type. So that is how we configure the value. That means how you define the value. That means it is a string type. It is configured as a string type. That means this name is configured as a string type. It is defined as a string type. So it is not initialized with any value. It is not initialized with any value. So, and very important is, suppose you want to declare price. Suppose var price is a price colon. So you have to define what type it is. It's a number type. That is number, lowercase. You have to use number type. So number type, it is number type. So name, so is string type, price is number type. It is defined with the number and string type. These are the types, configured with the types. But very important here is, these are the data types. You define the data types and you configure the data types. Suppose another var is in stock. In stock is Boolean type. So that means we are using a Boolean type. So in stock is Boolean type. It is defined as a Boolean type. So in stock is Boolean. So we are configuring the variables and defining the data types. Now JSX, in JavaScript, you don't have types. In JSX, you can configure the types. You can define the types. You can configure and define the type. Now important is, so that means syntactically how you define variables. The syntax is, we have to use var, so and a variable name and a colon, we have to define the data type. So what type of data it should handle. Var or let or const, anything you can use. Let, variable name and the data type. So, and you know, if you are declaring const variable name and a data type. So, and equal to value, it must be initialized with value. Without initialization, it will not work. This is how we define. But one of the great advantage is JSX also supports type inference. This is what in many interviews they ask. People who know React.js, they can't answer such questions very frequently when asked in interview at experience level also. At experience level, to anybody, if anybody asks like, what is type inference in JSX? Then he says that I am very much experienced in technology, but I never heard type inference in JSX. That is like silly thing. That means then how experienced you are. Just like, so you worked in a company for a long time, it doesn't make any sense that you are experienced without knowing the technology properly. So the point is, this is where many people fail in interviews, because in interviews, generally they ask technically about the terms that are used for that language, which only genuine experienced people have that idea. Or if you have learned in that way, that is very good for you. So type inference is one technique which is supported in JSX. So that is the reason why when you are using JSX in your React.js, you use type inference technique. Type inference means it is a technique. It is a technique where JSX identifies the data type according to the value, and assigns the type to variable. That means in JSX, you will see that people are not writing the data types regularly when they are using in general React.js. For example, I will show you here why it is not, because type inference. That means, see here, I am writing simply where name is equal to TV, and where price is equal to some number, and where stock is equal to true, just like your JavaScript only. But observe, interestingly, in when I move the mouse onto it, you can see that it says it is a Boolean type. Type is already determined now. Understood? Type is determined to it according to the value you defined. Understood? Now the point is, suppose in that stock, so we have that stock. In that stock, I'm trying to store a string or any another type of value. It will not allow to do that, which JavaScript does. You can see that it is still Boolean only. At the compile time, it will show an error here. It says that A is not allowed because it is Boolean. It is not expecting that string. It is Boolean. But you know that in JavaScript, it is allowed. Am I right? In JavaScript, it is allowed, right? Type inference is a technique. So where the data type is determined according to the value assigned. Now one doubt will come. If I don't determine the value into it, if I don't define the value type into it, now what is problem here? You can see it is considered as any type. Any is a root type used for the data types. It uses an any type. It is the root type for all type, any type. But still here, observe carefully. Into the stock, later I rendered a false value into it, Boolean value into it. Now stock is still any type only. That means it is considered as any type. It is configured as any type. This will create problem because later I entered stock is equal to some string. It will allow that stock. It is continuously any type only. So that is the reason in regular, when you are working in React.js especially, so we always ask the JSX contents to be constant. So what is the point about constant? They must be initialized with value. Understood? They must be initialized with the value. If they are not initialized with value, I think you know that constant will not allow. Understood? Constant will not allow. They must be initialized with value. So that is the reason you will see the syntax now. You will observe this syntax. Let's implement in our program. Let's go to index.html. Here, so we have a src hello.js. Here, what I am doing is above, I am writing so a constant called element. Into that constant element, I am writing so here, so the paragraph. So this is hello from JSX. That is the message I am writing here. That means why it is defined as constant. That means now it is determined as this string type. That is determined as string type. Suppose we are configuring here again a constant. So I said name is having something like John. So John, that is name like John. And you see this name John, that means it is in the quotes. That means it is considered as a string type. It is a string type. It is a number type. It will be initialized with that type and configured with the type. Now here I want to embed this value. Into the expression. Generally in JavaScript. So generally in JavaScript, you know the binding expression. The binding expression in JavaScript is a $flower brace. Am I right? In JavaScript, binding expression is $flower brace. Am I right? Binding expression is flower brace. Am I right? I hope everyone knows that. And in JSX, the binding expression will be just this flower brace. And here we access the variable, that is the name. So whatever the name you want to render, we can access that and we can use that here. We can access and use it here. This we will see in example, we will implement and we will configure here. Now the first question comes is why it is recommended to define as a constant. Understood? Why it is recommended to define as a constant? Why it is recommended to define as a constant? Because JSX is what type? JSX is statically typed. That means it should know the type of the value before it is dealing with it. It should know the type of value it is going to deal with it. Understood? It is going to define the value. It is going to configure the value, right? That is the reason it is important. And usually what we do is here. So we are accessing this element and rendering that element here. That means we have to render that element into that root component. We have to render that element. So that means the element contains the JSX syntax, and JSX syntax so is always recommended to be initialized so that it can understand what type of content you are going to deal with. So this is a recommended way of configuring JSX. And if I don't use const, that means it will allow to render different types of values, especially when you are individually dealing with the data types in your JSX. Now, this is the point we have designed. Now, usually, what is the intention when I run this? That means we haven't yet learned about expressions and all. We are just learning this program and doing this here. And you see here, it prints all the rest of the content. It is printing all the rest of the content. It is configuring and printing all the rest of the content. So paragraph, everything it is printing. I'm saving this. It is printing all the content. But important is it is printing. It's no problem. It's working. But it is not translating into the paragraph. It is not translating into the paragraph. Why it is not translating into the paragraph? Because so this content that you return with JSX and embedded expressions, you have to tell the React application to translate this into an HTML element, because I think you already know that. So you have two options, inner text and inner HTML. Am I right? Two options, inner HTML and inner text, right? So what is inner HTML? It will transform that into HTML and present it. What is inner text? Inner text is nothing but it is going to display exactly as it is. Currently it is working. So only the point is it is not translating this into the element and presenting. For that we need some functions. We will discuss about that. But this element is added. So this element is added. Suppose I am writing. So expression I will remove. The expression. I will simply write here hello. So I will simply write hello from JSX. Expressions, you are going to deal with them, and it is just showing hello from JSX. It's working fine. That means we are configuring that element values, and we are accessing and using that here. So generally, JSX, when you are individually dealing, so you have to configure the data types. Or JSX support type inference. When it supports type inference, so you have to just assign a value into it. According to the value, it will determine the data type. And it will use that type. So generally, you can configure the data type. That means you can configure the data type. So, and you can store some value into it. So then it will be considered as a string type, or according to the value, it can determine the data type. That is one advantage here. So what are the primitive types supported in JSX? So type inference means, I will give you an example like this. So var, and we are defining variable name is equal to value. This is type inference. That means var, suppose I defined username is equal to John, like this. Then automatically, so here username is considered as a string type. According to the what value you have defined, it will be determined as string type. Suppose I said var some salary is equal to some value. Automatically here it is considered as a salary is considered as number type. So that is what actually JSX supports. JSX data types are supported. So usually it will support all the primitive types. In the primitive types, we have a number type, we have a string type, we have a boolean type. So and already you know that you have null type and you have undefined types also. You know JavaScript types now, no need to explain all of them, right? So that means it is going to support all these primitive types. And similarly, JSX has non-primitive types. JSX have non-primitive types. Now tell me, what are the non-primitive types? It supports same non-primitive types. What are the non-primitive types we have? We have non-primitive types like dates, like array, like maps, sets. All these comes under the category of non-primitive type. Am I right? They all come under the category of non-primitive type, right? That means actually non-primitive types are actually object types. They are object type. You can simply say that they are object types. So typically, so JSX object types are. So we have the object type like date is an object type, like array is an object type. So like map is an object type. So sets we are not using anymore, right? Map is an object type. So these all comes under the category of object type. So we have a date, we have an array, and we have a map. And not only that, even an object is an object type. Object also considered as an object type. So you know how we can configure the dates, how we can configure the arrays and maps. Generally, how you configure the dates, example, same var some date is equal to new date. I hope everyone knows that, no need to explain. And var, suppose some array is equal to new array. So new array. So we can configure, and we can also define var, so object. So that means some object is equal to, you know that object is defined in flower brace. Am I right? Everybody knows about these syntactical options. These syntactical options are same across all the locations. So generally, when you are defining, when you are configuring, and when you are using, so the types in JSX, they are all the same type as in JavaScript. So the JavaScript primitive and non-primitive types, the same, they are used in JSX also. But important is how we can use them in our application, we will see. So first, if we know the types and how we can configure the type, then we can easily handle them and work with them. Now, these are variables, JSX variables, JSX data types, and JSX operators, JSX expressions, all are same like JavaScript, no change. They are same like JavaScript. JSX statements are also same like JavaScript. That means if statement, so exception handling statement, so like conditional selection statements, all are same like JavaScript. So no need of worrying about them. And JSX functions are same as JavaScript functions. JSX classes are same as JavaScript classes. So these are also similar. And JSX modules also same as JavaScript modules. So that means how we can use the modules and how we can work with the modules. So same as JavaScript modules. So only one point you have to know is just the syntactical way of representing JSX. What is statical JSX? That is what you have to know. What is the intention of statical JSX? You have to know. So rest of all options are same. Rest of programming related things are same. So that is the reason if you are good in JavaScript, no need to much worry about JSX because all are same. Only one point you have to know is we have to statically handle them. You have to be very careful when working with the variables constants because so they are statically typed. You cannot just use them as JavaScript. You have to define the types, configure the types. Based on the types, you need to use them. Rest of all options, no change. Operators, expressions, statements, functions, classes, modules, everything is same like JavaScript. So that is the reason you don't need to spend much time in learning JSX if you are good in Java. Just only syntactical differences you need to understand. That's enough. Rest of everything is same as JavaScript. So now we will use this knowledge. In building the components for our application. That means how to use this JSX in building components in our application. Let's see step by step. First, I will show you a sample JSX program separately. How to write a JSX program separately. Then we will use this JSX programs in our React.js. Individually, how to write a JSX program, how to compile and run that. We will see one simple program example. Then we will go into working with JSX in our React.js. That we will see in our next session, right? Tomorrow we will see that. So tomorrow we will discuss about some programs with JSX. So some sample programs I will give you with JSX. Then we will use those in our React applications. Okay, now? So tomorrow, so we need to understand JSX program structure, how we can act it, how we can define it. So technically, JSX program structure. Typically, every JSX program must contain underscore main class. It must contain underscore main class. Every JSX program must contain a underscore main class. Actually, underscore main is the startup class. Startup class. So startup class in JSX is the startup class with JSX. In a JSX program, more clearly I will tell you, in a JSX program, there can be in a JSX program, there can be any number of classes, but it starts with only underscore main class. It starts with only underscore main class. It is mandatory that every JSX program must contain a main class. Usually, you know that class can contain any type of functions. Class can contain any type of functions. But important, JSX main class must contain a main method. So it must contain a main function. So actually, main function is the entry point for program. Generally, in every programming language, main is the entry point. Here, two entry points will be there. Module level entry point is main class, and function level entry point is main function. Two options are there. So that means we will have two levels. That means here, note that point important here. So note is at the entry level. That means module level entry point is underscore main class, and function level entry point is main function. This is the basic thing you need to know. Whenever you are creating a JSX program, you have to make sure that the JSX program have this. So let's create a sample program. So create a new JSX program and see how we can run this. So creating a JSX program, I'm just giving here some demo.jsx. Usually JSX programs will have the extension .jsx. Now let's go to this JSX file, demo.jsx, hello.jsx, anything. I will rename this as demo.jsx. Okay. So we have a JSX file. Already I told you before using JSX, you need to make sure that you install JSX on your computer. JSX will not directly work. You need to install JSX separately on your computer to learn JSX programming. So here in the JSX, every JSX program must contain a class called _main. It is mandatory. It is mandatory that every JSX program must have _main. There can be several classes. There can be different name classes, but your application will not start with all those classes. Your application will not start with application classes, right? So it will start with only that, right? Who is this Sagar? One second. Somebody has some doubt.
बरं वाटून राहिली ते म्हणतो मी. हो का? अच्छा. ठीक आहे. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Sagar, you have any doubt?
Sir, yesterday you told me after class you can join me.
Then you are in a hurry, huh? You can't wait until class.
So my code is not working.
I am addressing every issue after the class. Na? Yesterday also I checked. Na?
No, sir. Yesterday you after the class, sir, you can't available. So therefore
I asked you already before the class. After the class also, do you have any doubts? I clarified doubts for several people. Where were you? You were there in the class, sir?
Yes, sir.
So then you are not asking any doubt when I asked you for you have any doubt?
Sir, after the class, sir, you can clarify me.
Before the class, then you have to wait na, till the class is finished.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay. But that's
you are very much in a hurry?
No, sir. No, sir. No.
Huh?
No.
You can wait, right?
Okay, sir. Right.
Right. So how we can configure a startup? As I already told you, there can be several classes in a JSX, but JSX will not start with every class. The startup class will be the main class, and it is a reserved name. That means it must have the name _main. It is a reserved for startup entry point. Now in this class there can be several functions. You can configure several functions, but main class will not start with every function inside it. So main class will start with a function. It will start with a function. So it will start with a reserved function that is main. Main is the reserved function. And the main function inside the main class, which is defined as the startup entry point. So it should be defined as a static. So why? Because static, already you know the difference between static and non-static. Static means continuous memory. Generally you might have learned static and non-static. Static is continuous memory and non-static is discrete memory. Generally, if you know HTML and all, static pages, dynamic pages, the term static and dynamic, these are all non-static related to memory. Static is continuous memory. That means it will continuously keep the memory available. So for all the functions that are executing inside this context, it keeps the memory available. The memory is allocated for the first request, and it will keep that memory continuously for all number of requests. So the entry point should be static. It should continue. Technically, it should continue. technically it should continue. Technically it should continue for all others. It should continue for all others. So why the main should be static? Because static will be allocating memory for the first request and it will continue for all, And static, the main should not return any value. The main should not return any value. It can define some functionality. So main cannot be used as an expression. So main must be defined as void type. It must be defined as void type. And the main function can accept, the main function can handle the arguments. Currently, we just defined the main. And in this, we want to define some functionality. So what is the functionality you want to configure? The functionality we want to configure is output, just a simple message we want to display. Remember, it depends on where you want to use JSX. Currently, we are using JSX only as JSX. We are not integrating in React. Later, we will integrate in React after learning all the basics of JSX. So when you are testing only JSX, then the output can be seen on console. In console, to see the output, you can use the option log. Log is used for displaying on the console log. It is an output function used for displaying on the console log. And here I'm writing, so some message, welcome to JSX, welcome to JSX. So this is just a message we have defined. Don't worry about these errors, red marks it is giving. Why? Because this is just because your current editor is not installed with JSX plugins and support. Due to that, it thinks that it is something program it cannot understand. It's no problem. JSX compiler can understand this. It is only your editor is unable to understand because it doesn't have proper plugins. Later, I will tell you how to install the plugins for JSX so that it will provide a good help for JSX, right? So that it can identify your JSX. But this is not a problem. Only the point is, so it is just debugger. It is just editor saying that. So I don't know this kind of programming because current our debugger is enabled with only TypeScript, JavaScript like languages. JSX also need to be separately installed and configured with Visual Studio Code. Then it will provide help on JSX also, which I will tell you how to do that, right? Initially, the program is ready. As per the rules of JSX program, so every JSX program must contain a main class and must contain a main function, Remember, the main function is recognized only in a main class, You keep main function, so in any another location, in any another class, so it will not work. So it will start with the main. It is mandatory that it should have main. Okay, I will save this program. So let's write this program. So we are creating the program as per the rules. So this is the code. We are writing the program as per the rules. And here we need to define. How do we compile this now? Program is ready. Now we have to compile and run JSX program. You have to compile and run JSX program. So you can do that from terminal. So that means you can open your terminal, and you have to open the terminal and run by using the following syntax. So that means you can run from command prompt or open terminal. You have a terminal menu, new terminal. It opens the terminal. But important is the terminal opens in the root directory. If your file is present in any specific directory, you have to open that one. So better what you do is go here. So our program is present in JSX examples folder. Right click on that demo.jsx file and select reveal open in integrated terminal. It will open that location in the terminal. Okay. Once it opens in the terminal, now compile that program here. How do we compile the JSX programs? To compile and run the JSX programs, we have to use the syntax in this way. JSX -- run and program name demo.jsx. That is the program name. That is how we compile and run the JSX program. Now you see here, so we are compiling and running the JSX program. So let's go into this. And here we are compiling and running the JSX program. So JSX and -- so run. And we have to select hello.jsx. So here it is demo.jsx. There is demo.jsx. And I hit enter. So when I hit enter, and you can see that it is compiled. And after compiling, if there are any problems, it will show you. And the problem is nothing but it says that, so the entry point main function is missing with arguments. It is missing with arguments. That means actually the main function that you define, the main function that you configure, as per the rules here, one more point I will tell you here, the main function must be configured. The main function must be configured with a string array. So that means it must be configured with string array type parameters. So arguments, you can simply say string array type arguments. So arguments. So it should be defined with string array type arguments. So technically, so the main method that you have defined here we call as main function. So it should be defined with arguments of string array, so that it can allocate the memory, and from the memory it can access the values and use the values so whenever required. which you will see in later examples how we do that also. Initially here, the problem with the program here is, so the main requires the arguments which you haven't mentioned. So we will define arguments. And these arguments must be of type string type array. We need to configure as a string type array. Already we discussed that. So JSX is strongly typed. That means you need to define the data type. If it is an array type, then you have to define with the square brace. Okay. Now, after defining the arguments, now we will compile and run this again. So when I compile and run this again, now you can see the output here. Welcome to JSX welcome. If everything is fine, then it says welcome to JSX. That output will be displayed here. This is a typical JSX program. For example, see here in this class, I am not writing a main class. I am creating a class named demo. I will save it and I will compile and run this program again. And again, you have an error, and error is nothing but, so you can observe the error. It says that reference error. It says that entry point underscore main not found in demo.jsx. That means every application, every JSX program usually it starts with a main class. It will start with a main class. That means here it defines with a main class, that is underscore main. It is mandatory that it should start with a main class. It should start with a main class. Suppose in the function, we have a function called demo. Demo is a function. That means we configured a demo function here. So we configured a demo function here. So that means here we are compiling this. And again, we have a problem. So the problem is nothing but it says that entry point main is missing with the main function. That means main function not found. That means the main class must be defined with a main function. It must be defined with a main function. These are the two reserved things which are mandatory for JSX programs. So this is mandatory for JSX programs. Remember, generally people learn JSX with React-based environment. When people learn JSX with React-based environment, they don't know all these basics. So they don't know all these basics. They just know how to write JSX syntax. They don't know JSX programming. Here I am giving some introduction to JSX programming to you, so that it will help you to know better about JSX, right? Generally, wherever you learn React, you will learn only JSX syntax. You will not learn any JSX programming. So nobody will highlight on JSX programming. So for a fresher level, entry level. So because it looks a little bit complicated for an entry level person to understand the programming. That is the reason your trainer will not take any risk on confusing you. So they will simply ignore and they will simply teach you only JSX syntaxes. Everywhere you will find JSX syntaxes only. Anywhere in online also, wherever you search for React JSX tutorials, everywhere you will find only React with JSX syntaxes only, not JSX programming. I'm just giving you a good idea on this JSX programming to make sure that you have a perfect idea on it and you can implement easily in your React application at high level also, right? That is the reason I'm giving an overview on complete only individual JSX programming. After that, this will be easy for us to integrate into our React, so that because you know every syntax perfectly. So this is the professional JSX program. So how we can compile the program, how we can run the program, and what are the rules for configuring the program. So you have learned how to create a program, what are the rules for the program, and you define these options inside this. So this is the basic program structure. This is the program structure. And very important is the key point here. So when you are learning JSX, so you should know about the, already I told you yesterday, whatever basics are same, I will not tell them. Do I need to teach operators, expression statements? All these already you know in JavaScript now. Am I right? You already know them. Variables, data types, operators, statements, all these you know in JavaScript. So I don't need to waste time in again teaching them. Only syntactically I showed you yesterday that here variables are strictly typed, are strongly typed. So they are statically typed. You have to define them. Okay, right. So, but when compared to JavaScript, JSX important here is when compared to JavaScript, JSX OOP concepts are a little bit different, which you have to understand. JSX object-oriented programming is very much a little bit different because already you know that. So JavaScript is not a completely object-oriented programming. Am I right? JavaScript is not a completely object-oriented programming. Am I right? It supports some features of OOPs. It supports only some features of OOPs, but it is not a complete object-oriented programming. Okay, na? It is not a complete object-oriented programming. It only supports certain features of OOPs. Am I right? It supports only certain features of OOPs. It is not a complete object-oriented programming. It is not a complete object-oriented programming. You have to know about that. So now, for example, I will tell you, do we have any interfaces in JavaScript? Do we have any interfaces in JavaScript? JavaScript, will it support interfaces? Huh? Do you have any interfaces? No. So can you have any static members in JavaScript? JavaScript also don't have any standard static members. Do you have any access modifier like public, private, protected like access modifiers in JavaScript? We don't have them, right? So JavaScript is not, you don't even have abstract classes. You have class, but you don't have abstract classes in JavaScript. Am I right? Am I right? JavaScript don't have even abstract classes. Only class-based object-oriented programming is supported here. So limited, it is limited. So JavaScript is not completely utilizing the features of OOPS. It is limited in OOPS. But JSX supports all the features of OOPS. That is the advantage. That is the reason why we prefer a complete OOP language to use with React-like technologies. So that using complete OOP language will allow us to use the features like extensibility, maintainability, testability, security, and all these points, right? So in JSX object-oriented programming, you will find one important option. That is the JSX object-oriented programming. So we have, that means it has the support. It has the support. First, you need to know about contracts. Contracts in object-oriented programming. So anybody who knows object-oriented programming language, any object-oriented programming, C++ or C++ or Java, .NET, any object-oriented programming. If anybody asks, what are contracts? What are contracts in OOPS? So how do we define the contracts in OOPS? Generally, first, one simple example I will tell you. So one simple example I will tell you. Suppose you are a database designer. So you are a database designer. You have to prepare a database. You have to prepare database. So you have to prepare database for client requirements. For client requirements, you need to prepare database. That means suppose you have learned, so Oracle or MySQL or SQL Server like databases you have learned. Now, if you have to prepare database, so for a project, that means for a project, according to the client requirements, you have to prepare the database. Now, in order to prepare any table in the database, so what is the reference used for designing table? What is the reference used for designing a table? What is the reference used for designing table? In a database, what is the reference for designing a table? Can you tell me? What is the reference used for designing a table? That means you will simply create a table. What is the reference for creating a table? By seeing by the reference of which content. So I have to prepare a table. If I have to prepare a table, what is the reference for table? Any idea? If I have to prepare a table, what is the reference for table? What is the reference for table? What is the reference for table? I'm asking reference for table. That means you are a database designer. You have to prepare database and tables for a project. Will you just create tables according to your imagination? Huh? What do you say? Will you create tables according to your imaginations? Huh? No, we will not do that. Do you know, in order to prepare database and tables for any business requirements, actually we have to follow certain process models. So usually we have a conceptual model. We have a physical model. We usually have a logical model. So we have an entity model. Have you ever heard about them? Huh? Because now don't think that, so why you are teaching all this? So this is related to what we are going to learn. That is why we need to understand about that. Actually, in order to prepare a database and table, so we cannot design database and table according to what we like. We need to follow certain standards. So generally, so I hope you know, when you are working in various projects, we have conceptual model, physical model, logical model, entity models, and all. Let me show you a simple sample project related here. Okay, any sample data models? Yeah, you can see this is a conceptual model. You see, this is a conceptual model. Actually, conceptual model means first we will identify what are the modules in this project requires database. That means which module requires database and tables. For which module, because project contains several modules. For which module you need database, we identify the modules in conceptual model. We will identify the modules in conceptual model. Conceptual model tells that these are the modules that require data. Our review team will review this and they will certify this. If any one module is missing, one module is unnecessarily mentioned, then our review team will tell that, so this module is not required. They will say that this module is required. So once our review team says that this is final, this is correct according to requirements, then we will prepare the physical model. In the physical model, we will define table name, field names, data type. In the physical model, for every module, what should be the table, what should be the fields, what should be the data type for the fields. This all we will determine in the physical model. Again, a review team will review on this. After reviewing physical model, if they say that, okay, this is good, that means they will verify according to client requirements, these fields are required or not. Their data type is correctly configured or not. A testing happens, a review will happen. And if our review team says that, okay, this is good, you can go with it. Then we will prepare a logical model. In logical model, we will identify the relationship between the tables. That means, do I need any relationship with one module to another module? We will identify the relationships. We define the relationships. Now, again, a review team will review this. If all the relationships are correctly configured, everything is fine. Then what will happen? Then what will happen is when all the relationships are correctly configured, then we will prepare entity model. So ER diagram, entity model. In this entity model, you will have table name, field name, data types, relationship, everything. Now, do you know what is this entity model called as? Do you know what is this entity model called as? It is a contract for designing a database for project. Understood? It is a contract. It is a contract means it contains the rules that tells how to design the database and tables for your project. Understood? It is a contract. Understood? That means contract means it contains a set of rules that defines how a component should be designed. I hope everyone understood that pointer. That means it defines the rules. It defines the rules. It configures the rules. It configures the rules. So that means the point is whenever you are working with object-oriented programming, you will not design every component just like that. You will not design a class simply like that. So you will not design any object simply like that. For every component, we have to follow certain rules. As per the rules, we have to design. And the rules are defined. The rules are defined. Usually the rules are defined by using contracts, and the contracts are called as interfaces. Interface. If anybody asked you generally, what is the purpose of an interface in object-oriented programming, then any professional developer will give the answer that interfaces are used for designing contracts. Anything else other than this, you talk about interface, that is completely baseless. And we can get a clarity that you are not expert in OOP programming. You don't know properly about OOP. Interfaces means contracts. At a higher level in object-oriented programming across the world, in any programming technology, interfaces are used for designing contracts. That is the key point you need to understand. If anybody asks what is purpose of interface, you will hear so many answers, explanations from different kinds of people. But very rarely you will hear the word that interfaces are used for designing contracts. And if anybody says that it is used for designing contracts, then we can expect that person have a good knowledge in the architectural side. Otherwise, people have a lot of definitions. Some people even cannot tell what is the purpose of an interface. They will just tell how interface is designed. They don't even know what is the purpose of interface. If anyone asks in real-time projects where we need interface, then many people have different answers for that. But the actual point is it is used for designing contract. For example, I will tell you. See, in our program here, we need to create an object. Here we need to create an object. That means we need to design a particular object. We have to create an object. Suppose I'm creating an object. Here I'm defining suppose so LET. So we are creating an object. Product is an object, or TV is an object. In this TV object, so we are defining some values. In the TV object, we are defining some values. That means TV have name. So it is TV has name, something like this. Now what do you say? Is it valid? Is it valid? Is it valid? TV have a name 45,000. Is it valid? What do you say? Is it valid? It's not valid. It is not valid. So, but remember, currently it is valid. Currently it is valid. Is there any rule mentioned that name should be string? What do you say? Is there any rule mentioned that the name should be string? Is there any rule mentioned? That means a developer will design however he wanted. A developer will design however he wanted, right? He cannot design however he wants. He have to follow certain rules. That means now I will tell rules for designing TV object. How we tell the rules for designing TV object? What I will do is I will create an interface. So I will create an interface. Interface name iProduct is the interface. I created an interface called iProduct. Now in this interface, I am defining some properties. Name is a string type. I say price is a number type. And stock is a boolean type. This is how we configure interface. Now important. That means now what are the rules in the interface? In the interface, the rules used for the interface are that it should have name, it should have price, it should have stock. As per the rules for product, it has. Now TV have to follow that rules. TV have to follow the rules. Then we have to define TV : it should follow the rules from that iProduct interface. It should follow the rules from iProduct interface. Understood? It should follow from iProduct interface. It should follow the rules from iProduct interface. That means now this TV must be designed. It must be designed as per the rules. That means name must be string type. So name must be string type, and it must have price. So price must be number type, and it must have stock, and the stock must be boolean type, true or false. This is how we design an object. Now very important is, suppose I mentioned here MFD. So and I entered some date 20, 25, 12 and 2020. Immediately when you are executing this, then it will show an error saying that I can't find any MFD in your contract. Why you are using MFD? Understood? That means what you mentioned in the contract, only those should be there. right? Suppose I'm not mentioning stock, then immediately it will show an error saying that as per the contract, a product should contain stock, and you are not mentioning that stock, then this is also invalid. Understood? Huh? That is also invalid. That is also invalid. As per the rules, you have to follow. So that means as per the rules, you have to follow, you have to configure. That means here we are defining, so stock, we are defining stock as, so Boolean true. Now we are printing this. Suppose I say log, I am printing here TV, and TV dot, I am printing the name. I want to print the name. I'm just printing the name. So initially just I'm defining this. So that means we are configuring that and we are using it. But remember, still several work is there. I have just showed you a basic point. Now I am compiling this here. And when I compile this here, you can see that. So it is saying price as number. That means it is saying that as per the contract, whatever you defined in the contract, that means contract related rules you need to follow. So it is showing here, it is showing so many options, like it is expecting an abstract, final, constants, read only. So these are the members that you have to use for designing the contract. I will tell you how we can configure and define them. Detailedly, we will see that, right? Initially, first we need to understand what is the purpose of contract. What is the purpose of contract and how contract is designed, how contract is implemented. We will see now how we can manage that and how we can work with the contracts. So technically, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of designing an interface? What is the purpose of interface? What is that means? Will this JSX support interfaces? JSX will support interfaces. JSX will support interfaces, and JSX will support interfaces to design contracts. And we have to design contracts in order to handle strongly typed contents in our designing. That means whenever you design a component, it should follow these contracts. Actually, what we do is we don't directly implement like this. Actually, what we do, we don't directly implement like this. There is a lengthy process, I will tell you. That means what we do is actually, so after designing the contract, we will actually design a class. This class is a product class. This product class implements, so it products class implements iProduct interface. It implements iProduct interface. Then as per the implementation, it should define all the functionalities for this. And this product will be used for creating objects and working with them. It's a lengthy process, I will tell you. That means how it implements, how it extends, and all these things. But first, basic point, you should know how a contract is designed. What is the purpose of a contract? So in object-oriented programming, contract means interface. So that means actually a contract defines rules for designing any component. Rules for designing any component. Contract defines rules for designing any component, and contracts are specified by using interface. And while designing interface, some important points you should know is, so rules, so interface can contain only rules. It contain only rules. So that means it must have only declaration, not implementation. These are the basic things you should know. Whenever you are designing a contract, it should contain only declaration, not implementation. What does that mean? For example, name is equal to string, and you say TV. This is invalid because a contract can contain only the rule. It can contain only the rule. It cannot contain a value. That means it cannot contain an implementation. So it should contain only a rule. So it should not contain any implementation. This is wrong. It can contain only rules. It can configure only rules. That means syntactically we can write like this. So I'm writing here like this. Suppose I said, so interface, and the interface name. And in that interface, so we are defining, so name as a string, and this is valid. And I said price, so is a number is equal to some number into it. This is invalid. Why? Because rules cannot have implementation. So they can define only the rules. They cannot have implementation of values. This is invalid. And very important is interface also can contain. Remember, interface can also define function. So define function. So with the definition with the function declaration. So which is implemented later. So interface functions. Remember, interface functions cannot have definition. Interface functions cannot have definition. So can also define function declaration. That means, see here, interface is not only properties. It can have function like total. Total is a method. It is a method which returns number. So that means you can design total method which returns number like this. But it cannot define a functionality. This is okay. It cannot define a functionality. Functionality means, so number, and I cannot write like this. This is invalid. That means, so the definition for a function cannot be there inside contract. Contract can contain only the name and the functional return type. It cannot contain. So that means it can contain print, and it is void type. It cannot contain definition. Contracts cannot contain definition. So this is very important to understand when you are defining the contracts. Contracts contain both properties and methods, and these are the rules for the contracts. These are the configuration for the contract, just syntax. So first you have to learn how to design a contract, how to we configure the contract. And very important is by default, every rule defined in contract is mandatory to implement. Every rule defined in contract is mandatory to implement. You cannot ignore any additional rule. You cannot define. So any existing rule you cannot ignore. That means every rule defined in contract is mandatory. That means you cannot define any new rule. So any new implementation, you cannot define any new implementation if it is not in contract. These are all the important basic things you have to know about the contracts. So generally, so this is what actually the purpose of interfaces. This is the purpose of interfaces, right? Yeah. See, yeah, cannot. So you cannot, right? Yeah. So you cannot define any new implementation if it is not in contract, right? These are the basic things you need to know. So that is the reason having a good knowledge of JSX will make you expert in programming. Especially you can handle any level interviews at any level. Why? Because many times when people come with saying that I have this much years of experience, then interviewer will not leave you simply if you say that I already have 5 years experience, 6 years experience, 3 years experience. He will go very in depth about the concept. And React people are mostly tested in these kind of architectural points. So that's the reason you need to be strong in them if you are showing very experienced levels, right? Remember, this is all too much for a fresher level. For a fresher level person who is learning React, he don't need to know this much about React. Means JSX. He just knows JSX syntax. That's it. But if he knows all this, that is great. That is good, right? Now we will implement this in our React programming, how we can handle. So how to design classes, interfaces, and how do we design the functions? These are the 3 things we will learn here. So that by using these 3, we will see some examples that we will see in our next session, right? So next session, we will finish JSX. And the next session, we will start using this JSX in our React programming. Understood? So next session, we will wrap this JSX and we will use this in our React programming. What actually JSX contains, the syntactical approach of JSX and all, we are handling that, right? So in that, I given you a sample program structure. So we discussed about how to create a sample JSX program. What is the basic program structure individually, and how do we compile and run JSX programs? That is the basic approach we discussed about JSX. So creating the JSX program, the basic structure of the program, we learned how to work with that, right? And I hope up to this, you are able to practice the basic JSX programming. Am I right? So you are able to practice that, the sample JSX programs, creating a JSX program, compiling, executing the JSX program. I hope everyone practiced it. No issues in that, no? Right? Yeah. So in JSX object-oriented programming, some more important terms we need to understand. Those we will discuss. Already I given you an introduction about contracts. So technically, every component that you design, it usually follows a contract. Contract is nothing but interface, configuring interfaces, right? After understanding that, now we need to know about the JSX class. So what is the behavior and the functionality, and how the JSX classes work, how we use JSX classes. These are the important terms we need to understand. So let's see, little bit different from general classes in object-oriented programming in configuring. The rest of all options are same technically. Already, I think everyone know that class is a program template. So class is used as entity, or class is used as model. So model, or class is used as a template. Class is used as entity, model, or template. So for different situations, class have different behaviors. It is a program template, and usually class comprises of data and logic. Class comprises of data and logic. It provides you data and logic. Now you have to know what are JSX class. That means JSX class have following characteristics. JSX class have following characteristics. We have some important characteristics. The JSX class characteristics. What are the characteristics of JSX class? In JSX, if you are using classes, then you have to know some important point. Remember, all JSX classes are derived from a base class, from a base class object. Object is the base class. All the JSX classes are derived from the object class. Actually, object is a built-in class. So built-in class of JSX. So remember, in JSX, so a class JSX, a class is created means it is of type object. Every class in JSX is derived from the base class called object. And generally, a class can extend. Usually, class can extend another class by using extends keyword. I hope everyone know this now. You might have learned in JavaScript. The concept is same. I hope everyone learned about this now. So a class can extend another class. So by using extends keyword. Yes, right. Because in JavaScript you have learned that. I will show one example. We will see that. Right. So all JSX classes are derived from object, and the extending of classes is done by using extends. And here, when you are defining classes, a class JSX class can be defined with JSX class can be defined with two important attributes. Can be defined with following attributes. JSX class can be defined with following attributes. Two attributes are used. So generally, classes. So technically classes. So when you are defining the classes, so lot of attributes can be there, like a static class, like an abstract class, like a public, private, protected, internal. So many access modifiers you might have learned in different programming languages. But in JSX, class will not support all of them. Class will support two important attributes. One is abstract. Class can be defined with an abstract attribute, or class can be defined with final attribute. You cannot use any another. That means you cannot define a static. You cannot define public, private, protected, internal, or some other. So a class can be defined with only two attributes, abstract attribute, another one final. So generally, can you tell me when a class can be defined with abstract attribute? Can you tell me when a class can be defined with abstract attribute? When a class can be defined with abstract attribute? When a class can be defined with abstract attribute, tell me. That means good. Good. Okay, yes, good. Actually, when you design a class, so which needs implementation of functionality, am I right? Which needs implementation of functionality. That means technically we say that template. When you are designing a class as a template means which needs further implementation, am I right? So in simple terms, that means if you are designing class as a template, then you have to configure it as abstract. Template means it comprises of some functionalities implemented, some functionalities to be implemented. It contains both concrete methods and incomplete methods, am I right? So if you are designing class as a template, that means it contains some functionality configured, but it contains some functionality yet to configure, to be implemented. Then it is defined as abstract. Then it is specified as abstract. So technically, a class with abstract members can be set with abstract attribute. Am I right? Can I say that a class with abstract methods can be defined with abstract attribute, abstract classes? Why? Because abstract method means the method not implemented, right? That means, so it is used. So when any method in class is abstract. So it is used when any method in class is abstract. Any method in class is abstract. If any method in class is abstract, then the class is defined as abstract. It's mandatory now. If a class is having abstract method, you have to define it, right? Another final is nothing but it declares that the class may not be extended. That means generally we can extend every class. But if you think that the class is final, you don't want to extend the class, then we can configure that as final. Final means it indicates that the class cannot be extended. Class cannot be extended. So in JSX, when you are dealing with classes, you need to remember these points. And another important point is, generally, can you tell me what are the members in a class allowed? What are the members in a class allowed? Generally, class comprises of members. What are the members allowed in a class? What are the members allowed in a class? Members. Generally, in object-oriented programming, especially with JavaScript, right? Don't compare with other languages. With JavaScript, when you are dealing with JavaScript, usually a class can contain. When you are dealing with JavaScript, a class can contain properties, methods, constructor, and accessor. Am I right? Usually a class can contain only these 4 members. You know this in JavaScript now? A class can contain only these members. That means it can contain properties, it can contain methods, it can contain function, constructor and accessor. Tell me, can a class in JavaScript have a variable? Can you have a variable in a class? Can you have a variable in a class? Can you have a variable in a class of JavaScript? No, JavaScript classes cannot have variables. JavaScript classes can have only properties. Do you know JavaScript classes cannot have even functions? JavaScript classes can have only 4 members. Whatever you write in a class in JavaScript, either it can be a property, either it can be a method, or it can be a constructor or accessor. Anything other than this is not allowed in JavaScript. Generally, it is not allowed in JavaScript. JavaScript classes will allow only this. That means generally when you have learned JavaScript, I will show you here. So let's go to JavaScript file. I'm adding a JavaScript file, sample.js. In this file, I'm creating a class demo. In this class demo, var x equal to 10, it is not valid. Class cannot contain variable. You see, it says that expected a constructor or a method or an accessor or a property. Anything else other than that is not valid. Class cannot contain variables. Class cannot contain function also. Class cannot contain function. Functions also not allowed. Class cannot contain them. Outside the class, you can have variable, and outside the class, you can have a function. But inside the class, you cannot define variables and functions. Inside the class only, the members like properties, methods, accessors, and constructor, only these are allowed. Understood? I hope if you have learned JavaScript, you might have learned this. JavaScript classes cannot have functions and variables. But in contrast, JSX actually, remember, JSX class can contain variables and member functions. JSX class can contain variables and member functions. Actually, class contains only these 2. JSX class can contain variables and member functions. So technically, a class comprises of so many things. In JavaScript also it will support. In JavaScript, when you are creating a class, in the class, you can define a property. This is property. You can define a method. This is method. You can define an accessor. So accessor, you can define an accessor. Set name. Suppose this is underscore name, and this is some name. So it can have that. That means it can use this. That means you have learned all this, right? You might have learned that all this. That means you say here this dot underscore name is equal to new name. So is equal to new name. So that set is an accessor. I hope you have learned all this in JavaScript. This is an accessor. So class in JavaScript can contain a property, can contain a method, can contain an accessor, can contain a constructor. It can contain a constructor. These are the members in a class of JavaScript actually. So now in JSX, it will not support all these directly. JSX classes can contain only 2 members. JSX class can contain variable and it can contain member function. JSX classes can contain variable and member function. Only 2 options are allowed. Generally, JavaScript can contain all these, but not JSX. This is the reason many people think that JSX is completely same like JavaScript only. Not everything same like JavaScript only. A lot of changes are there technically. This is where majority of experienced people, even who learned React and have experience, they fail in several interviews. That means they already have experience, learned React newly. They already know JavaScript. And in React, they have learned JSX, what is required for React. Generally, people learn JSX only what is required for React. They don't know complete JSX. Then it becomes a problem at a higher level when you are building applications and a lot of library need to be maintained in JSX and you have to use in your React. This is where the difference easily anybody can catch, that you know well about JSX or you know only what is related to React.js. So because many people know only what is related to React.js, and generally when anybody tells you about JSX and React.js, they will simply say that, so a class can be used, a variable can be used, an expression can be used, but limitations are very important. At higher level, we need to handle them. We need to know about them. That's the reason we have to concentrate on these points and understand clearly that JSX classes are not like same JavaScript classes. JavaScript class different, JSX class little bit different. In JSX class, usually, so I created a class and it has product. This is the class name. This is the class name. In this product class, we are declaring a variable. So that means underscore name. So, and its data type is a string type. That's how we configured. So this is a variable. It is allowed. I already told you, don't worry about these red markings, right? Already we discussed about that. So this is allowed. In JSX, it is allowed. In JSX, you can define a variable. And JSX can contain a function. JSX can contain a function. This member function has several mechanisms. Like, so suppose here I defined the function as a constructor. Function as a constructor. This constructor will take, generally in JavaScript, just we write a constructor. This constructor will take a name and it is a string type. And it can assign that this dot underscore name is equal to whatever the name you have entered. That is new name, the new name. That means this constructor is accessing and using a new name and storing that new name here. And this is constructor. Generally in JavaScript, constructor is defined just by using the keyword constructor. But in JSX, every method is a function. Every method is a function. Every method is configured as a function. Constructor is also a function. Constructor is also a function. So function can be defined. Now, how do we define normal function? This is constructor function. What is the constructor function ability? It initializes the memory. It initializes the memory for the class so that you can access and use the memory. It initializes the memory for the class which you can access and use the memory. Now we can have another function here. So this is a normal function. Say hello. That is the, or say print. That is the function. And this print function is a void function. That means without any return type. That's a void function. And this function have to print the name you have entered. That means we are using log. So product name. So product name. So, and we want to print the product name. And we need to bind that product name. Already I told you the binding expression, or you can simply just print product name. And we are printing the product name. This dot underscore name. This dot underscore name. That's how we configured the name. So that is how we define that. Remember, JSX class is completely different from your JavaScript class. So you cannot simply use your JavaScript class related techniques in JSX. So that is because many times people tell you that JSX is advanced to JavaScript. JSX is not advanced to JavaScript. JSX is an alternative for JavaScript to make JavaScript more easier for developers to interact with application. Remember, JSX is not advanced to JavaScript. It is just an alternative provided to you to make JavaScript more better. So that means it's not an alternative because already I told you. So finally, JSX is not understandable to browser. It has to convert that into JavaScript and use into JavaScript. So the classes are configured in this way. The classes are defined in this way. So now, how do we create our main class? That means class underscore main. That is the main class. Class main. That is the main class. Now in the main class, we need to configure the main method. We need to configure the main method where we can create an object for the class and we can access the members and we can configure the members, which we will see how we can create and configure and access. So remember, this is a class. Now application will not start with this class. That already we learned that. Application always starts with the main class. It configures and works with the main class. Technically, it starts with the main class. And inside that, we will have a main method. That main method can create an object for this class. Through that object, it can access the print method and it can use the print method. Those type of example we will see now. So first, let's get a clarity on what the members in a class can be. So what the members in a class can be. I'll give a simple syntax here. So that means it can have variables and member functions. Example. So in JSX, this is what we need to design. So this is the example. So we are creating a class. In this class, here we are having, so var underscore name. This I will give you just for your clarity. This is variable, and this is so constructor function, and this is an ordinary member function. That means constructor member function. We call as constructor member function, and this is a general member function. This is a general member function. Print is a general member function. So I hope everyone understood, got a clarity, clear. So understood the difference between JavaScript class and JSX class. JavaScript class can contain properties, methods, constructors, and accessors. JSX class can contain only variable and member functions. Okay, now it will contain only member functions. Usually it can contain. We will see how to use this in our examples. First, we are learning what they are. So functions and variables are usually not allowed in JavaScript classes, but here only these are allowed, configured. So this is the basic class signature. That means this is how a JSX class is designed. Now, one more important point is variables. Variables can be declared as var or let or const. The class variables, let me give you that point also. Class variable can be defined with var, const, and let. That is common. That is not special. We know that. But remember, a class member function in JSX, class variable in JSX, class variable in JSX can be defined with var, const, or let. Class member function in JSX can be defined with the following attributes. What are the attributes that you can define? So that you can define for a class member function in JSX. What are the attributes that you can define for class member in JSX? So what are the attributes you can define for class? For class attributes, 2 attributes are there. What are those 2 attributes for class? In JSX, what are the 2 attributes for class? In JSX, what are the 2 attributes for class? Tell me, what are the 2 attributes of class? Class can be defined with the 2 attributes. Class can be defined with 2 attributes. What are the 2 attributes of the class? One is, you are missing the point. Yeah, abstract. Another one, final. Am I right? Abstract and final. Yeah. Keep that noted. Keep that noted, right? Yes. Abstract and final. These are the 2 attributes that you can define for a class. So I told you when abstract, when final. Now, similarly, what are the attributes defined for a function? That means function attribute, and description. What are the function attributes? What are the function attributes you can define in JSX? You can define abstract. Abstract is a function. Now tell me when you have to define function with abstract. When you can define function with abstract. Abstract can be given for function. Yeah, actually, technically you should say that a function is declared as abstract when it is intended to override by a class that extends the current class. Understood? Which is intended to override, all right? When you want to implement the class in its functionality in the derived class, then you have to make it as abstract. Understood? That means when a function can be defined as abstract, so abstract declares that, usually it declares that the function should be overridden by a class that extends the class, that extends the superclass. Understood? That extends the superclass, or you can say that extends the current class, right? That is what actually abstract. So you can give final also. That means it declares that function may not be overridden. Understood? May not be overridden. Then you have to keep it as final. So usually static can be given for function, not for class. So that means it declares that function is static. Static means what? It uses continuous memory. Am I right? Static means continuous memory. Non-static means discrete memory. What do you say? Static is continuous memory and non-static is discrete memory. Understood? Right. And here, override. Another option is override. So this is, it declares that the definition of the function is overriding. So it declares that It declares that the definition of the function is overriding. Overriding is the function is overriding, and the definition is extending. That means it is overriding and it is extending. That's what actually override is. These all are not supported in your JavaScript. These are all not supported in JavaScript. These are supported in JSX. These are supported in JSX, configured and supported in JSX. So that means a member may not be overridden. That's what we given. Declares that function may not be overridden. I given may not be overridden only. May spelling fine. Okay, right. Thank you. Right, it may not be overridden. Fine. Right. Yes. So technically, so this is how you define functions and attributes. We will write them. So generally, these are what you are going to use as a JSX user actually. Now, these are all interview questions. Remember, interview questions not for fresher. These are all the interview questions for experienced people who say that I use JSX with React. I know JSX with React. In that case, then they will go in depth about JSX, asking you several questions to really understand, do you know JSX, or simply you have learned only JSX, what is related to React. So that is why we need to know these important things, which many people who learn JSX with React, they don't know yet. That's the reason we need to have a concentration on understanding these points. So classes, how to declare a class in JSX, what a class contains in JSX, and what are the members defined in JSX. Remember, let me give you a point about variable also. Class variable in JSX can be defined with var constant let. And not only that, remember that this is another point you should know, that class members in interviews, they ask this. A member variable can also be defined. A member variable can also be defined with the attributes like abstract and static. That means member variables also can be defined as abstract and static. Generally, it is done while writing as an expression. Remember. So I will give one more point here. So member variable in a class, or better I say in a JSX class, can be defined. Member variable in a JSX class can be defined with technically member variable in JSX class can be defined with abstract and static. Now at high level interviews, remember, at a very high level interviews, that means if you show more than 8-10 years experience in technology and you are attending interviews, then if anybody may ask you like, why I need an abstract variable? What is the purpose of an abstract variable? You are saying that variable can be static. That's okay. What is the purpose of static variable? Variable can be static. That's okay. I'm satisfied. Why static variable? Why variable can be static? That means variable also can use a continuous memory. Am I right? Variable can also use a continuous memory. Am I right? Right? Yes, that is the reason variable also static. Now tell me, what is the intention of abstract variable? What is the purpose of an abstract variable? So static is okay, understood. That means it uses continuous memory. Continuous memory. It uses continuous memory. Here also continuous, right? Yeah. Continuous memory. It uses continuous memory. That's okay. So why a member variable to be abstract? Why a member variable to be abstract? Why a member variable to be abstract? Any idea? Why a member variable need to be abstract? Usually member variables are defined as abstract. So if a variable is using expression, variable is using expression which needs implementation. Understood? If variable is using an expression which needs implementation, that means the expression is not complete, which needs a further implementation. Variable can handle an expression. And if variable is not just having a value, if variable is handling an expression and which needs further implementation, then member variable also can be defined as abstract. That means here, when you are creating a variable, here you can say static name, static var name. You can define the static variable name, string. You can configure that. And you can define some expression inside it. That means you can configure some expression inside it, define some expression inside it. We can also define, so the variable as abstract. So as abstract, variable as abstract, and here it can have an expression. Which needs further implementation. So member variables in a class in a class can be defined. Member variables in a class can be defined. So by using, so member variables can be defined by using abstract and by using static. Static is for continuous memory, abstract is for further implementation. So in JSX, the variables and the members and the configuration of the members, that's how it generally handles. That's how we configure them, define them. So whenever you are dealing with variables, so and classes, these are the points you need to know, right? So this is the class and its structure in JSX. So finally, JSX class can contain member variables and member functions. So better you say member variables. So member variables and member functions. And member variables and member functions can be defined as member variables can be defined as abstract and static. Member functions can be defined as abstract, static, final, and override. These are the important behaviors configured for the members and variables. Usually, we have to handle this implementation, configure the implementation and define the implementation for the members in a class and use the members in a class. Generally, how we can create a class, configure the members in a class and access the members in a class and use them. One simple point I will tell you. So means how we handle this, classes and interfaces and options, how we can configure. Let's see one simple example, how we define them, how we configure them. That means a simple small concept I will show you how we can manage this. Go to this JSX file. And here I'm creating an interface. So here I'm defining some option, some specification I'm defining. Interface name. Usually interface will have I as a prefix we use regularly. I. Suppose I defined as a I and a product. I product is the interface. In this, we are creating an abstract. We are configuring an abstract. One second. Yeah. So here, generally, so we are configuring an interface. Generally, in interfaces, usually, there cannot be, general interfaces, there cannot be any member specifications. But here, interfaces are meant for implementation. So interface is having abstract function. It is having abstract function. And the function is, suppose some print is the function. So print is the function. And it is an void type. So it is an void type. So that means here already we know that interface functions, interface related functions cannot have a definition. They can have only declaration. This indicates that it needs an implementation. It needs an implementation. Product, I product, it needs an implementation. So it is having a print. So it is defined with the print, right? And here we are defining an abstract class. We are defining an abstract class. And this class is a general product class. This is an abstract product class. Actually, this is an interface. This interface contains the members to be implemented, and an abstract class. This abstract class so can contain a function. That means it is generally a normal function. This function is having some other options. That means it is having some other options. Suppose I said print name. That is the function. Here I said some print price. Some option I have configured here. This is like product template. So product price. I will give product price. And here I will define as product name. Just for your understanding sake, clearly. Product name interface contains print name, and the product price contains print price. And print price is a function. It is a void type, and it is printing the function log. I will print here. So we will print the detail here. So that means suppose price is equal to some value. Just roughly, I configured this. So that is the option here. So interface product name. So it is having a function to be implemented here. This is a function. So it is implemented, configured here. And we need to use this and configure this in a general class. That means we are creating a class as product. And product class, so extends. Remember, product class extends. Product class is extending product price. It is extending product price. And it implements the product name. This looks interesting syntax. So I hope you might have never seen this kind of technique. Am I right? Have you seen this? You might have seen in JavaScript or any another scripting language, a class is extending another class. But you might have never seen a class is extending another class. At the same time, it is implementing an interface also. Understood? It is implementing an interface also. That means it is implementing the interface product name because it requires implementation. So in a single environment, all programming languages don't support this. So all programming languages don't support this. So, and obviously inheritance or inheritance related techniques, you might have seen a class implements another class. Am I right? Colon, right? Configures another class. That means now in this, tell me, which one is inheritance? Extends is inheritance, implements is inheritance. Which one is called inheritance? Which one is inheritance? So generally only extends is inheritance. Understood? Only extends is inheritance. Only extends is inheritance, not implements. Implement is not inheritance. Implement is not inheritance. Understood? Implement is not inheritance, right? Only extends is inheritance. Extends is inheritance, right? So this is how we are configuring and defining the options, specifying and handling the options, right? Yeah. So technically now this class must define several things. So remember, it is extending the product price. That means already product price is defined. Do I need to override it? Do I need to override it? I don't need to override. That means it is accessible in product class now. It is accessible in product class now. Yes, it is accessible in product class. It implements product name. Product name is abstract. Do I need to implement it? Am I right? Product name. Here I need to implement product name. Good, right? That means here what we need to define. So how you can implement override? Understood? Override. Override. We are defining override. Override function. Override function. Override function. And here the function to be overridden. The function to be overridden. Which function to be overridden? So print name. Print name function to be overridden. Am I right? Print name function to be overridden. It is an void, and we need to define a functionality. We need to define a functionality. So functionality is nothing but it will log a message. It will log message name is equal to some Samsung TV. That is the message it will log. That's the message it is going to log. So this is how we generally define the options. Up to this, I hope everyone understood. We have an interface. We have an abstract function. We have an abstract class with function configured, and we are extending and we are implementing everything in one place. Is there any confusion? Everyone understood this part up to this, right? So what is the purpose of interface and the abstract classes, and how we can extend and implement the classes? We are extending the class and we are implementing the interface. Now here we need to access it. That means we need a class. Underscore main is the class. The main class is having a static. So main function, it is having a static function, and function is main, static main function. This main function is expecting arguments of a string type array, and written as void with void return type. We are configuring void return type. And here we are creating an object where TV is equal to new. What is the class name? We need to create an object for that class. We need to create an object for the class which is extending. That means we have to create an object for product class. We need to create an object for the product class. That means through this, so we can access, through this we can access the function and we can print the function. That means we are accessing and printing the functions. That means we are defining and configuring, right? That means here what we do is TV dot. So we can access the print name. So that is the function. And we are accessing TV dot print price. Print price. We are creating an object and we are accessing. Print name is printing the name and print price is printing the price. Can you create an object for product price directly? Can you create an object for product price directly? No. Why you cannot create? You know now, obviously. You cannot create. We know, obviously, right? Why we cannot create? Because it is an abstract now. Abstract classes, object cannot be created, right? Good, right? And interface also you cannot create an object, right? This is the basic approach how we configure, right? So this is one simple example to make you understand how the classes and the member functions and configurations, extensibility, implementation happens. So generally, so we are compiling, running the programs and executing them. Everything is same, nothing different here. So what we have to do is JSX open in the integrated terminal here. So JSX -- run. So demo.jsx, right? We are executing that demo.jsx. That means this demo.jsx is printing the name and price. I hope everyone understood it. Understood? That means it is printing the name and price. So this is a lot of different, it's so much different from general JavaScript. That is the reason people, when they are learning React, so they think that what they are using in React is JSX. That is, after all, only 1-2% of JSX you are using in React. At higher level applications, you need to use, remember, how do you think a library is built for React? how a JSX library is built with for React application. They need to build large libraries, na? Am I right? They have to build large libraries for React application. JSX libraries, classes, modules, functions. Simply write one line heading and put a curly brace and say hello. That doesn't make much sense about JSX. That doesn't make any much sense about JSX, right? That is just like, so you are learning only 1-2 points about JSX, but at higher level, you have to build a complex application and you need to build a library of JSX for using in React. Now, how do we use this in our React application? That is the key point. We will see that. That means how you can inject this into your React application and you can access those members, name and price, how you can implement them. That is the key point for us. So I hope you understood the class, the member variables, and the member functions. How do we define them? How do we configure them? And how do we work with them? This is an example for all of that. This is an example. So we have an interface, we have an abstract class, we have a class that is implementing that, and we have a main that is executing and accessing the members and using them. That is how technically we configure the options. Now in JSX, you need to understand one more important option, that is functions, function closures, exception handling statements, how to handle the errors that returned by JSX, some other basic statements and operators we need to know about them. That we will see in our next session. You try up to this, we will see in the next session. And next session, I will finish JSX, right? Then we will use this in our, so we discussed about JSX classes, types, how we manage the interfaces, abstract classes, and how we can extend them, configure them, and what are the attributes defined, how to override the functions. These are the important JSX related components options we have to learn. We discussed about classes, definition, and configurations. I hope up to this, everyone able to practice properly, able to achieve everything what we learned. You are able to achieve what we learned. Is it clear to everyone? You practiced these programs, no? Right. So you practiced this, no problems. You don't have any issues. So yesterday's examples and all, have you tried them? Is it clear to everyone? Right. So now today we are going to discuss a few more important things that you need to know in JSX. So these all are to be implemented in our React, all this building the libraries and all we have to do in our React. Now in JSX, you need to know about another, how we deal with functions and closures. How you deal with functions and closures in JSX. Actually, functions and closures concept is same like JavaScript, but a little bit different approach that we follow here actually. A different approach we follow. How? I will show you. Whatever you know about JavaScript functions is same here. That means JSX supports all JavaScript functions. JSX supports all JavaScript functions, and the function related manipulations, functions and their manipulations. That means I hope you might have learned about JavaScript functions like functions with parameters. So functions with REST parameters. You might have learned function recursion. You might have learned about anonymous functions, anonymous function, and function closures. So these all concepts are same as you use in JavaScript. And not only that, you might have learned about arrow functions, and these arrow functions are also same. Arrow functions are also similar. Arrow functions are technically we call as lambda. So arrow functions are also same. So technically, when you are dealing with functions, so the function related concepts are same, just like as you have learned in your JavaScript. So few terminologies are important. We need to know about them. Actually, here in JSX, I hope you know all these in JavaScript. What are REST parameters? Do you know? What is a REST parameter? You know? What is a REST parameter? Can you tell what is a REST parameter? REST parameter. What is a REST parameter? These are all JavaScript only, right? Because we are going to use them in our React applications. So you must know them. So before using them, REST parameters, I hope everyone who learned JavaScript, they know REST parameters. Actually, REST parameters, nothing but I will just show you. So REST parameter is new into JavaScript from ES version 6, ES 6 onwards. You have these REST parameters actually. I will show you here. Yeah, just a basic example for you to understand. So let me give you a simple one. So what is a REST parameter? I will just add a page. So home.html. Generally, when you are configuring functions, when you are configuring the function, when you are defining the function, so function name is some print list, that is the function. And in this function, we can define REST parameters. The REST parameters are configured with the ... 3 dots. And we define, so any name, so list, some list. Now we are writing for, so where item of list. We are reading every item from the list. Document.write, we are printing that item with a line break. So that means we have a print list function. This print list function is having REST parameter. This is REST parameter. So REST parameter is nothing but technically REST parameter is, so when you access that print list function, into that you can pass multiple values. So like some values like TV, comma, like mobile, like a shoe, something like this. All these multiple values. So actually print list contains only one argument. And this argument is a REST parameter type. Into that argument, you can pass all these values. Usually, if it is not REST parameter, then it will access only the first one. That means if I say Samsung TV, it will use only the first one. That means this list will access only the first value. And it will use only the first value. It will access and use the first value. That means when we are accessing that, it is going to display that Samsung TV. The first one, it will perform iteration. That means it will take only the first value and it will use that first value. But if I define this as a REST parameter, ... REST parameter is defined with ... And it can read all the values up to end and it will store in this parameter. And you can see that now it is able to access all of them and display. That is REST parameter. It is available from JavaScript ES6. So we use these REST parameters. And generally people who know REST parameters, this is an example for REST parameter. So if you know JavaScript, you already know it. Otherwise, I will just give an example here. So this is a REST parameter. This is REST parameter example. And here the key point is when you know about REST parameters, I hope majority of you have learned some basic rules also about REST parameters. So what are the rules about REST parameter? So the basic rules about REST parameter is nothing but every function can have only one REST parameter. And REST parameter must be the last parameter in formal list. These are the basic rules for REST parameters. These are the basic rules for the REST parameters in a function. When you are dealing with parameters in a function, that is the basic rule for the REST parameters in a function. So technically, so when you are defining the REST parameters, along with REST parameter, you can have any another parameter. But so REST parameter must be the last one. You cannot have any another parameter after REST parameter. So you can have multiple parameters, but it must be before the REST parameter. You cannot add any parameter after the REST parameter. So every function can have only one REST parameter, and that REST parameter must be the last parameter. These are the general things, so which we usually know while dealing with the parameters. These are the rules actually for the parameters. Suppose I'm printing here. So document.write, right? So document.write, and here I am printing count is equal to plus x, the value of x we are printing. That means here we pass the value 10 and we define it, and you can see it is working fine, right? That means there can be multiple parameters and you can define anyway. But observe carefully, when I move this parameter x, so after the REST parameter, and here I am passing it at the end 10 like this, and I try to run this here. you can see in the console, you will get an error saying that REST parameter must be last formal parameter. That is the rule for REST parameters whenever you are defining the parameters. So this is the rule for REST parameter, configuring the REST parameter, defining the REST parameter. So this is a general JavaScript thing which you regularly use in your JSX also. So JSX also supports REST parameters for functions. So if you know the REST parameters, how to deal with them, the same way you use in JSX also. And JSX also supports function recursion. JSX also support function recursion. Now tell me, what is function recursion? What is function recursion? Tell me what is a function recursion? Function recursion means, what is function recursion? Have you heard function recursion? You know that function recursion? Function recursion. Right. Actually, function recursion is nothing but, function recursion is a technique that allows to call the function within the context. A function is called within the context. A function is called within the context. That is called as recursion. That means a function is called within itself. Yes. So within the context, it can call the function. So that is called function recursion. I hope you have learned about the recursions of function, right? Good, right? So what is anonymous function? What is anonymous function? What is anonymous function? What is anonymous function? Good. Anonymous function is a function without name, right? Generally, when we use anonymous functions, usually anonymous functions are used on callbacks, not arrow functions. Sorry, arrow functions. So anonymous function, this is arrow functions. Yeah. Arrow functions are different, anonymous functions are different. Okay, now? Arrow functions are different, anonymous functions are different. Anonymous functions means a function without a name. Actually, you define a function, and this function document.write hello is printing hello. It is not having a name. Then usually the function is enclosed in the parenthesis. This is anonymous function. So the function without name, and you call anonymous function. So this is anonymous function. It is not printing anything. Generally, we call anonymous function by using an empty parenthesis. An empty parenthesis will call anonymous function, and you can see that it executes that hello. So this is how generally we configure anonymous functions. We use anonymous functions in callback mechanism. Right? Anonymous functions are used in callback mechanism. They are used in callback techniques, callback mechanism, right? So mostly while using callbacks, we use these anonymous functions. So you have to use, in JSX, you have to use functions with parameters, functions without parameters, function with REST parameters, functions recursions, functions anonymous, and functions closures and functions lambda. Function closure is nothing but, so you are calling, if you are configuring a function inside another function, and returning the value inside the function. So that mechanism is called as function closure. I will show you. Actually, so JSX, in JSX functions. Yeah, JSX functions are first class objects. JSX functions are called as first class objects. They are called as first class objects, and they have static types, That means usually in JSX, functions usage is the same like JavaScript, but in JSX the functions are called as first class objects, and they have static types. Usually they have static types. That means you declare a variable of a function, and it keeps it in the memory continuously available for others. So usually JSX function can also define closures. So that means you can define closures. So closures, you can define closures using function expression in JSX. So or you can also use function statement. So you can define closures. Using function expression, or by using the function statement. Technically, it is possible to define closures in JSX. but it is done by using function expression or function statement. Usually, as I already told you, typically function closures are used. So function closures are used. Closures are used to implement callbacks. To implement callbacks. They are used to implement callbacks. So very important is closures are similar to JavaScript, except that they use a simple different technique of accessing the function and configuring the function. So that means when a closure is defined within a member function, it refers to the receiver and uses it. I will show you one simple option. I will show you. So JSX functions all are same like JavaScript functions. The closures that you define in JSX are same as JavaScript. Only one extra option that we use here. I will show you one example. Let's go to the program here. So I will go to the program and let's create a program here. So I will add a new file. In SRC, I'm adding a new file somewhere. JSX examples, I'm adding a new file. So some sample.jsx. Okay. Here we are creating. So we are creating a function, configuring the function. So we will create first a class. So we will see function closure, how a function closure is used. I'm creating the class that is underscore main. That is the main class. In this, we have a message like username. Username is equal to, I'm defining some username as some John. That is the username we defined here. And we are creating a function. So we are creating a function constructor. This constructor function is having a definition for another function inside it. So that means we are creating another function here inside it, another function. So that means we are configuring another function inside it, So this function is a void type. So this function is a void type. And this should log. So this dot username, it should display that username. You know that the members in a class are accessible within the class by using this keyword. Now a function constructor is having a definition for another function. So this is closure. Now important is this function within the main constructor function should return a value. How it will return a value? Because it is an anonymous function. How you can access this function and return that username? Then what we do is this function that you have defined inside the constructor function can have a reference. So hello can have a reference hello is equal to, that is the function. That means now there are two techniques of configuring anonymous function and accessing the anonymous function. Here I defined hello is a reference for the function loaded into memory, and you can return that value. Inside that function by calling hello. It can return that username inside that function. This is a function closure. This is a function closure. That means a function is configured inside another function. Which returns a value. That value will be used by the outer function. Outer function is constructor. The inner function will return a value which will be used by the outer function. That is called function closure. That means now this value will be used by this constructor. That means constructor is a function which have a closure that returns a certain value. So that is the concept of function closure. Usually function closures are very common in JavaScript. In JSX also, in React applications, a lot of situations will come where we have to use these function closures. While building the library, configuring the library, we use these function closures. So technically, so this is a closure. So in general, what is a function closure? A function closure defines a function within another function, and the inner function returns a value which will be used by the outer function. That is the function closure. Now the constructor is returning this hello. Hello is returning that username. Now here I am creating a static function, and that is main, and it is having arguments of string type, and the return type is void, and it should create a variable for that main class, and through that variable it should be able to access the constructor. So we are creating obj is equal to create an object for underscore main class. When you create an object for the main class, this object will call this constructor, because you know that constructor function will execute automatically. You don't need to call the constructor function. When you create an object for the class, automatically the constructor function will execute. This constructor function is having a closure which returns a particular value. That value will be returned by the constructor and it will be used here. It will be used here. This is the constructor. So, and this is the closure technique that generally used in JSX. So that means the function closes, everything same like JavaScript. That means now here I'm compiling and running this here. Let's compile and run this here. So let's open in the integrated terminal, sample.jsx. Okay, let's compile this here. So we are using JSX --run and sample.jsx. This sample.jsx have to return some value. That means some expected keyword, some function is missing at the 7 liner. Some problem is there in the program. That means we are configuring some variable name and we are printing that variable and configuring that. Let's check is this variable is semicolon. It's missing with the semicolon, right? Let's execute this now. So it is printing that here. So it is printing the value that is John, whatever the value is. Just a warning came. Warning is nothing but it says that unused object. You created an object, but you are not using it. Of course, we are not using because we are just calling the constructor of that object. Through that object, we are calling constructor. We are not using it. That constructor is returning the username. Whatever the username is there, it is returning the username. So usually that object can have another function which can be called. That means, for example, so we can define a function. So we can define a function, and function can be like a print function. And print function is configured with some functionality. So console.log, or simply here just log. So log print function, and we are accessing that here through obj. So through obj we can access that print function and we can access and use it. So it's not required actually. That is just I'm showing you that is not a problem here to handle. That's not a problem here to handle. So because we don't have a function call, that is the reason it is showing that verification in that way, right? Usually, so this is not required. This is just a warning. It says that you created an object, but you are not accessing that object. That's we already know. We are not accessing the object. Suppose so username. So here you can keep anything just like so hello John, something like this, the message. And when we compile and run this, so it is going to execute that and it will display hello John, the message. Right. So this is a function closure. This is a function closure. And it supports all the function closures. It supports all the function closures in the same way how you define the closures in your general JavaScript. A closure is nothing but a function defined within another function as a callback that returns value which will be used by the parent function. That is the mechanism of function closure. And JSX uses function closures regularly. You should know how to deal with them. Right. So this is an example. This is an example for that function closures. Function closure. And JSX supports the arrow functions also in the same way how JavaScript supports. So no need to explain about that. JSX provides all the functions in the same way how it defines. So that means all the options are similar. All the options are similar. It can define everything in a similar way. That means arrow functions, actually. Arrow functions already you might have learned. Arrow functions are defined so with a parenthesis and an arrow. So that means generally this is a parenthesis and an arrow. So this is nothing but, so the parenthesis indicates the parameters and implies this indicates the return value. You know how do we define the lambda functions? How do we write the lambda functions? Here in JSX programming, especially in React, we use a lot of lambda functions to reduce the issues in querying, a lot of querying. So whenever you need to deal with a lot of querying of data, you need to be very strong in these arrow functions, because these days we don't expect our developers to write lengthy functions. So we expect them to use the most shortcut techniques that allows to easily handle the functionality. Arrow functions very commonly used, you know that. So for example, how generally we define the arrow function. Suppose configuring the arrow functions. That means you are defining. So you are defining where hello is equal to, we are defining. So some option name is implies. So here we present an option here. So hello, and we access that name and we will use that name. This is a lambda. This is an arrow function. That means when you call hello, so that means console dot set document dot write hello. Hello is referring to a function. That means hello is a function. Into that we are passing some value. And we are configuring that. That means it has to get that and display hello John. This is a lambda notation. So this is an arrow function. I hope when you are dealing with JavaScript, these are also the basic things that you have learned. How do we configure an arrow function? So technically, arrow functions, lambdas, right? We can use these lambdas to define a shorthand method of configuring the function. So this is the function with parameter, and this is the return value. This is the return value, what it is going to return. So this is very common, and this kind of approach you will see regularly in JSX programming, because when you are dealing with, here itself I will give an example. When you are dealing with complex, manipulations, filtering, sorting, such manipulations, especially in React applications, generally you have to do a lot of querying by using JSX, So we use majority of our Lambda notations for handling the functions and interactions. So that makes the querying more simplified and easy for the developers. And in future, not only in future, now also majority of the querying and programming in JavaScript based environment, we prefer using the arrow functions. That means lambdas. That makes the querying simplified. So JSX can use all the function in a similar way. It can configure the function in a similar way. It can define the function in a similar way. For example, when you are configuring in JSX, so this is the function. When you are configuring this hello function, which is returning this, suppose I'm configuring this in this way, that means hello. I'm not writing this line. So what I'm doing is I'm just configuring here. So implies, I'm configuring here implies. So log and say here I will define some value. So log this dot username. I'm using this dot username. That's how we are writing the function. That means this is a function which is returning. So which is returning this value. It is returning the value, and we are calling the function and using the function. This is the lambda notation. That means how we can access and use the lambda notation. That is how we configure the lambda notation. So, but remember, this example is not suitable for lambda notation. We will create some examples. Why? Because so this log is not written, right? This is indicating return. That means it should configure what to return. You need to define the return. The shorthand way of configuring is this. That means whenever generally how you define this function actually in a lengthy way, that means we have to configure as a function, and the function is defined with the return type as void, and this void function has to log the message. So this dot username. This is how generally we define. This you can configure in a shorthand way. This is mostly used for filtering, sorting, and all. When we are working with several examples, we will see all these lambda options, how we manage them. Mostly while working with filtering of data, sorting the data, we use such lambda expressions very frequently, right? That's what actually arrows, lambda functions. We will see how to handle them also. So JSX will support all the functions in a similar way. Only one extra work you have to know here is how to configure the function, how to define the function, and how do we access the functions. So that is, and functions are treated as first-class objects. They are considered as first-class objects, and everything is similar like your JavaScript. Right? And one more last thing you need to know in the JSX is about the JSX modules. Actually, JavaScript also supports the modular system. Can you name some modular systems of JavaScript? Can you name some module systems of JavaScript? Can you tell me about some module systems of JavaScript? Any idea you have? Any module systems that you know in JavaScript? JavaScript module techniques. Any idea? So what are the different module systems of JavaScript? If anyone asks you in an interview like, tell me what are the module systems in JavaScript? Name any module system of JavaScript. Any idea you have about the module system of JavaScript? No, actually, JavaScript module systems are common JS, AMD, asynchronous module distribution. AMD is a asynchronous module distribution. AMD. JavaScript module systems are common JS, AMD, asynchronous module system, etc. So many module systems are there. Actually, module comprises of set of classes. So which are exported and imported into another library. Exported and imported into another library. So module system is very much important to deal with programming. At high level, we need to build library. React application uses a lot of built-in libraries of JSX. We have to import the library. We have to use the library. That means in real-time projects, a lot of complex functionalities are developed by our JSX developers. And those JSX developers will provide those modules to us. We use those modules in our React application. So generally when people learn React.js, so if they are not aware of building modules with JSX, that is not a pleasing point for real-time development. Why? Because then how you will build a library which you can reuse across your React application. So that means the library for React comes from JSX. We have to build the libraries. Ready-made modules are there. Actually, JSX provides built-in modules to handle various interactions, built-in modules to handle various interactions. To handle various interactions, JSX provide built-in modules to handle different types of interactions. It also allows built-in modules to handle interactions like, so we have the module like, generally the built-in modules are like, we have a timer module, timer.jsx is a module. So we have a module like jsweb.jsx, JSX is a module. These are the built-in modules. Ready-made modules are present in JSX, which provides a set of classes inside them, which you can import and use them in your React application. It also allows us to create our own modules, configure our own modules. That means JSX also allows to create and configure custom modules to build library for React application that we can do. So usually, so it can provide built-in modules. I will show you an example how we can use the built-in modules and configure the built-in modules. So let's see one simple example here. So this is sample.jsx. So in the sample.jsx, so let's clean up this, all the code that we have. This is, yeah, in this we have a main. So in this we have a main. And in that we have a static function. So that is the main function. So args, so is a string type array and its return type is void. So void, okay, this is the general structure. Now in this, I want to perform any specific functionality. Means some additional functionality. You can import here at the top, you can import by using the keyword import. You can import any library that is available in your project. You can import any library available in project. That means I'm using some library, timer.jsx. This is a built-in library. We are importing a built-in library. This is a built-in library that comes with JSX. Built-in. This timer library will provide timer functions. You know timer functions in JavaScript, like set timeout, clear timeout, set interval, clear interval. This is the timeout. That means now what we can do is here, we can configure timer. We can access the timer. Timer is the class of this particular module. This module comprises of several classes. And one class is timer. And this timer class provides a method called set timeout. Set timeout, clear timeout, these are the timer functions. Set timeout is a function. And what this function can do, what this function you want to do. So generally, I'll just give it as a function. And it is a void return type. So this function, what this timeout have to do, it have a function. And the function is, it should display some message. That means some log. It should log and display some message. Hello John, something like this. Hello JSX, something like this. And this should happen after, set timeout requires a time. That means I say 2000 milliseconds. That's how we configure. That means, so this timeout, actually in JavaScript, you don't need this type of libraries. JavaScript built-in provides all these functions which you can access. But in JSX, several libraries, so are provided, which you can import and use them to handle different situations, to handle technically different situations. So there are built-in libraries. That means you can use those built-in libraries. You can import them and you can handle them. You can import and handle the built-in libraries. You can create your own library and you can configure the library. We can import the library and configure the library. Now see, when I run this program, JSX run sample.jsx, and you can see that it will not show the output immediately. After 2 seconds, the output will come. So that means it will keep this task waiting for a few seconds. For example, after this, I'm writing another timer. So timer dot set timeout, and we have a function and we are configuring the function. So this is void. So void, and this function is having another message log, and the log. So welcome to JSX, something, hello JSX, welcome to JSX. And this should take some 5000 milliseconds. That means in JSX, you are using a external library called timer. Remember, this is a built-in library of JSX. Through this library, you can access a timer class, and through the timer class, you can access timeout function, and you can handle any specific functionality. Now, when I run this, so when you are configuring and running this, when I run this here, you can see that. So it shows hello JSX. After 4 seconds, then another message will come, welcome to JSX. That means if I don't use a timer, you know that the task will be performed immediately. But observe here now, first it will show the message. After that, it will wait for a few seconds and it will show another message. So this is a built-in library, so which you can import and which you can use in your JSX. Similarly, JSX provides several built-in libraries, so which you can use to handle various situations. That's what we generally call as module. So timer is a module. This timer module provides a timer class. Through the timer class, we can access the functions and handle the functionality. And very important is this module is imported into your application and it is used. Similarly, you can create your own modules. You can configure your own modules. You can define your own modules, and you can use those modules in your application. That means we can build our own library. We can configure our own module and import that module and use that module. That is the basic approach. That means we can access the functions and we can use the functions of that particular module and define them. So this is one approach, how we can use the modules, existing modules, and configure them. We can also create our own modules and define the modules. Now, this is the basic thing that you have to know, how to import the modules. So this I will show you how to create a module, how we can import the module and use in our React applications. This is the basic thing of JSX. So before using JSX in your React, you should know some basics of JSX and how JSX variables, data types, operators, statements, classes, so functions and modules are used in JSX. So this is enough to understand and work with JSX. When we are using this JSX in our React, you will learn some more topics about JSX, but these are enough. So what are the topics that finally we have learned in JSX to use in our React? We learned about variables, we learned about data types, we learned about operators, so statements which are common, like, so we have learned about the OOP concept like interface. So we learned about how we can configure the class, and we have learned about the member variables and member functions, and we discussed about the modules, how we can configure and work with the modules, right? These are all the important things that you need to know. So in JSX. So once you are aware of this, now you can implement this in your React application. Now we will see how to use this JSX programming in React application. That means now we are going to learn how to build components in React.js application. How to build components in React.js application. So what is a component and how do we configure the component in React.js application by using this JSX knowledge, right? That we will see in our next session, right? Yesterday we discussed about the JSX library has some built-in modules. We can import them and we can use those modules. So one example, I showed you how we manage that. Technically, you have learned some basics of JSX. So what actually JSX programming and how it is actually different from your JavaScript, because everything is not same like JavaScript. Some variation is there, and that we have seen. That means what is difference. So we have learned all these variables, data types and all. Up to this, I hope everyone is clear in understanding JSX. Now today, we will see how we can use JSX in React application, using JSX in React application. What are the rules of using JSX in React application? With that, we can build components. That means JSX, so with React.js, JSX with React.js. How we can use JSX with React.js? Remember, JSX is not only with React.js. Different client-side environments can use JSX. So JSX is not only for React.js. So you can use JSX type syntaxes in various client-side environments. So it is just a JavaScript syntaxes, so which you can use everywhere. Now, when you are using JSX in React.js, now certain rules we need to follow. So certain standards we need to follow. That we will see how we can use and how we can configure. So technically, how we can use JSX in React application. So already we have our React application. First, we will see JSX rules used in React. Already we have a HTML project, and in this HTML project, we integrated React. And in that, we created a folder public where we have a index.html. Into that index.html, we enabled React. So we configured and enabled React. And the logic for this index page is coming from hello.js, which is in SRC. Now we have to go into hello.js in SRC hello.js. Here we need to define the content. Here we need to configure the content. So technically, what are the basic things we need to know? Means how we can manage, how we can configure JSX into this. Let's see. Let's create a simple configuration here. That means now, first thing, you should know that when you are using JSX, some basic rules are present. Remember them. You cannot simply use JSX as you have used individually JSX. Some rules we need to follow. Actually, JSX will allow to configure any expression and store in a variable reference. JSX will allow to configure any expression and store in a variable reference. So important is the variables that are handling JSX expression. So the variables that are handling JSX expression must be initialized with value, That means the variables that handle JSX expressions must be initialized. Simply, you can say must be initialized, because you already know variables have three mechanisms. I hope you have learned in JavaScript the basic three mechanism of variables. So that means variable contains declaration, rendering, and initialization. These are the three important points. Variable contains declaration, rendering, and initialization. Suppose I said var x, this is declaration. X equal to some 10, that is rendering. While declaring variable, at the time of declaring variable, if you send some value into it, that is called initialization. Many times, people who are learning programming languages, we have seen that many people say that x equal to 10. They call the second one as initialization. But actually, this is not initialization. This is rendering. Initialization means at the time of declaring a variable, this is declaring the variable y. At the time of declaring, if you pass any value into it, then it is called initialization. So generally, every basic JavaScript learner, he knows these 3 points. So declaring, rendering, and initialization. Now, when you are designing any JSX expression, it is recommended to define initialization. For example, I said var, so message, and here we are writing message is equal to, I kept a heading. So welcome to React.js. So that means we are configuring that message, and we will use React DOM.render. React DOM.render. Here we are defining the message, whatever the message you want to render, the message, and where you want to render, that we have to define. That means here I want to render the message. Where to render? I want to render the message inside this div. In index.html, we have a root div. There I want to render. Then we have to access document.getElementById. So root. Into that root we need to render. That's how we need to configure. That means here we are writing a JSX simple syntax here. And here we have a heading, and inside that heading we have some message, and we are adding that message and displaying it. Actually, this is what you want to render into the root. We want to render it. So get element by ID root, and we are rendering. Now I will go here and I will run this here. Means we start with the index page. We are starting with the index page, and it will display welcome to React.js. So that means it is accessing and it is using. Now generally here it is allowing to declare the variable, and it is allowing to render the variable. That is okay. That means declaring is allowed, rendering is allowed, but we don't recommend declaring and rendering. Why? Because one of the main issue with the declaring and rendering is, suppose if the value is not rendered, only it is declared, because rendering is left for later. That means, so later we will put some message into it. That's what our intention is. That means our intention is we have to render it later. So if you have to render it later, that means you just declared it, and you are not rendering value into it because it will be later rendered. And you are trying to use that here. And in that case, in the output, you will find a problem here. And actually the problem, that means the issue here in the console. So you will not find any error. There is no error here. There is nothing like any error. But the problem is, so the output is not there because it's not using any element here. That means there is no content inside it. There is no message defined inside it. So when you look at the elements, observe carefully here. In the elements category, in the body section, so in the root div, so in this root, there is nothing generated. That means there is no option generated and there is no value at all configured. Now, accidentally, suppose if anything you declared, here currently it is empty, nothing is there. but later we embed this into any expression. Currently it is no problem, but you are embedding this into any expression. Suppose I am creating var element, and into this element we need to embed. So here we are using element is equal to, so I kept a div, and inside this div I have to embed that message. Embedding is done with flag brace. So I said message, I'm embedding the message like this. Now when you are trying to use this, so here without any value, and you are using that element here, you are using that element, that means this element must be rendered. It is using a message, and the message is embedded here. And generally, if you are trying to do that, this message, I think majority of you know that if there is no value defined inside any reference, and you are trying to use that value, what it will return, what it is going to return, what it is going to return. You learned in JavaScript now. So what it is going to return? It is going to return undefined. It is going to return undefined. So we need to avoid undefined. It's not null, right? Undefined. If value is not defined, it will return undefined. I hope you know that, everyone knows that if a value is not defined, it returns undefined. So that is the reason we don't want any reference issues. We don't want any reference issues, especially when you are designing JSX. That is the reason. That is the reason. It is always recommended. We always recommend it. It will work fine, no problem, because variable can be declared anywhere. So the variables that are handling JS expressions must be initialized. So why they must be initialized? So if you are referring to any variable that is not defined with value, then it returns undefined, then it returns undefined. Hence JSX expression, JSX variables must be initialized. So must be initialized. So JSX variables must be initialized. So hence JSX must be initialized. And initialization of variables is done by using const. Why initialization of variables is done by using const? Can you tell me why initialization of variables is done by using const? Can you tell me why initialization of variables should be done by using const? I hope everyone knows this because you learned it. Good. Because the keywords that you already know, like the keywords that you know, like var let will allow, var and let will allow declaring and rendering, but const will not allow declaring and rendering. Const must be initialized with value. Understood? Yeah. Understood? var and let are not recommended. Why not recommended? Because var and let will allow declaring and rendering. JSX expressions should not allow declaring and rendering. They should allow only initialization. And you know that const will not allow declaring and rendering. Am I right? Const will not allow declaring and rendering. Right? Const will allow only initialization. So that is the reason sometimes in interviews they ask you the question for a fresher level. They will simply ask like, why JSX expressions are written in const? Why JSX expressions are written in const? Can you write in var and let? What do you say? Can you write JSX expressions in var and let? Can you write JSX expressions in var and let? Yes, we can write. Yes, sir, we can write. Yes, we can write, but not recommended. Not recommended, right? Yes. So it is always recommended to define through a constant, because constant will not allow to declare and render. They must be initialized. So that is the basic point, how we can configure and how you define. All right. So usually, let's create one simple example here. So let's create one example, constant. So what we are doing now. So let's go to this hello.js, and in hello.js, so we are config. Actually, in real world. So how means what is the first file? That means when you look at any React application individually, actually in the SRC, I will delete these files. Okay. Generally, the code that is required for your React application is maintained in SRC in a file called app.js. Traditionally, I am talking traditionally, because in the next level, when you are working with React application, you will see that React application related code is present in app.js. Understood? That means it contains app.js. App.js comprises of, so the logic, everything is defined in C. And this app.js this app.js need to be added into index page. That means here the source, it is not hello.js, it is app.js. Okay. In this app.js, we are creating a simple option. So I'm declaring a constant title. And here we are initializing the value. So like some Amazon shopping, some title, Amazon shopping, that is the title. And we are creating a constant. So we are creating an element. And this element is defined with some value. That means this is using some value. We will keep a heading. We are configuring a heading. And here in the heading, we have to print that title. Then we use a binding expression. So a binding expression. So binding expression is flower brace. By using the binding expression, we can access that title and render the title in that heading. That's how we define the expressions. So technically, JSX expressions. So JSX expressions are directly defined. So JSX expressions are directly defined without enclosing in quotes, without enclosing in quotes. So they are directly defined without enclosing in quotes. The dynamic values are embedded. The dynamic values are embedded into expression by using this flower brace, curly braces. Dynamic values are embedded into expression by using this curly brace. So we are defining that here, and we need to render this and display. So we are writing, so here React DOM, so dot render, and what you want to render, the element, where you want to render, document get element by ID, in the root we want to render, that is how we need to configure. Now when you run this, then it is going to display that here, I will remove the default message in the heading here. I will remove the default message. It is having only a div, and we are displaying that here. We are configuring that and we are displaying it here. So this is a simple example of how you can define a simple expression. How do we render that into the HTML page? So configuring some message, creating an element and adding that. There are so many techniques we will see now. One by one, we will discuss about that. Technically, so this is one method. Let me give an example for this. Example, what you have to do is go to app, go to src folder and add a new file. This is our first program. That is the reason detailedly I'm giving app.js. So in app.js, add the following code. Add following code into app.js. So you have to add this code into app.js. So this is the code you need to add into app.js. Okay. So this is the code that you have to add into app.js. Okay. After that, now link app.js to index.html page. Okay. So that generally you know. So that code also I will give index.html. Entire code I'm giving in the example. Okay. So because this is our first example here, I'm giving that entire code. How to integrate all these into the index page already you know. React development, React DOM, Babel, and JSX app.js. We are using that app.js here. So this is how you are configuring an expression and how you are rendering that into the JSX. Means how we are configuring and rendering into the JSX, right? So this is directly you are configuring some message. You are directly configuring some message. You are embedding into that element and you are using it. Actually, JSX can also use a function. So as expression, JSX can also use a function as expression. Technically, so this is one example. This is the first basic example, how you can configure and define. Generally, JSX can use JavaScript functions. JavaScript can use JavaScript function to build expression and return value. JSX can use JavaScript function to build expression and return value, which we will see now. That means JSX can directly define some values. Whatever the values are there, it can directly define those values. So technically, JSX can use JavaScript functions. It can use the JavaScript functions. It can configure the functions. It can access the functions. JSX can use JavaScript functions. Let's see how JSX can use JavaScript functions. So now here I'm creating a simple, I'm creating a simple function here. And function, I say product details. Product details is a function. Product details is a function. It is expecting a product object. Product details is expecting a product object. And when a product object is passed, it has to print that product object. It should print the product object. It should return that product object. That means it is returning. This function is returning the details of that product. It is returning the details of the product. So that means we are configuring the details and defining the details. So that means it can return that product. That means it can return the product. That means it can return in several ways. We will see that. So we are creating a function. This function is taking some product and it is returning that product. It is returning the product. And usually it can be any type of object. Currently we are using a product object. So we configured a function and it is returning some value. You can add several things into it. We can define several things into it. That means, right, it can print like, suppose I am saying, so it will return through a general JavaScript binding expression. I am returning product.name. I am returning product.name. And in the next line, I am using here, this is general JavaScript expression. So product.price, I am defining product name and price. So we created a function. Called product details. This product details function can accept a product type object and it can print the product details like name and the price. It can print those details. It can print the details. Now, whenever we are configuring, so we can pass that into it. So what we are doing is we are creating a constant. And its name is TV. And it is an object type. And it is having the name. It is configured with the name. So the name is Samsung TV. Okay, it is defined with the name. And it is defined with the price. So price, some price. So this is a simple object we created. And now we are creating an element. This element have to present the details. That means we want to access and present the details. Generally, when you are accessing and presenting the details into the element, remember here one more important is when you are defining any JSX expression, when you are configuring any JSX expression into any variable reference, it will allow only single line statement. So this is important. Observe here, some note I will give you. That means it will allow only single line statement. I will show you the points I will tell you. So let me give a note. So here some points I will tell you. Let me give a note here. So the note is nothing but JSX expression allows only single line. JSX expression allows only single line. So single line in any constant, in any variable reference, reference. That means, for example, I am writing like, so constant and some element is equal to, I kept here a div, and inside this div I kept a heading. So welcome. I return another heading and close that div here, and defined like this. And this is invalid. This is invalid. It will not allow multiple lines. It will not allow to configure multiple lines. While writing the expressions, these all basics are very important. Remember, it will not allow multiple lines. Now, if you want multiple lines, if you want to configure the multiple lines, then so you have to. That means you can define expression in multiple lines. So by enclosing in the parenthesis, you can define expression in multiple lines by enclosing in the parenthesis. If your expression is in multiple lines, you have to enclose that in the parenthesis. So that is important. That means here we are configuring an example. Now I said here same, I will copy this. I will copy and use it here. Now to make this valid, you have to enclose this in a parenthesis. You can enclose this in a parenthesis and you can end this in the parenthesis and close. This is how you define multi-level, multi-line. Understood? These basics are very much important. So if you are not defining, so, and if you are not configuring, so then if you are not concentrating on these, then a lot of issues will come. That means when you are defining and configuring, these are very important things. So I will tell you some more points here. We will discuss. Means before going into that X function, we need to know this also. We need to know this before going into function. These things you have to know. You have to know these options. I will tell you some more points here. This is one note. right? Single reference. If you want multiple lines, you have to combine this. Okay, let me give you that first. So I am giving you that option here first. Suppose I want an element to be displayed in multiple lines. Then you cannot write directly. You have to configure in multiple lines, means we have to use that. So for example, I will show you. Let me remove this because before going into the function concept, some more basic things I forgot to tell. You have to know them, important. So let me clean up this. So here, let's create a constant element is equal to, I am writing here a parenthesis. Suppose I am writing a heading. So in this, I said Amazon shopping. So, and below that, I am writing a paragraph. So in the paragraph, I said, so online shopping site. So this is invalid. You cannot configure the contents in multiple lines. This is invalid. You cannot configure the content in multiple lines. So you cannot write in multiple lines. Then what we have to do is, if it is one line, that is okay. If you are defining multiple lines, it's not okay. Then multiple lines are enclosed in the parenthesis. We configure this in the parenthesis. That means this is heading 1. That means we are configuring this as heading 1. That means here we are writing multiple lines, child elements here. So we are using heading 1. Under this, you have heading 2. Under that, you have heading 2, and you are configuring in this way. That means we are creating an element and configuring that element with this. Now you can see that still it is having some issue, some problem. So it says that, so the expression, see the point here, you can wrap them multiple line. But another important point is, when you are wrapping the contents in multiple lines, so all the content must be in under one parent. All the content must be under one parent element. There cannot be individual elements. So what is the next point? So the next important point you have to note is, so you can define multiple lines in expression, in JSX expression, but all lines must be defined under one element. You can define multiple lines in JSX expression, but all must be defined in one element. For example, that example I will tell you. So for example, so here, this is another important point to remember. So example, I am defining const. So const and element is equal to, in this we are defining heading 1. So some Amazon, okay. And under this I defined a paragraph. So online shopping, and close the paragraph. And I defined like this. Now this is invalid. This is invalid. So multiple lines are enclosed in this, but it is invalid. Why invalid? Because you can define multiple lines in JSX expression, but you can define multiple lines. But all lines must be defined under one element. Under one element. That means you cannot have individual elements in parenthesis. You cannot have individual elements in parenthesis. All must be enclosed in one element. Understood? All must be enclosed in one element. So that means what we have to do here, go here. We have to keep here a div, and we have to enclose this all into the div. Now this is valid. I hope understood everyone. You can put a div or a section. Understood? You can put a div or section or anything, right? They can be under one. They must be under one. Now here one more problem will come. Observe that here. It can be a div or it can be a span. It can be anything. Now when I run this, it is working fine. But actually, so it is generating a div. In the div, it is keeping. Already we have a parent div where we want to render this. In that another div is generated. Don't you think this is an hierarchical problem? What do you say? That means unnecessarily you are having a div which you don't want actually. Understood? That means you don't want a div, but without div it is not coming. Am I right? Right? You don't want a div there. So, but without div it will not come. You put a section, you put a heading, so anything will be used there. That means unnecessarily your DOM is affected. That is the reason. That is the reason. So here, what we do in a technique is, here we start with an empty element and end with an empty element. Understood? We start with an empty element and end with an empty element. This is the technique we follow. That means now what will happen? It is not going to render any element. It is empty element. Understood? That means you will present only what you are looking for without adding anything extra. Now see here, I am rendering this and I am refreshing this. And you can see that in the div root, directly heading 1 and heading 2 are there. No another element is generated inside it. I hope you got a clarity, right? So that means it is generating that. It is generating that. So it is not adding any another element inside it. That means here, what is the point you have to know is, so what is valid? What is valid? The valid one is you have to enclose this. The valid one is we have to enclose this in a div. Enclose in a div. So the valid one is we have to enclose in a div. But when you enclose in a div, another problem will come. The problem is nothing but, so adding an additional container for multi-lines may affect the hierarchy of your DOM. So what you can do is you can use an empty element representation. You can use an empty element representation. We can use an empty element representation. We can configure an empty element representation. Empty element representation is nothing but empty element representation, which is defined as so this is starting, and so this is ending. This is ending. That's how we configure. That is the starting and ending. Starting and ending. That means now the example will go in this way. That means so this is the best way. That means so yeah. So this is the best technique. The best technique for handling that is you keep an empty element here. You keep an empty element here. You keep an empty element here. That is the best technique of configuring it. The best technique of defining it. So you can configure and define. That is the best option. That is the best technique of specifying and using it. Right. This is very important because we don't want to affect any content actually. We don't want to affect any content. So this is how we configure. This is how we configure. So that is one option. That is one option. When you are using expression, when you are building a JSX expression, these basic rules are important. How to write in a single line, how to write in a multiple line, what are the issues that we face when you are defining in single and multiple lines. These points we need to know. Now, one more problem is there while working with the expressions. One more problem is there. Let's see that. Actually, what we are doing is, so here I am configuring, suppose, so we have a project. In this project, we have a folder. That means SRC folder is there and a public folder is there. And SRC folder contains all the dynamic files and all other options. They are kept in that location here. Now, actually, suppose we are writing some image. Later, we will see how we can put the images. Already you saw our React application separately. You saw our React application. Where is it? Let me open it separately. Means a separate React application that we created. Okay. Yeah. You saw here, so we have a public and SRC folder. And in the SRC folder, we kept all the files, whatever required in the public. We have some options defined here. We are using them. Now, I told you that this public contains, the public always should contain non-dynamic files. All the non-dynamic files are kept here. So in the public folder, SRC contains all the dynamic files. Your dynamic files are present in SRC folder. I hope you remember that. Now in the public folder, so in the public folder, I'm adding a new file. So that means open this in the Explorer. And here, and in the public folder, I'm adding a file. In my computer, I have some images. In the images, I have some shoe. I will copy that shoe and keep that shoe.jpg here, shoe.jpg here. Now here, what we are doing in app.js, I'm declaring a constant. I'm declaring a constant. And in the constant, so I defined pick. Pick is the constant. And in that, so we defined some path. That means in the constant, we are configuring and we are defining some path. So specifying some path. That means you are configuring some path and using that path here. So that means how you define that. So let's keep that. Yeah. So in name shoe.jpg, just path. Because it is present in the same folder where you are using, I just kept it as a shoe.jpg. That is the path. Okay. Now here, you can observe here, what we are doing is, when we want to render this as an image, I'm adding here img, an image. And now tell me here, one important point is, does img requires an end tag? What do you say? Does img requires an end tag? Does img require an end tag? IMG doesn't require an end tag. But one important basic thing you should know is, another note is, JSX will not allow void element syntax. Will not allow void element syntax. Understood? Void element means already you might have learned in HTML. 5 types of elements are there: normal elements, RC data elements, raw text elements, and foreign elements. Void elements means they don't return anything directly and they don't have a return value. Void elements, image is an void element. It doesn't require an end tag. Am I right? But JSX will not allow void element syntax. That means, suppose here I am removing this, and I am writing here SRC. SRC is equal to, I will build an expression here and I will define here pick. I need to access that pick path and define that pick. So, but observe carefully. So this is okay for image actually, but it is not allowing. This is not allowing. So why it is not allowing? Because JSX will not allow void syntaxes. Then you have to end that image. You have to end that image. It is not allowing void syntax. You have to end that image. So, but important here is in this div, image source, shoe.jpg is present. It's a large image. It is there. We are accessing that and we are displaying it. But important, if I remove this, then this is not allowed here. It's not working. But image doesn't have an end tag. So, but JSX will not allow the syntax. So what you can do is, so that means if I write like this, that means, remember, example, will not allow any void element syntax. That means I said constant element is equal to, I am writing img, src is equal to, so some definition, some pick, I defined like this, and I close it like this, and I am defined like this. This is invalid. So we have to write const element is equal to img src is equal to whatever the dynamic value you have, pick. And so we have to close img, but it is not, this is valid. Or you can do another way. What you can do is element is equal to img, src is equal to, we defined a pick, and we can make it self-ending element. Understood? Self-ending element. This is also valid. Instead of writing an end tag, you can use self-ending element. I hope you know that is called self-ending. You might have learned in HTML br slash are used. Am I right? br slash are used. We have a syntax of defining it, right? That is self-ending, but it is not recommended at all. That means in HTML it doesn't recommend, but in JSX it is mandatory. So you have to configure that. In JSX it is mandatory. So that means here you can see, so I can use slash, that is a self-ending. That looks great, good. So, and you see in the output it generated, and when you see the inspect the element, and you can see image is not having any end element, because HTML knows that it is not having any end element. Am I right? It is not having any end element. But JSX will not allow that. You have to configure in JSX. In JSX, you need to define this. So that is the reason JSX syntax will cause a lot of issues if you don't know these basic rules, especially when you are integrating and using in React. When you are using in React, these are some basic important rules that you have to know. So important rules that you have to understand. So this is how generally we configure. So this is one simple example in app.js. I'm adding this program, and this is the program complete. And of course, so index.html. So in this, we have to just link. No change in index.html. Index.html is always same. So only this is changed. That means I'm giving entire program. So here, this app.js, we added some image path. We are defining that. And what's the rule here is you need to keep in a parenthesis for multiple elements. And you need to keep all multiple elements under one element reference. And you have to make sure that every element you are defining inside JSX is having an end tag, or it is defined with self-ending, Otherwise, it will not allow to handle that and use it. So this is the basic approach you need to understand, especially while dealing with JSX. Now, how we can define elements and more about the JSX syntaxes that we will see in our next session, right? Tomorrow we will see. Tomorrow we will learn some more things, how we can build a UI using JSX for React application.